80s Japanese yuppie pop, more commonly known as city pop, has seen success and amassed a decent fanbase in recent years. This has brought on a second wind of popularity for artists like Anri, Maria Takeuchi, and Tomoko Aran. There are some artists from this magical bubble era that had potential to contribute to this unique and nostalgic genre, though simply never saw a professional release, if any release at all. This was, unfortunately, the case for Yasuko Endo, a model and actress set to debut her very first single. This single never saw a release, however, due to her untimely death at only 17 years old. This single, officially titled In the Distance, being an elusive piece of lost media, possibly even the holy grail of city pop lost media. Let's rewind though. Yasuko Endo, known by her friends and family as simply Yako, was born on October 21st of 1968. She had begun working in the entertainment industry as early as the 5th grade when she belonged to a children's theater company. She briefly attended high school but made the decision to drop out and pursue a modeling career. Endo saw success as a model and was later cast in various acting roles. During her career, Endo had modeled for magazines such as Hanato Yume, Olive, and MC Sister. She had appeared in commercials for Kentucky and Sapporo Ichiban, among many others. Endo did see somewhat of a large role in 1985 when casted in a couple episodes of the massively popular Skeban Deka drama, at the time starring idol Yuki Saito. Endo played Ayumi Mizuchi, a villain featured in the first story arc of the manga. She's also in the 1991 OVA. Mizuchi is a renowned gang leader who is involved in drug deals, extortion of students, and was the daughter of a prominent politician. Skeban Deka as a show and manga anime is wild. I highly recommend checking it out, and Endo herself did a great job in this role. Endo started working as a model in 1983, and the Skeban role was in 1985. It was in early 1986, however, when Endo had planned to broaden her horizons and debut as a bona fide idol. At 17 years old, this was a bit later than the debut of most idols. Due to this, her image was a bit more mature and not the typical cutesy Seiko Matsuda type, if that makes sense. Endo was born and raised in Tokyo, and her family lived within the city as well. This served as a great benefit to Endo as her mother had a friend who owned a jazz club in Asakusa. This club served as the setting for her to debut her song In the Distance, as well as cover an Akira Nakamori song. This debut occurred only 6 days before her passing. Endo had recorded this single with the now defunct Rivstar Records, a label that eventually went under in the early 1990s due to some rather shady dealings with organized crime organizations. The single, titled In the Distance, contained 2 songs, the titular In the Distance and another track titled Telephone. The songs were composed by a man named Tetsuo Sakurai, most famous for his work as bassist in the group Cassiopeia. Endo's voice was described as mature and husky, and her music was speculated to be ballads in a minor key and similar in style to Yuki Saito's Shiroi Hono, this song being the end theme to Skeban Deka at the time. According to Endo's mother, as well as various magazine reviews at the time, the single was officially completed in February of 1986. This was when the master and some known copies were produced. Known receivers being the magazines and radio stations that reviewed the single, as well as Endo herself, who remarked that she herself was impressed at how great the songs turned out. According to those who knew her, Yasuko Endo apparently had little faith in her singing abilities and was surprised that it actually sounded good. In the Distance was set to have an official national release in May. Promotional material, as well as the singles themselves, were being produced in anticipation of this. It was on March 29th of 1986 when production was cut short. This was the day that Endo had unfortunately passed away. This news was unexpected and sudden. Just weeks later, on April 8th of 1986, the famous idol Yuko Okada passed away as well. Due to all the negative press from this unfortunate news, Rivstar Records had made the decision to ultimately destroy any and all copies of In the Distance and canceled its release. For that reason, In the Distance was never heard and appreciated by the public. It was never released. The songs Endo herself was proud of were destroyed, and life went on without any knowledge of In the Distance and the music within it. The specific song In the Distance did live on in other forms, however, the most prominent being Tetsuo Sakurai's own cover in April of 1986 on his album Dewdrops. Because this track came out only 1 month following Endo's passing, it's unknown if Sakurai's cover was planned in addition to Endo's own single. You can check out this song for yourself. Sakurai's cover is not lost. However, the song lyrics are altered to be from a male perspective instead, so the original by Endo would be different. In addition, Endo's good friend, idol Miho Nakayama, was especially saddened by Endo's passing. Having often modeled together, the two had been good friends since Nakayama was only 12 years old. Miho Nakayama communicated her feelings of grief in her 1988 song Long Distance to the Heaven, which she wrote and composed herself. This song is not the lost single itself, only meant as a way of remembering Endo. Years went by and the song was thought to be long gone. With no singles surfacing, and with Rivstar Records going under in 1993 due to later becoming a front for money laundering. That's right. Rivstar Records, which was once a legitimate record label, eventually became a dummy company for laundering money, likely for the Yakuza. Yes, I'm serious. This was a huge scandal at the time, and Rivstar dissolved shortly after this came to light as they had filed for bankruptcy. It was commonly thought that In the Distance was lost with the company that owned the rights to it. It's completely unknown who even holds the rights to Yasuko Endo's lost single today. What the cover of the single itself looked like wasn't even known. Nothing about the single was known aside from the title. But what if the single wasn't lost? What if one of those review copies had survived almost 4 decades later and could at long last be heard? Well, suspicions of a surviving single were confirmed. This was when a Yahoo Auctions listing surfaced in August of 2022. 36 years later, the listing did sell. It sold for only 11,500 yen, which is about $110 US. Despite being really passionate about this piece of lost media since 2019-ish, did not catch wind of this and I was unable to place a bid. I hadn't been informed that this listing even existed until months later, unfortunately. Though, if I had, I assure you, the single would be in my possession and shared with the world. Not all hope is lost, though. The images from the listing tell quite the story. For starters, we now know what the cover looked like. We also see part of the lyrics to Telephone, as well as some information on Yasuko herself. The information provided includes acting credits, which may suggest that this was a review copy sent to a media outlet, kind of like a cheat sheet to explain who Yasuko Endo is in a magazine review or a radio segment, perhaps? The coolest element of this discovery, however, being the official catalog number, a number that checks out when comparing it to Rivstar's other releases of the time. Because of this Yahoo Auctions listing surfacing, In the Distance's information is now documented and preserved on Discogs. The music itself, however, remains completely lost. Again, hope is not lost. If anything, it's revived with the knowledge that at least one copy has survived. This means that more copies could be out there and that the single may someday be recovered and preserved. If that does happen, you'll definitely hear about it from me. that's a thing that exists. Allow me to introduce you to a bit of obscure SNK or Neo Geo lore. These characters on stage were playable in the fighting game King of Fighters. It's basically SNK's answer to Street Fighter. So this begs the question, why does this exist? Well, it's one part SNK video game lore and one part 90s amusement park attraction. You see, in the 1990s, Neo Geo games were so popular that they launched several theme parks throughout Japan. This was somewhat of a trend back then, as Sega did something similar with its Geo World locations. Wow, that was a lot of S's. So, what's my point here? SNK was huge during the Neo Geo heyday, and King of Fighters was their biggest property, so it was only natural for SNK to want to take advantage of the opportunities. By the way, SNK is the video game and hardware developer. SNK produced Neo Geo. Like if Sony made a PlayStation Park, which no, is not something they ever did despite sounding like something they did do at some point. Anyways, getting back to the point here, Neo Geo's first theme park location was known as Neo Geo Land. But that's not what we're talking about today. What we're gonna be talking about is Neo Geo World, opened in 1996 and meant to cater to a wider demographic. This demographic included teens and adults. Unlike Neo Geo Land, Neo Geo World was open late, reportedly until midnight. There were a few King of Fighters related events and attractions at Neo Geo World, most notably location testing for the new games prior to their release. However, it was one specific area within the park, known as the Band of Fighters stage area, where this nightmare fuel had resided, from 1996 up until the park's closure in 2001. So, going back to what I said a little earlier, the characters featured in the animatronic show are playable in King of Fighters. You may recognize Terry Bogard specifically. And, real quick, in case you are wondering, the other band members are Athena Asamiya, Kyoku Sanagi, Iori Yagami, and Nakoruru. The weird thing with the Band of Fighters as a, fictional band is that the band does not exist in the game series canon. It's more of a side thing that exists in an alternate universe. So perhaps Band of Fighters is meant to be the versions of these characters that we get in the real world? The show itself features unique music made for the band and recorded by the official voice actors. Despite the show being a permanent fixture of Neo Geo World for years, very little footage exists. So here we have a bit of lost media. The other one kinda counted as lost media, but this one's true at its core lost media. This stage play would not be confirmed to exist at all if it wasn't for the images that surfaced of it. That is how obscure it is. And also a bit of a side note, this suit is not what's referred to as a suit. In Japanese, it's a kigurumi. This will be important to keep in mind later because we're gonna look at some more of these. This stage show is based on Urusei Yatsura, Rumiko Takahashi's first anime and manga to gain widespread attention. While the manga itself debuted in 1978, the anime really took off during its 1981 premiere, this stage show included, intended for a child audience. There's thought to be no surviving footage, at least none of it has surfaced online as of right now. This makes the show itself completely lost, though quite a few images ranging in levels of cursed have survived. The first to surface being this one on Twitter in 2017 by somebody who worked on the show itself. It's possibly the most cursed. They would also go on to post these two photos a few months later. The first Twitter post also says these costumes had either deteriorated or were thrown away after the show. Props like this often deteriorate and aren't built to last in general, I mean... More photos would follow from other Twitter users. Here's a little montage of them all. What's interesting is how some look like scans from some kind of magazine covering the show. The year or even locations of the stage play aren't even confirmed, though thought to be sometime in the early 80s, particularly between 1982 and 1985. Even the official name of the stage play is unknown. Some users have referred to the show as the Urusei Yatsura Birthday Festival, or just simply the Urusei Yatsura Show. It could have been referred to as either one, or even both at some point. What has been reiterated by various Japanese Twitter users is how the stage show was recorded by a professional film crew at some point. This allows the possibility of a full recording of the show, intending for an official release or TV broadcast. Though we have no clue if this footage even exists still. This whole thing has become somewhat of a popular lost media topic in Japan, as a lot of people online are interested in unearthing more details and possibly footage of this show. It appears to linger in the memories of many people in Japan. And, when the costumes look like this, who could forget them? The many lost releases of the record labels Trigger Label, Trip Out Tapes, and Trinity Label. Kazunao Nagata is a DJ synthesizer player, engineer, and producer. He's also known for founding the electronic music-oriented record label Transonic Records and later on EXD Records. He plays an important role in the techno-trance scene of Japan, that much is at least clear. This information is important to note because prior to/alongside his founding of Transonic in 1994, Nagata made 3 other record label attempts between 1990 and 1995. These are Trigger Label, Trip Out Tapes, and Trinity Label. These labels provided a platform for a lot of musicians, most notably people who would go on to later work on video game soundtracks. The most notable example includes Tomomori Sawada, who later worked on games in the Jet Set Radio and Sonic the Hedgehog series. Notable details about the release across these 3 small labels are that the music distributed through them only saw a release on cassette tape with very few quantities being made. There was also a single VHS release through Trigger Label, though were likely very few of these made as well. Due to the limited release and somewhat underground recognition of these labels, the majority of their releases are lost. What's even more interesting is that the complete listing of every release of these labels is also lost. The listings on Discogs are incomplete. Now, there is some good news here, and that is that some of the cassettes have surfaced over time. A huge chunk still remains lost, and some we don't even know about may one day surface. Now, the most likely action to take with this search would be to just contact Kazunao Nagata, right? Well, that's already been done, and he did respond, and guess what? He no longer owns any copies of the works released through his early labels. Hopefully, more releases will surface in the future. Moomin. When you think of Moomins, a comic series by Tove Jansson adapted into multiple forms of media, you likely think of cute and wholesome imagery. Maybe a little sass and quotable remarks, but happy stuff nonetheless. Not Moomin with a gun. Allow me to introduce you to the 1969 anime adaptation of Moomin, simply titled Moomin. While there have been a few animated adaptations of Moomins, this one is best known for its notoriety due to the creator's disdain towards it. See, it took a sharp turn far, far away from the source material. It was pretty much like source material? No. I don't think I will. In other words, many changes were made from the source material without permission. Most notably, changes in character design such as how they looked and talked, like the mouth movements. There was also the less wholesome inclusions of characters fighting, getting drunk, and, of course, the gun stuff. The series ran for a substantial amount of time and gathered 65 episodes between 1969 and 1970 on Fuji TV. The series was adapted by Yasuo Otsuka at the same time as their work on the anime adaptation of Lupin III that would see a 1971 release. The production is said to have been riddled with problems, especially halfway through when Jansson demanded they change to a different production company. Following episode 27, the people in charge of the anime switched from A Productions to Mushi Productions. The anime became a whole lot more tame and faithful to the subject matter from here onward. In 1972, Mushi Productions would accommodate another, even more kawaii adaptation. It's Ironically, the more tame second half of this anime that is pretty much lost. Moomin later received various home video releases, most notably on Laserdisc. The Laserdisc releases themselves encompass episodes 1 through 26. This is all of those angry, gun-filled A Productions episodes. The Mushi Productions episodes have not received an official release. The recovered episodes following the 26th episode are courtesy of home VHS recordings. A good amount of episodes have been recovered, but a big chunk of them still remain lost due to a lack of release and uncertainty if they have ever even been preserved at all. The Unreleased X Japan album. X Japan is a well-known metal band that has been active since the 1980s. They are known for bringing that unmistakable heavy metal image to a mainstream Japanese audience. They still perform to this day, though took a short break when the vocalist left the band in 1997. There's a lot of lore to that, it would take me a while to explain it all. Their last official release was Dahlia in 1996, shortly preceding the disbandment and later tragic death of band member Hide in 1998. A would-be addition to the X Japan discography would be an unreleased album that the band had began production on after getting back together in the late 2000s. That is, if it saw an actual release. Yoshiki, a member of X Japan, has stated that this unnamed and unreleased record features re-recordings as well as brand new tracks, about half and half. It's also known to have had a long production period. It took place roughly between 2008 and 2018 before ultimately being cancelled. Yoshiki had also stated that recording for the full album was completed. The recordings of the tracks took place in 3 studios in total, 2 in Los Angeles and 1 in Tokyo. Who knows if this will ever see a release though? If it did, it would be noteworthy in that this would be the first and only album release with Suzune, the guitarist who replaced Hide in 2009. It is really hard to say if this album will ever become public in any way though. The drama surrounding this band is something I could go on a whole deep dive into in all honesty. Frontal Attack. Frontal Attack is a lost track from a very niche shooter game for Windows. The game, released in 2000 as Shusou Gyoku itself, is easily obtainable. And one would think if the game is out there, then you can just take the song from the game, right? Nope, not correct, unfortunately. The song was only used in the 1999 prototype of the game and was taken out for the finalized release a year later. Though, strangely enough, this prototype did see a release itself, however. It was titled Nijian Shusou Gyoku. This prototype was only made available at a small event called Hatoyama Matsuri that was held on the Hatoyama campus of Tokyo Denki University. It was in 2018 when the creator of the game posted gameplay of the prototype to Nico Nico and viewers were able to hear a portion of Frontal Attack. Then he deleted the video 3 days later. To this day, Frontal Attack has not been recovered in full. Ring Suzune. Hatsune Miku is a vocaloid. What that basically is a program by Yamaha introduced in 2004 that allowed the user to create music and lyrics to be sung by the fictional anime girl the software provides. There is a variety of Vocaloid software, and each one has a unique character with unique vocal traits. There exists within the Vocaloid catalog one unreleased anime vocalist. Her name is Ring Suzune, and she is lost media. Ring Suzune was announced in 2011 and set to be released in December of that same year. Unfortunately, that never happened, and we don't know why it never happened. Ring Suzune herself came about following a 2011 contest where consumers could design their own Vocaloid. This contest was called Everyone's Vocaloid Project and actually had 2 winners. These 2 winners were Ring Suzune and Hibiki Rui. The latter never left the early developmental stages, and a voice actor and release date were never announced. This is different from Ring Suzune, who was cast with a voice actress and had a release date. Though 2011 came and went, but in 2012 a beta version of Ring was released among a very small group of people at an event. And by small, I mean under 20 people attended this event. It was also around this time that the Ring Suzune project was passed on to Vocaloid Next, which was a sister company. In 2014, the project was passed on yet again to a Swedish company known as PowerFX, though Yamaha eventually halted the project, claiming a release was not possible due to many obstacles. They never elaborated more beyond this. The only known lost media for this project is that of the 2012 Ring Suzune demo. Who knows how many exist and who even owns them at this point, but I find this to be among the more unique lost mediums I have encountered thus far. I mean, it's a lost anime girl. Noah's Ark. This lost game has become a little more well-known as of late due to exposure in a video by Wang. What it basically is a lost adventure game made for both Mac and Windows computers that saw a release in 1995 in Japan. Discussions surrounding this game initially came about through 4chan, where two links were shared. These links were for two web pages that date as far back as 1998 and confirmed the actual existence of the game Noah's Ark. Also, what's interesting is that these two web pages from this time period are promoting the game in both Japanese and English. This could, perhaps, suggest the existence of an English version of the game, or that the game was partially in English. It's really hard to say since the Japanese version is lost as it is. The game appears to have had nothing to do with the biblical tale, but rather appears to have science fiction elements and takes place on Mars. It's similar in structure and visuals to the game Myst. So, web pages advertising this game have been discovered, but how do we know if it actually was released or not? Well, the game did turn up on Yahoo Japan auctions and sold. The auction came and went before there was any attention on this lost game, so it's unknown where it ended up. We do have photos of the box from this auction though. A magazine article and print advertisement covering Noah's Ark have also been discovered. They feature the release date and some additional screenshots. The biggest find to date, however, is this footage from Digital Boy magazine. The actual game itself, however, is still completely lost. The lost early music of Sora the Troll. This one was another email suggestion, so thank you so much for sending this my way. Sora the Troll is a Japanese YouTuber. The suggestion email I received literally described him as Filthy Frank meets abroad in Japan, and that sounds pretty cool to me. Their real name is Nishimatsu Kiyomi. Prior to his YouTube career, he was in a band called Crab Crashers, and a number of his old songs with this band have been brought up on the Lost Media subreddit. Lyrics to some songs are supposedly lost, though there is one song that is partially lost and one that is completely lost. The completely lost song is The Insecure Hero, and the existence of this one was found on their MySpace page, so that should tell you how old this song is. The partially lost song is called Faith Was in Me. The original recording is lost, but Sora did upload a clip of him performing it live in 2011. There's not a whole lot to this one. Honestly, as far as content creators go, we can often simply grow out of our older works and choose to remove them from our accounts and, move on and pursue new, bigger projects. The release of these tracks is ultimately up to the creator. The disjointed face and the lost commercial it comes from. A 2011 YouTube upload featuring a commercial of Kincho Dondo body warmers featured a brief yet disturbing image at the end of the video. People who had watched this video were intrigued by the uncanny and disfigured face at the end above all else. This clip at the end with the face was very brief, only a few frames, and had no sound. Just the graphic of that smiling, disjointed face. Most of the comments on the video are regarding this, not the Kincho Dondo body warmer commercial that the actual upload is entailing. Was this brief clip with the face perhaps added intentionally by the uploader? That doesn't seem to be the case for a number of reasons. The quality of the footage itself remains consistent throughout, and there's this green bar seen in spots on the right side of the screen that also add up. It suggests that this all came from the same ripped televised broadcast. With all of that said, it's generally believed that this clip is from a commercial or TV show. Now, who did this face belong to? Nobody was certain, but suggestions were made. Some people theorized that this was some kind of celebrity, though the most common suggestions were actually Japanese artist Taro Okamoto or Spanish painter Pablo Picasso. This art theme was quite intriguing, and many suggested that this was a commercial for an art exhibition. It was also noted that the body warmer commercial itself had aired in Hokkaido, so it would have likely been some kind of showing in that region. Another possible theory is that this was a promotional ad for the 1983 book series World Famous Paintings by the publisher Hebonsha. There's also a little hint as to when this was broadcasted at the very start of this clip, right here when this specific logo is shown. The screen reads, "Hagure Gumo will continue after this message. Please look forward to it." Hagure Gumo, or Vagrant Cloud, is a manga series that ran from 1973 all the way up until 2017. However, a film based on the manga was released on April 24th of 1982. Assuming this was one of the initial airings, that would place this commercial in April of 1982, possibly precisely on April 24th. Heck, some even theorize that the face is a part of the anime itself, but that can easily be debunked by just watching the movie. It's online. I did do that, by the way. It's not bad. It's kind of like an inverted version of Vagabond, the manga Vagabond, if that makes sense. On that note, I've also recently started reading the manga Vagabond, and it is really, really good. Anyways, as of right now, this commercial this clip is from has yet to be definitively identified or found.
みんなの歌や演奏を洋楽団の演奏とっても素敵ね春の
Between 1995 and 2002, some rather concerning stage shows made their way to different locations throughout Japan. These productions initially appeared no different from commonplace ones such as the Urusei Yatsura and Sailor Moon shows we just talked about. I mean, this just kinda looks like a standard issue Doraemon stage play. I mean, yeah, a little low budget, but nothing particularly noteworthy to delve into, right? Well, once the actual subject matter and plot of the play itself was looked into, that's when it became pretty noteworthy. These inconspicuous live-action productions were run by Kenshokai, a religious organization founded in 1957 within Saitama City. In addition to the public shows, these plays were also presented at Kenshokai's religious camp retreats. Oh, and yeah, while many of you are already likely assuming this, these plays were not created with the permission of the creators. I assure you, TV Asahi had no say in this. So, what does the play itself entail? For starters, Doraemon and Nobita, the main characters of the original series, are depicted as devout, loyal followers of Kenshokai. Like, really, really into it. During the course of the play, they continuously ridicule a man named Taisaku Ikeda. And who is this? A character from the series, maybe? No actually. He's the president of another religious organization known as Soka Gakkai. Apparently this was a religious organization that Kenshokai greatly detested and generally disliked. The Doraemon show claims that they're in some kind of conflict with each other. These Kenshokai productions remained in obscurity until 2015. This was when a video recording of one of the Doraemon shows surfaced onto Nico Nico Doga. From here, people in Japan memed on it a whole lot. Following this online spread, some came forward claiming many other versions of the Kenshokai stage plays did exist. Productions that also illegally use characters from Super Sentai, Pokémon, and Anpanman. Tokyo Kid Brothers theatrical performances. Partially lost. Early 1970s. Among the most unique and obscure Japanese lost media I've come across is that of Tokyo Kid Brothers, a Japanese musical theater troupe founded by Yutaka Higashi that has been active since 1968. And before I go any further, I do want to give a special thanks to Reddit user CoolDude35 for providing a lot of the info and sources regarding this theater troupe and their history. Tokyo Kid Brothers have an extensive discography and an equally extensive history of performances. Interestingly enough, one of them actually being a take on the iconic Japanese superhero Golden Bat, as stated by a few New Yorker articles I came across. We'll be talking about some lost Golden Bat media later on in the video as well, so look forward to it. A history of Tokyo Kid Brothers releases is up on Discogs, and that aspect of their history is well documented. The element that is not well documented, however, is their performances prior to 1975, as the majority of them are lost and not available. What's particularly notable about this is that Tokyo Kid Brothers had an extensive transition in their musical style and aesthetic after 1975, as their content after that date became more pop and mainstream. Their performances before 1975 are described using words like experimental, provocative, psychedelic, and even grotesque. Here's some album covers from that pre-1975 era. Footage of these early plays exist within the La Mama archives in New York, and there is the possibility of some being stored in Japanese archives. Despite this, none of these performances are available to the public. The audio, however, is available to listen to online through YouTube, and the albums themselves are up for sale too. Totoko Hamtaro Anime Dechu. Recently found anime OVA. 1999. Among my favorite anime to watch after school when I was a kid was Hamtaro. It may very well be the first slice of life anime I was exposed to, and I mean, what's not to love about cute anime hamsters? It wasn't until years later when I found out that not only did the main Hamtaro anime exist from the early 2000s, but also two later series released in 2006 and 2001, as well as the children's manga it's based upon. And then there's also a one-shot animation OVA based on the manga that had an extremely limited VHS release. That short animation being Totoko Hamtaro Anime Dechu. Released in 1999 and predating all the other Hamtaro anime, this animation is a little under 30 minutes in length and has a few differences in characters and plot compared to the 2000 anime series. Among these changes are Hamtaro himself being owned by a different girl, characters being different genders or different in appearance, and Hamtaro being the only character that talks, hamster-wise. This direct-to-VHS OVA is overall a closer adaptation to the original manga by Ritsuko Kawai. This OVA had a very limited release, so much so that very little proof of it existing was available. Confirmation was made of Totoko Hamtaro's existence when this magazine ad was found offering the VHS for sale through mail order. This was one of two ways to obtain this VHS. The VHS was also given out to employees at Shogakukan, the company that made the OVA, if they had children in the age demographic of the animation. For quite some time, this animation was completely lost, and it was unknown how many copies existed and if any were still out there. The only way of actually finding this piece of lost media would be to ultimately find one of the VHS tapes. And luckily, I can say that this did end up being the case. When a copy of this extremely rare VHS tape popped up on a Japanese auction site, the admins of a Hamtaro fan site called Ham Ham Paradise came together in order to purchase and share this animation that was almost lost to time. Totoko Hamtaro Anime Dechu was ultimately uploaded to YouTube in its entirety in 2017. If you're familiar with Hamtaro at all, you can tell that the art style is different to the later anime. It kind of feels like that meme where you're like, "Mom, I want Hamtaro," and your mom's like, "We have Hamtaro at home," and this is the Hamtaro at home, you know? Like, you can tell it didn't have the highest budget, and it may have been made to just figure out how to adapt this series about hamsters to an anime format, but it's really interesting and endearing in its own way, and I'm really happy this one ended up being found. And you know what? Hamtaro is a really good and underrated anime, so go ahead and drop a like down in that comment section below if you like Hamtaro. And yeah, moving on. Pro Golfer Reiko. Partially found TV drama, 1987. This drama series, having aired between 1987 and 1988, is really something. While there isn't a whole lot available regarding the series, I do know this. It's essentially Skeibon Deka, but instead of a yo-yo, the girl uses a golf club and golf balls. And yes, it is as crazy as it sounds. And to those lovely viewers of mine out there who aren't familiar with Skeibon Deka, it's a manga turned iconic 80s drama where the main character is a high school delinquent who attacks her foes with a yo-yo. It's a pretty fun and entertaining series, and if you're into that whole 1980s Showa era Japanese delinquent thing, then definitely check it out. And now, back to the lost media. Pro Golfer Reiko aired on Fuji TV and had 23 episodes. It's listed on web pages as a sports drama, but from the opening and very few clips available, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of the actual sports happening. I mean, I do see the golf, but mainly delinquent golf stuff, which are 3 words I never thought I would ever have to say in the same sentence. It is speculated that this drama, which was likely just trying to grab a chunk of that sweet Skeibon demographic of the time, did very poorly and never re-aired due to horrible ratings. As a matter of fact, I can't even find official confirmation that all 23 episodes aired at all, so it is possible that some may have never been seen or broadcasted, though I really am just speculating this part. So far, at the time of me recording this video and speaking into the microphone reading the script, Pro Golfer Reiko only has the first episode, the opening, and some advertisements found. And while there aren't really any synopsises I found online, from what I've gathered from the first episode, based solely on me watching it and doing a very, very rough translation at the last minute, since this is kind of a late addition to the video, is that Reiko essentially had a first love, a boy named Shinya, and her father was a pro golfer who taught her how to golf, and she's really good at golf, hence the pro golfer name. But then things take kind of a dramatic turn as her father accidentally hits her in the chest with a golf ball and hospitalizes Reiko. This causes Shinya to get really mad and beat up the dad. Now, while Reiko is unconscious and hospitalized, her father is brought to despair and grief by the accident and ends his own life. After this event, Reiko wakes up and her and her mother really struggle to make ends meet. Due to the current state of her life and aggression as well as her own grief, Reiko rebels and becomes somewhat of a biker delinquent type character. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. I'm doing a very rough translation at 3 in the morning, so if I got anything wrong, feel free to comment it. Oh, and I forgot to mention, all of this happens before the opening credits. And again, despite only seeing a very little portion of this series, Pro Golfer Reiko is dramatic and amazing. I have no doubts of this, and I would love to see more of the series. But yeah, as previously stated, Pro Golfer Reiko received poor reception. Because of this, it may be tricky to find more episodes, and who can say whether or not Fuji TV still has these episodes, considering it's a series that ended up failing. I really would love to see more of this though. That first episode was a trip. Also, quick shout out to the YouTube channel Skeibon Deka Saki-sanabashi for telling me about this. Sazae-san. Partially found anime television series. 1969 to present. Sazae-san is essentially the original slice of life anime. Despite being about the everyday life of a Japanese family, the titular Sazae-san being the housewife, the series continues to air weekly and remain among the most popular broadcasts on Japanese television. It usually follows Sazae-san and her family with some lighthearted and wholesome content. Examples include Sazae-san getting lost in a mall and the family thinking of buying a car. Really simple but really wholesome family stuff that Japanese people today consider the traditional old-school Japanese family. And there's a lot of comfort in that, I think. This is a very long-running series, and there's an abundance of everyday life topics explored throughout the years. The older episodes serving as kind of a time capsule that shows how Japanese family life was at the time of its creation. Though, despite the elaborate and extensive library of Sazae-san episodes, a really big chunk of them are officially lost media. Being a beloved staple of of Japanese television since 1969 and an iconic manga since 1946, Sazae-san is up there with long-running anime such as Doraemon, Cran Shin-chan, and Chibi Maruko-chan. As a matter of fact, Sazae-san is the longest-running televised anime in Japan's history with over 7,000 episodic segments. While it's important to consider that the episodes are only about 7 minutes in length, that's still an insane amount. What's even more insane is that many of these episodes, as I said, are completely lost. But to understand why, we first have to understand the creator of Sazae-san, Machiko Hasegawa, and her wishes for the series that are upheld and respected to this day. Born on January 9th of 1920, Hasegawa was among the very first female manga creators. She initially created Sazae-san all on her own in 1946, and the comic was eventually picked up and circulated by Asahi Shimbun, a Japanese newspaper, in 1949. The Sazae-san manga closely resembles comic strips found in Western newspapers rather than the style of most manga, but Sazae-san also began the format of 4-panel manga that in itself is a common format used today in a lot of comedy series. Hasegawa herself was never married and was incredibly private towards the end of her life. After retiring from creating manga in 1974, with almost 30 years of working on Sazae-san, Hasegawa stopped appearing on television and out in public. She passed away in 1992. Hasegawa had very specific wishes when it came to her creation, wishes that are the reason all these episodes of Sazae-san are missing. It was Hasegawa's request that episodes of Sazae-san were never released to home video. This, in combination with the fact that home VHS recording of broadcasts was not available at the time of Sazae-san's earliest days, makes the majority of these episodes lost. Another contributing factor is that once Sazae-san's episodes air, they don't re-air. There are a few exceptions to this rule, however, seen in the re-airing of early episodes for anniversary specials. There are those who record the episodes in an attempt to preserve as many as possible outside the studio's archive, but a lot of the episodes posted online are taken down with copyright claims. While it is a shame a lot of these episodes aren't viewable, I do respect the actions taken to respect Machiko Hasegawa's wishes. These actions are still taken 28 years after her passing, and it really shows a level of respect and consideration that's taken priority over making money off these video releases. So yeah, it is sad, but also really commendable. Hey guys, Future Sakura here, making some corrections with my video because the first upload did not have these facts and now I know them, so here they are. And this is something I did kind of know about before I uploaded, just forgot to add it, but Sazae-san, the first couple hundred episodes at least, maybe 500, I forgot, there's at least a couple few hundred. They're up on Amazon Prime Video in Japan, up for viewing, so if you have a VPN or if you're in Japan, you could definitely go and watch those very early episodes of Sazae-san. Now, in regards to the ethics of this, and if this respects Hasegawa's wishes, I don't really know personally. It's kind of pushing it there because it is a release and people are paying for that service, so I don't know about that. Preservation-wise, it's cool, but I think we all knew that it was preserved in the studio to some extent. So, I mean, I don't know. But yes, I am making the correction. It is, those early episodes are available for streaming. Super Mario Attack and Super Mario World 1989 build. Lost arcade game and early build of Super Famicom game. 1996 and 1989. Now, I couldn't make a video like this without including some kind of Nintendo media. I just love Nintendo too much. And while doing my research, I did find 2 Super Mario World related pieces of lost media, and they're kind of related to each other, and one of them doesn't have a lot of info known about it, so I'm gonna compile them into one segment right here. Super Mario Attack is an arcade game developed by Bon Presto in 1996 based on the 1990 Super Nintendo Entertainment System game Super Mario World. Now, like I said, there is not much known about this game, but I do find it interesting that it was developed by Bon Presto, which is typically known for making merch like stuffed animals, figurines, stuff like that, but also that it was a Super Mario World game made in 1996, 6 years after Super Mario World. So the gameplay of it is simple enough, nothing too elaborate. It basically has Mario landing on different items of different values, and the value is determined by the amount of medals you get, I believe. It was only released in Japan, which makes sense. It looks like a pretty obscure release itself. Looks like something that was in arcade games to earn prizes, but nonetheless, it is pretty interesting to me. The most interesting aspect of this, at least in my opinion, is that it's a full arcade cabinet and it's lost media. Meaning to me that they didn't make a whole lot of these arcade cabinets, and the few people who have them are probably private collectors who either haven't shared much of them or just haven't dumped the ROM because they don't want to. That's unfortunately the case with a lot of lost media, particularly games. Though I do feel like there's probably one of these Super Mario Attack cabinets somewhere in some old arcade in Japan, and the owner themselves probably doesn't know that it's lost or rare or of some kind of importance in the lost media community. Despite that, it's not lost completely. There is gameplay footage on YouTube. There's screenshots as well. I think the biggest thing is that we don't have the full game available. The ROM is not dumped online, and that's the biggest thing, and that's why it's lost media. Next, we're gonna go all the way back to 1989, a year before Super Mario World was actually released, and we're gonna take a look at the partially found early build of Super Mario World. So, like I said earlier, Super Mario World is a Super Nintendo Entertainment System game that was released in North America in 1991, but prior to that, it came out on the Super Famicom in Japan on November 21st of 1990. Super Mario World does have a bit of an extensive history, as it began development in early 1987. In the earliest days of development, Super Mario World actually started as an elaborate port of Super Mario Bros. 3 to the Super Famicom, just in order for developers to see how a Mario game would work on the new hardware. Despite this port just being a test, it did have elaborate new sprites for the Super Nintendo and looks kind of like a different game. It was in 1990 when the 1989 build, as it is dubbed today, was shown off in a Japanese magazine. It is clear in these photos that the 1989 build is a very different game from what we got eventually in 1990. To begin, the overworld map was completely different from the finished product, and the small Mario sprite was different as well. This build of the game also had a total of only 16 levels. You can tell that this build is very similar to the Super Mario Bros. 3 build, in that it has a lot of similar sprites and aesthetics. Regarding developments in the search, unfortunately we haven't seen any information and visuals on this 1989 build since that 1990 magazine article. Despite this, the magazine article does have quite a few images, and it's pretty interesting to compare it to the final release of Super Mario World. In addition, some unused sprites from Super Mario World can be found in the SNES burn-in test cart. There are a lot of images that originate from 2chan that are nothing short of uncanny and creepy. The Make Me Cute or Kawaii Kusasete image is one of the infamous images that originated from 2chan on their boards. One that amassed fame for totally unrelated reasons outside of Japan, such as within creepypastas and horror games. This image is often referred to as a Henna-Barbus Hennicide, whatever the heck that means. That name did not originate in Japan. The origin of the image itself is not from a creepypasta either. This uncanny nightmare fuel actually saw its first appearance on a 2chan board with no creepy story attached. Instead, the poster who attached it gave forth a challenge to try and make this unpleasant image into something cute and endearing. And people did try and make this image cute, and the results really varied. The Make Me Cute thread dates back to the year 2004, that iconic year in 2chan history I mentioned before. That rhymed. I didn't mean it to rhyme, but it rhymed. There's also the text attached to this image. It's basically a chain letter. If you're an aging millennial like myself, you may remember the era before smartphones, when you didn't have folders or chat logs to keep track of text messages. They all just piled together like an email inbox. It was awful. Also, the cameras were really bad, but golly did Motorola Razrs sure look cool and fancy back then. Anyways, back in this era, every now and then, I would get these annoying texts. chain letters that said something like, "Don't delete this! Forward this text to 15 people or your crush will hate you and you won't be attractive, and oh, also you'll die in 7 days, so you better forward this to 15 people!" TLDR, this image is basically that with a spooky image attached for good measure. This specific image with the text was likely used in email chain letters as it was 2004. However, earlier versions of this image may have existed in 2chan as well. Like Jeff the Killer, this image was clearly modified from an original image. There have been a number of searches trying to find the origin of these legendary creepypasta images. This one did see a great deal of developments, with an old photo of a Meiji-era doll found to likely be the original image. This original image likely originated from an auction site listing. I don't want to get too into it myself. Plenty of other YouTubers have made videos on this topic that far surpass what I'd ever do on it. I've even helped with one of said videos a little bit. This specific Make Me Cute image, in its infamous state, did surface on 2chan and is considered somewhat of a nostalgic site to many at this point, which is kind of funny with how it's supposed to scare people and stuff. At least back then it was supposed to, you know. Bubblegum Crisis, Tokyo 2041. Unreleased anime series. Early 2000s. Okay, so not much is known about this one, other than that it was an intended sequel to Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040. For those of you who don't know, Bubblegum Crisis was originally a dystopian cyberpunk anime OVA that was released between 1987 and 1991 with a total of 8 episodes. The plot involves a group of female mercenaries who fight robots and junk. There's also great music in it, and it's one of the very first anime OVAs I've ever watched, and is still one I highly recommend. Also, fun fact for this one, the series was worked on by Hiroki Hayashi and Masaki Kajishima. Both would later work on the original Tenchi Muyo OVA, Tenchi Muyo Ryuoki. Also, both Hayashi and Kajishima were inspired to create Tenchi because of a few ideas they had for Bubblegum Crisis that never came to fruition, such as a Hot Springs episode, and the whole harem thing with one guy and a whole bunch of girls. Now, Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040 is a retelling of the original that premiered on October 8th of 1998. It's kinda similar if you've seen Dirty Pair, another 80s anime. There's Dirty Pair Flash, which is an alternate retelling with different art style more modernized to the 90s era, and Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040 is kinda the same thing. To the original Bubblegum Crisis, that is. Don't get me started on 80s anime, I could go on for days. Also, another fun fact, October 8th, the date that Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040 came out, is actually my birthday. Is that a fact? I don't really know. But anyways, since the original Bubblegum Crisis OVA was only 8 episodes and Tokyo 2040 was 26 episodes, this series definitely had more wiggle room in terms of story, and was able to elaborate on the plot a little more. Now, here is finally where Tokyo 2041 comes in. See, there's not a lot of information on this, like I said, so that's why I've been kinda setting up for it up until this point. So, Tokyo 2040 came out in 1998. Fast forward to 2002, when ADV Films, who distributed the Bubblegum Crisis series in the West, teased that a sequel for 2040 was in the works. So the series was in limbo for quite some time and nobody heard anything on it until finally in 2007 when Matt Greenfield, who worked at ADV Films, stated that the anime was delayed due to a lot of the production team behind 2040 being busy on other projects. Unfortunately, this was the last we ever heard of Bubblegum Crisis 2041 altogether. ADV Films eventually became defunct in 2009. The only word of this anime actually existing at all comes from ADV Films, which is interesting considering it's a company that only distributed anime and did not have anything to do with the production of it. No images exist of Bubblegum Crisis 2041, and it's unknown how far in development it actually got. All we have is this fan-made title that I found on the Lost Media Archive. The Lost Films of Sadao Yamanaka. Completely Lost. 1930s. Sadao Yamanaka was both a director and a screenwriter who lived from 1909 to 1938. Known to have directed and released 26 films in his lifetime, only 3 are known to exist today. The other 23 are completely lost media. Yamanaka was known for making jidaigeki or historical films, though did mix in elements of comedy in his work as well. Yamanaka is known to be a key figure in the development of jidaigeki genre films as a whole. The 3 surviving works, titled Kochiyama Shosun, The Million Reel Pot, and Humanity in Paper Balloons, are his final 3 works and were released between 1935 and 1937. The final film, Humanity in Paper Balloons, premiering while Yamanaka was away fighting the war. Unfortunately, Yamanaka died of illness while on the front lines in Manchuria in 1938. He was only 28 years old. While the 3 films I mentioned are for the most part complete, we unfortunately do not have much information regarding the other 23 films aside from some titles. No still images even exist from these lost films. The 3 existing films, however, are regarded as excellent and critically acclaimed for their narrative, performances, and style. The subject matter of Yamanaka's films, as far as we know with what has been preserved, mainly took place in Edo-era Japan and involved a variety of different characters in order to elicit comedic effect, or build a rich variety and build a dynamic view of Japan in a long past age. For example, Humanity in Paper Balloons provides a rich portrait of Edo Japan by contrasting the struggles and lives of a ronin, a hairdresser who runs an illegal gambling ring on the side, and the hard-up son of a renowned and honored samurai. The diversity presented within well-defined and written characters shines through in all 3 of the available films. While only having watched Humanity in Paper Balloons at the time of this video, I must say that I was left very impressed with that film. I used to watch black and white cinema from the 30s and 40s with my grandmother, and I can honestly say that this film stood apart from what I had seen in the past and is a wonderful film. This knowledge leaves a bittersweet thought in the minds of those who appreciate the works of Yamanaka, as the other films had the potential to be even as excellent as the remaining 3, or even better. While I couldn't find a source detailing how these films became lost, it's likely that they were destroyed at some point during World War II. It's an incredible shame, though at the very least, a fragment of Yamanaka's legacy is preserved and appreciated today. Trigun, The Planet Gunsmoke. Cancelled PlayStation 2 game. 2002. So this is another one of those things where there's not a lot of information surrounding it. It's kind of one of those things where it's stuck in production hell and nothing ever came from it. Despite that, however, I do want to add these kinds of things to my list because I want to spread awareness to them and maybe something more will eventually come out of it. Maybe. It's really hard to say with this one, but I do want to, tell people that, hey, there's this cool Trigun game, because Trigun is awesome. When I think of iconic 90s anime, I put Trigun up there with Cowboy Bebop, Evangelion, Outlaw Star, City Hunter 91, Monster Inc. But to those of you who aren't familiar with the series or simply don't read manga or watch anime, Trigun is a manga that began serialization in 1995. The manga lasted up until 2007, though was switched to a different publication in 1997. In total, being a manga that ran for 12 years. The anime adaptation ran for 26 episodes in the spring of 1998. There was also a movie made in 2010. And a video game would be added to that list, though if it were, we wouldn't be talking about it here in my video. Which brings us to the lost video game, Trigun: The Planet Gunsmoke. The game itself was supposed to be in development by Red Entertainment and published by Sega. This information is known because of a 20-second teaser trailer that was shown at Sega's Game Jam event. This is a video game event that Sega used to put together in the early 2000s. However, this would unfortunately be the first and last time we would ever see this game. With no concrete information known on how long this game was in development, we really only know that the game was cancelled due to confirmation of this by Sega. Aside from that, the only other thing Sega has said regarding this game is essentially no comment. Despite the amount of concrete information that we don't have, there is plenty of speculation on why this game was cancelled. See, only 4 months after the unveiling of Trigun: The Planet Gunsmoke, Red Entertainment released a very similar game titled Gungrave. This game looks very similar in style and has a lot of very similar assets that resemble that of the Trigun universe. Perhaps it is just an interesting coincidence, or perhaps it isn't. Hey again, Future Sakura here, making another minor correction. So, the Trigun creator, Yasuhiro Naito, or Knight though. It's in English and then in Japanese on Wikipedia. But he worked on Gungrave and Trigun. It is a video game and anime series. Not Trigun, Gungrave is. And he worked on Trigun, then moved over to work on Gungrave. So I'm speculating that with this game, the assets were kind of reused, and the creative Trigun was probably working with Sega and decided that he wanted to do something a little different from Trigun to better suit the game. This is my opinion, but yeah, it's not... You can leave it up to speculation, but that's my opinion, and this new information really does help mold what likely happened or possibly happened a bit more. So there is that. Okay, Future Sakura's leaving now. Back to the video. At the end of the day, this has not been confirmed or denied by any of the developers. If Trigun the Planet Gunsmoke was far in development, then there is the possibility of a prototype or something playable being out there. Whether or not we'll actually ever see that or play it is another story. But yeah, to wrap this whole thing up, if you do like anime or manga, particularly the kind of spaghetti western in space kind of deal that Cowboy Bebop provides, then I highly recommend Trigun. King Kong appears in Edo. Completely lost film. 1938. While King Kong made its official debut in the United States in 1933, there are a few Japanese incarnations, including the Japan-made King Kong in 1933, completely different film, 1962's King Kong vs. Godzilla, 1967's King Kong Escapes, and the lost King Kong appears in Edo from 1938. Made only 5 years after the original film. As I stated just now, there's also King Kong's official debut in Japan, known as Japan-made King Kong. It premiered in 1933, same year as the American film, and that's likely because both are based on a 1932 book. King Kong Appears in Edo was entirely its own thing, and quite different from the 1933 predecessors. While the most notable difference is in visual style, as the King Kong suit in this film is a little terrifying, there's also the different setting of Edo period Japan. The film was directed by Soya Kumagai and distributed by the now defunct Zensho Cinema. At the time of its release, King Kong Appears in Edo was released in 2 parts, Part 1 in March and Part 2 in April. Also, some fun facts for you, this film, along with the Japan-made King Kong, are among the first kaiju films. The Edo variant predating the original Godzilla by 16 years. Also, Fuminori Ohashi, who helped create the original Godzilla suit, created the King Kong suit for the Edo film. The film itself follows the kidnapping of one of Hyoe Toba's daughters, who, as far as I know, is just a fictional character and not based on any historical figure, though it does sound like kind of a Dynasty Warriors type name. Or like a Nobunaga's Ambition type name from that game series, if I'm remembering the name right. It sounds historical. So his daughter, Chinami, was of course kidnapped by the boy himself, King Kong. Though in this film, King Kong is a man's pet, cause, you know, giant apes were very popular in medieval Japan as pets. While the summary of King Kong Appears in Edo is out there, the film itself, consisting of 10 film reels in total, is completely lost. This is unfortunately the case for much of pre-war era cinema of Japan, but hey, at least we have a few posters and still images. Pony Metal Uug. Completely lost Microsoft MSX game. Late 1980s. Going off script here, I love the concept of this so much. Pony Metal Uug is just such an interesting and unique concept. I love the art style of it so much. It reminds me of like old school Mega Man. And it's great. Like, I legitimately wish they made an anime OVA of this, or some kind of media that was extended to the point where it was like a long running series. It's so cute. I love the design of girl who is creamy mommy. It's so good. But before I start rambling too much, let me go ahead and explain to you what exactly Pony Metal Uug is. And I'm not going into any extensive detail while I explain this. If you do want a more extensive description of the history and concept of Pony Metal Uug, then hit up Kenny Lauderdale's video, link will be in the description. It's definitely going to cover a lot more than I'm covering, and there's a lot going on with this. Essentially, Pony Metal Uug is a doujinshi that took on an identity all its own within the media created for it. For all those who are unfamiliar with the term, doujinshi or doujin is a fan-made manga that is unrelated to the official media that it's based upon. I hate to describe it this way, but think fan fiction, but manga. Though despite that, famous mangakas such as Clamp and Kenichi Sonoda have created doujins of their own. Being a parody of both Creamy Mommy, an iconic magical girl anime from 1983, and Heavy Metal Elgaim, a 1984 mecha anime, Pony Metal takes inspiration from both series and creates something very unique that ended up gathering a fanbase all its own. This genius creation was created in 1985 and publications lasted up until 1989. This included the doujin manga, a graphic novel, some dope merchandise that I want, a short, well-animated promotional video, and the lost and unreleased video game. What we're going to be talking about today. This lost game was in the works by ASC2? I don't know how to pronounce this, I'm sorry. But they were an electronics firm that had a partnership with Microsoft, at the time at least. The game was intended to be made for the MSX2 computer. Never heard of the Microsoft MSX or MSX2 for that matter? Well, that's because the computer did better in the Japanese market. Kinda like how Laserdiscs were also more popular over there. The MSX computer, available in a few variations and upgraded models, was produced for 10 full years, between 1983 and 1993. A few popular game series saw MSX releases. This includes Bomberman, Metal Gear, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Quest. Unfortunately, Pony Metal Uug was unable to join that lineup as the game was cancelled, with the only proof of it actually existing found in the vague mention in the final volume of the Doujin series, and the animation that didn't really tease the game within it at any point. And some more fun facts for you. A VHS of the animation was for sale at General Studios, who was also responsible for the merch, such as this really highly collectible and expensive model kit, and was available in their catalog for 3,500 yen. That's a little over $30 US. Future Sakura is back, guys. Insert time travel noises or something, I don't know. But anyways, the store that actually sold the Pony Metal VHS tape was General Products, and fun fact about them, they actually sold Gainax's merchandise in the very, very early days of Gainax. Like, we're talking Daikon era, and if you haven't seen Daikon, you should check it out. It's a pretty cool animation and kind of made the anime girl in the Playboy bunny suit a thing. I'm rambling now. Okay, Future Sakura out. Actually, no, Future Sakura's coming back. Also, the cover of the VHS tape, there's no actual, photo of it. So whatever photo I showed for when I said, oh, the VHS tape is sold for whatever, that's not the cover. It's something that's, advertising for it, I think, but it's not the actual cover. Okay, Future Sakura leaving now. Though I'm sure actual copies of this VHS tape sell for a hell of a lot more these days. The animation itself was animated by Anime R, a production company best known for assisting projects by Sunrise that has only worked on a handful of projects alone. Like this Demon Slayer anime that predates, well, the other Demon Slayer, and has nothing to do with the other Demon Slayer. I don't know where I'm going with this joke. The Pony Metal short does seem to be their best known work, though. So, between the teaser in the doujin and the promotional animation, people could kind of infer that there was a game likely in the works at some point, though there wasn't any concrete confirmation of this. That is, until 2018. This was when a Twitter user by the name of Foca Shark, who was involved in the development of the original game, posted some photos definitely proving there was a game in development. And while this is only a handful of photos, it is definite proof, and I would love to see more. Foca Shark is still active on Twitter, and it is maybe possible that they may have some more unreleased media related to the game. Like an early build, perhaps? Though likely not, as Foca Shark has stated that this is the only media they have left from the game, which is sad. So you may be asking, Sakura, why was this game never released? Why was this game likely scrapped? Well, a giant, useless dinosaur is likely to blame. Possibly. Maybe. Most definitely. And heck, this dinosaur itself may be lost media, cause I sure as heck have no idea where this monumental waste of money went off to. Like, if they destroyed it after going through the trouble of producing the thing, then holy moly is that a huge waste of money. That's for sure. Oh, what's that? Want to hear exactly what I'm talking about in detail? Want to hear more about this expensive Microsoft dinosaur of legend? Welp, Kenny Lauderdale's video is where it's at. You should definitely check it out. But yeah, up to this point, this is really all the information we know about the Pony Metal Uug video game. Before I move on, I really would like to express my sincerest thanks to Macfish. They have put a tremendous effort on gathering information on Pony Metal Uug, and it really helped me in understanding almost anything there is to know about this awesome series. There are links provided in the description that include the very impressive collection they have gathered regarding Pony Metal Uug merch, manga volumes, and all that jazz. They really went above and beyond with helping me out, and I really wish I could include all the information they gave me in this video. So again, thank you so much, Macfish. It really means a lot. Castle in the Sky alternate ending. Existence unconfirmed. 1988. Now, this piece has such an odd and interesting story. While the existence of it is not confirmed, it does allow for a bit of speculation. And, in my opinion, that's part of the fun in the lost media community. Castle in the Sky is the very first official Studio Ghibli film. While, yes, Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind came before it, Ghibli was not officially formed and established as a studio until 1985. 1 year before the release of Castle in the Sky in 1986. The film is especially iconic in Japan and has aired on television almost every year since 1988. While Western audiences love Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke the most, I think, my favorite Ghibli film is Whispers of the Heart, and Japan seems to have a special place for Castle in the Sky out of all the other Ghibli films. So, absolutely nothing was known about a possible alternate ending to Castle in the Sky up until 2007 when images had been posted to Mixi, a Japanese social networking site. These images are Castle in the Sky, but also not quite. The images look kinda low-res and have credits over them in some shots. And it is the sudden appearance of these photos that led to the eventual speculation of a possible alternate ending for the film. A Twitter user by the name of Video VHS has been putting a tremendous effort into finding this supposed lost ending. So much so, in fact, that they are offering actual money to the person who can find the lost ending for them. They're offering 50,000 yen to whoever can find footage of it, and a whopping 70,000 yen to the person who can provide the entire lost broadcast, commercials included. There is also a huge effort being made in finding every one of the yearly broadcasts of Castle in the Sky since 1988. While some have been recovered and provided to Video VHS, the same Twitter user offering cash for the missing ending, there are still a number of them missing. Any one of these missing broadcasts being the possible broadcast that broadcasted the missing ending. And within the Japanese online community, there's even this kind of Hitogata style urban legend for this ending as well. More info on Hitogata in my first video, link in the description. As a number of people have claimed to have seen this alternate ending. Studio Ghibli, however, has gone on record denying the existence of the alternate ending. I do think it's possible for there to be an alternate ending, as the film may have been cut to fit into a specific time slot or something, and this may just be an alternate cut of Castle in the Sky. Like, a cut done by the television station themselves who broadcasted it rather than Ghibli, because that would explain why Ghibli's denying that there's no alternate ending. If you do want to hear more on this specific piece of lost Japanese media, there is a video I found that's pretty informative and goes into a little more detail than I have. Link will be in the description. Gaku Shan Sai Hanri. Partially found fan game for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Early 2000s. I'm really into Ace Attorney right now. Like, I've been binging the Ace Attorney trilogy on the Switch, I've watched the anime, and I've just started reading the manga. Yeah, I'm in Ace Attorney hell right now. Don't send help though, I'm perfectly fine here with my boy Edgelord and his meme-worthy quotes. But you don't want to hear me ramble about my newfound love for a game series I was kinda meh about only a few years prior. Nope, you want to hear me talk about lost media. Well, I definitely have some lost media. And what if I told you it's a lost fan-made game based on Ace Attorney, only it's with furries? Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Gaku Shan Sai Hanli, a partially found furry fan game for Ace Attorney released in 2003. So, what do we know about this lost little fan game? For one, we know the creator of this game goes by the name Cheshire, spelt in katakana. We also know that the game was available to download or play online, though the thing is we don't know exactly where the game was playable or where it could be downloaded at the time it was available. English information is a little scarce with this one, though there is a dojinshi.org webpage that kind of details the work and its history to an extent in English. So right off the bat, looking at the art of this game, it is inspired by Ace Attorney and plays similarly to it. You can also tell that there is little furry versions of Phoenix Wright. There's a wolf. Miles Edgeworth is a panther character, though they are not the same characters. They're based on them and have completely different character traits and such. There's also the judge that looks like that idiot judge in the first games, but it's an owl. So all in all, it does take a lot of elements and character designs, outfits, and such from the actual games, but in itself, from what I've read, it's very much its own game and does have original characters and an original plot. Another fascinating little piece of information is the game had original music, which really shows the amount of effort the creator put into this game. So as far as availability, there is footage of the game itself on YouTube, but nobody knows for sure if this is the full gameplay or just one part of the game, and it hasn't been confirmed by anyone if there's more to it or not. The person who uploaded this footage claims that there's no playable copies of the game available. How or why they know that, we don't really know. Though, the latest development in this search occurred on December of 2017 when a Lost Media Wiki user called French Fry Senpai, awesome name by the way, left a comment saying that they managed to download the game by chance years ago. The user does go on to state that there are some visual differences with the demo and the final version of the game and the footage available, and they wonder if it's just a simple demo of the game or an early build. On top of that, it's really unknown if there was a full game or if it was just a demo and didn't go further than those early beta stages. There's no real evidence of gameplay beyond the stuff we have and know right now, though the demo can be downloaded from a link on the Lost Media Wiki if you guys do want to check it out. Because of its age, it does have a little trouble running on certain computers though. I haven't tried it myself as of right now, so just keep that in mind. Either way, my final thoughts on this is that the art is pretty dope. It's original. The girl, cat wolf creature in the art, I don't know if that's a cat or a wolf. I love her design. She's really cute. There's also, I love the Edgeworth design. I love Edgeworth in general. I actually talk about that on my seasonal anime and gaming favorites video. Shameless plug there, but if you want to hear me talk about Ace Attorney more, go ahead and hit that up. If it's out, I'm pretty sure it's out now. Anyways, back to the point. This looks really cool. I love the art style. It's really a good tribute to the Ace Attorney games with the style of it. It looks really cool. It's a shame it wasn't released in a bigger caliber online so that it's readily available. I'm not sure about this Cheshire dude. Hopefully they got the credit they deserve for putting this much work into it. But yeah, it's a cool thing. Good deal.
Chikara to Ona no Yo no Naka. Lost Animated Film, 1933.
Chikara to Ona no Yo no Naka, which translates to Within the World of Power and Women, is very important in that it is the first anime film to have voiceover and voice actors. And because the wonderful world of voiceover did not exist at this point in time, obviously, this film actually used established actors at the time to voice the characters. This included well-known actors of the era such as Roppa Furukawa and Nanko Sawa. And while these names aren't recognizable today, they sure were in 1930s Japan. The creator of this early anime is a man by the name of Kenzo Masaoka. A man who was especially influential in the development of early anime, particularly in being the first anime creator that used cell animation. Masaoka built up an extensive filmography during the duration of his career, beginning in 1927 with Sea Palace and ending in 1950 with Tora-chan and the Insect. The Tora-chan film in particular being the final in a series of 3 Tora-chan films. If you're interested in watching the Tora-chan films specifically, they are available on YouTube. This series of films is really interesting and worth checking out in that they paint an interesting picture for the time period in which they were created. Despite the characters being cats, it really depicts a time post-World War II when people were on really tough times and struggling to make ends meet. The Tora-chan films are a very interesting and historical piece of anime history, as well as the history of Japan as a whole. Chikara to Onna no Yo no Naka has a pretty interesting plot. The protagonist, if you want to call him that, is a father of 4 children. His wife is overweight and abusive. Because of said abuse, the man begins an affair with a typist who works with him and then accidentally tells his wife in his sleep. Later on, the wife goes on to confront the husband and the typist. All in all, it's a pretty interesting story, one that can translate to today's society as well as 1930s Japan, and is pretty interesting. Though, while we do have the summary of what the anime itself entailed, there is nothing else except for a couple of still images. Other than that, no actual footage of this anime exists today, and it's likely gone for good considering the time period it was created in. Though, despite this, we do have some animations by Masaoka still available today. Masaoka did also mentor a couple animators as well, including Mitsuyo Seo and Yasuji Mori. The Golden Bat Millennium version and Golden Bat Mateno no Kaijin. Lost pieces of media associated with the Golden Bat franchise. 1950 and early 2000s. Okay, so I got a lot of requests to cover this one. I was aware of Kenny Lauderdale's video, which you should 120% go check out right now if you haven't. He's really the one to thank for shedding more light on this awesome character. Golden Bat is among the most influential figures in Japanese media, whether people are aware of that fact or not. This superhero even predates Superman with its humble beginnings as a kamishibai story, which is essentially a form of slideshow storytelling that predates manga. The Golden Bat has a number of iterations, ranging from live-action film to its best-known adaptation with the 1967 anime. There's even a manga adaptation by the great Osamu Tezuka. A few of these adaptations are lost media, the most well-known of them probably being Phantomon, the lost English dub. There's also that play by Tokyo Kid Brothers I mentioned earlier, though the contents of that reenactment are unknown. Other than that, there are 2 pieces we're going to look at in this video, the 1950 film and the rumored anime remake titled New Bat Golden Millennium. Let's start with the latter one first. New Golden Bat Millennium version, as the title is officially known as, is technically a short animation done by Shinichi Watanabe, someone who is known for working on anime such as Tenchi Muyo GPX and Sket Dance. The second one being an anime I forgot about entirely until researching this topic further. It's a pretty good series. Anyways, all we really know aside from that is that the Millennium version was released sometime in the early 2000s. I can't even find any info on the producers or studio involved other than Watanabe's involvement as a singular person. I'm not even entirely sure where this anime was distributed. It's just kind of on YouTube, and the music in it is kind of sort of amazing. It is highly speculated that this very short animation was a trailer for a full anime series, anime movie, OVA, or otherwise. And there are various reasons why this could be the case. For one, unlike that Pony Metal promotional film we talked about earlier, New Golden Bat Millennium does not have any form of a story arc or narrative or anything and is very short. It features brief clips of very polished scenes, all of which aren't really related. This animation is very much a fragment of the intended full project, at least in my opinion. I personally think it could either be a trailer or a film made to persuade investors into funding a full series. It is really unfortunate that nothing came out of this, as a lot of old series such as Devilman, Dororo, and Osomatsu-kun-san have found success in modern times. Next, we have the 1950 film. This film, being made after World War II and after the early Japanese King Kong films as well as Sado Nakayama's works, was not lost due to World War II. While not known how it got lost, it's likely that this one was lost simply due to poor storage or because the existing copies were destroyed at some point. The film was distributed by Toei as well, which is interesting considering it predates Godzilla. Now, I gotta be honest, this one is incredibly hard to find information on at all, and barely anything is known about it other than that it doesn't exist anymore. I mean, there's also little tidbits about the plot found in newspaper clippings, but again, go check out Kenny Lauderdale's video. He goes into that, he did all the research on that end, so definitely, if you're interested in this topic, support his video. Like, unfortunately, literally nothing comes up in an English language search, and barely anything comes up in a Japanese search. All I could find in the English search were people searching for info on this film. Honestly, this really is a huge shame considering the historical significance to Toho. Hey, Future Sakura here again. I think this is the last correction, I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, the Golden Bat film made by Toho is actually called The Golden Bat Is Here, and it's from 1970. It is not the 1950 film. And Shin Egasha possibly did the 1950 film. Again, information is scarce, but I was corrected by Kenny Lauderdale himself, and I am adding this because kind of a big inconsistency there. But yeah, Toho is not the filmmaker that made the Golden Bat film from 1950. So yeah, corrected. Joruri. This is a fairly notorious lost PSA in Japan, almost as famous as the mystery of Hitogata. And while Hitogata has yet to be confirmed to exist, and the mystery is solely based upon the accounts of those on sites like 2chan, Joruri has solid documentation of its existence. Well, almost solid, I'll let you guys be the judge. The ad is said to feature a kabuki doll used in Joruri theater as it targets people in a dark alleyway and beckons them to come closer. When people do agree to come closer, the face of the doll morphs into a demon, which to me is similar in appearance to a hanya. The doll is said to become more aggressive and shout "come on" as text appears on screen. Towards the end of the commercial, text on screen appears that reads something along the lines of "let's never keep up with catch sales." The PSA is meant to spread awareness of the threat of catch sale scams in Japan, a Japan that had yet to be exposed to the more advanced scams of the internet. There have been a number of sightings documented on 2chan threads, and all the accounts are very similar to each other. There's also a more detailed account found in this blog post. But now, enter the commercial yearbook. These publications existed in Japan throughout the 80s and 90s and document commercials of a specific year as well as the cast and crew involved. It goes without saying that these commercial yearbooks can be very beneficial to lost media searches. It's within one of these catalogs that an ad strikingly similar to the description of Joruri was discovered within a 1992 yearbook. Here, you can see what resembles a doll in a demon hanya-type mask in the small image provided. The ad listed was titled Karakuri Doll and was created for broadcast within Aichi Prefecture of Japan. That last piece of information is interesting because some accounts of Joruri claim they recall it being an ad commissioned by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. The yearbook provides additional information that correlates to previous accounts. The screenshot provided even has a text overlay that says "no," and this style of edits were mentioned by people online. There are also additional phrases listed. These include phrases that translate to "face of prajna" and "bad business method." The word prajna, to my understanding, is the Chinese pronunciation of hanya. With all this catalog information considered, it is likely that this ad is the mythical Joruri ad that the internet has been searching for. Though this is not confirmed and the ad itself still remains lost, though it does have the benefit of some kind of substantial proof of it existing, which in turn narrows down a specific time frame and company responsible for production. These are things that cannot be said for Hitogata. The lost footage of a broadcast ghost attack. This bizarre broadcasting incident had occurred back in 2014 on Mie Terebi or Mie Television. The broadcast itself on this day was reporting on a typhoon that was occurring in the area. Everything was standard of that kind of news airing, until this image popped up out of nowhere, without any context or warning. The photo itself shows a girl or young woman. She appears to be in a bathroom or locker room of some sort. She's clearly distressed and running away from something. That something appears to be a ghost, due to the appearance being similar to that of an onryo. There's a green tint, as if this came from some kind of night vision CRT footage. Now, clearly, obviously, this had nothing to do with the ongoing typhoon coverage that the news outlet was providing coverage on. It couldn't have been intentional, as that would have been in very, very poor taste during the coverage of something that concerned the safety of the viewers. The image itself was shown very briefly, and it was removed from the screen just as promptly as it had appeared. The broadcasted incident was covered by print news outlets in the days following. And here's the thing. The footage of the broadcast itself is now lost. The damage was done, though, and the brief and bizarre visuals set the internet abuzz. Tweets were sent right after the image was displayed while the broadcast was still occurring, and some forum users exaggerated how gory the photo itself actually was, effectively spreading the incident more so. The official reason given for this image being put on screen was a simple error of equipment operation. But still, where did they even obtain this image? Well, Mie Terebi clarified that on their own Twitter account following the incident.
It seems like a video intended for yesterday's news got misplaced. I sincerely apologize for what had occurred.
So, okay, this was a clip intended for a news broadcast that happened the previous day. But we still don't know where the image itself came from. Some people thought it was likely from a movie or TV show, but nobody can find such a TV show or movie. And that news footage from the day prior? Also lost. Some online users had provided valuable insight to where this footage had possibly come from. Apparently, in August of 2014, there was a haunted house event in Gifu Prefecture based around the Kuchisake Onna, a prominent ghost in Japanese folklore. Also, side note, summer in Japan is known for ghost stories and spooky stuff. Wandering forests at night in the summer is a common activity among students and young people and such, so an August haunted house does add up, in case anyone was wondering that. All of that considered, though, this lost footage has yet to surface online. Though if it does, you'll hear about it from me on my social media outlets probably. 70% water. Here's one I find particularly interesting in that 50% of the efforts in this PSA's production are likely lost media. Allow me to explain though. In the early 2000s, AC Japan made the decision to collaborate with the Ad Council of the United States. Collaboration efforts with other countries have been done in the past, and this specific case was not unique in that aspect. The ad itself features an early CG human made of water. At the start of the ad, the body of water is clear and clean. Text on screen appears that says 70% of the human body is water. The water then becomes dirtied and the body itself collapses in distress. More text then appears on the screen that says the water we pollute will eventually come to pollute your body. This suggests that polluting the water around us, the water that we need to survive, will eventually come around and pollute ourselves. Now, clearly, this is an indirect way of promoting taking care of the environment and keeping our sources of water clean. Topics related to taking care of the environment are very commonplace in Japan, as the country takes recycling, littering, and everything of the sort extremely seriously. This is partly because Japan is seen as immensely successful in their recycling efforts and are somewhat of a success story in that regard. For that reason, continuing to educate future generations is a high priority within Japan. Now, for the lost media. The 70% water campaign is said to be a collaboration effort with the United States. This has been stated around the web, however, information specifying and supplementing this is sparse. There are comments and posts stating that an American equivalent to this PSA aired in a few states. I have also seen claims that people recall seeing this ad in a mall. I have yet to find much supporting information regarding this, but if you personally recall seeing this PSA or something similar in the United States, please let me know in the comments. Maybe we can flesh this mystery out a little more and possibly find this elusive English variant. This Japanese commercial reported on the recent death of the actor who was featured within it. As the commercial aired and played on TV to the public. And not only that, they completely censored out his face. The end result is not only jarring but also pretty scary. Online users in Japan remember it vividly for this reason. So, why did they do this? The way Japan handles the public image and creative works of a celebrity following their passing differs greatly from how Western cultures typically do. What I mean by that is Japan tends to wipe the celebrity from the public eye, whereas America or other Western countries tend to showcase them and profit off of their works. The topic of today's video is a famous Japanese urban legend with a bizarre instance of this, involving a pickle commercial of all things. Today's topic is the Sukemonoya obituary commercial. Our story tentatively begins in 2010 on Japanese social media platform Mixi. It was on Mixi itself, or rather a thread on Mixi, where a user shared a childhood memory that irked them to that day, one they still found pretty scary.
Discovered this from a Mixi topic. Incidentally, I have a vague recollection from my childhood of an eerie commercial for a pickle shop with the subtitle, "This man's name passed away the other day due to cause of death," displayed below a man speaking from the screen. The commercial was edited to hide the man's face and show only his hand. And eventually, the man's voiceover disappeared, replaced by another man's voice, and the commercial itself went off the air.
It seems that this commercial once featured the likeness of this actor, but that likeness was now censored as much as possible from the commercial following their death. Even the actor's own voice was dubbed over eventually, scrubbing away as much as possible of anything that resembled or belonged to the deceased actor. Naturally, others were intrigued. Some even recalled seeing the advertisement themselves when it aired. A few questions began to emerge with this initial post. Who was the actor who died? What specific brand was the commercial advertising for? There's also the basic question of when exactly. What year did this variant of the commercial air, and when did it stop being shown? When was it inevitably replaced with that dubbed version? There was also the mystery of whether or not this advertisement was local or broadcasted throughout Japan as a whole. Following the initial buzz on Mixi, online interest migrated to other sites, most notably 2chan.
If this is true, it would have gone through 3 edits. A commercial shown during and after going through 3 edits would be amazing. I mean, commercials for pickle shops themselves are rare, and the only 2 that run nationwide ads are Fujiko and Tokai Pickling. There's a chance this commercial was local. If they can't just make a new ad, especially after the performer dies, the company itself can't be that big.
That bit about the pickle shop has had me thinking. It's a unique detail, right? Shouldn't this be a bigger part of the investigation itself? I'm sure more theories will come in, like what happened with Hethal Gata, but first I want to ask people if they remember a pickle commercial specifically.
Reminds me of a commercial I've seen. It said something like, "This concert would have a different conductor due to the death of the planned conductor."
Oh, that one was found and put on Nico Nico. By the way, it was local to Miyagi. These edits you mentioned, they're eerily similar to Sunskip, don't you think?
美味しくってヘルシーな SSK のサンスキップ。いいです。SSK。お酒の魚 SSK のオードブルツナが大好きな主人すすき
And from here, speculation only continued. Somebody even created a recreation video of Sukemonoya at one point.
農家の方が丹精込めて作ってくださった野菜をね、ありがたく頂戴したいものですね。
深海漬物です。
It was at this point in time when online users began brainstorming possible theories. And two fairly popular theories have emerged, these two being the Arihiro Fujimura theory and the Q Sakamoto theory. Let's begin with the latter.
Q Sakamoto was a well-known musical artist in Japan, even garnering Western fame for his song Ue o Muete no Aruko under its localized title of Sukiyaki. And while sukiyaki is a Japanese dish, the song itself has nothing to do with it, by the way. Sakamoto was born Hisashi Sakamoto in 1941 within Kawasaki City. He was active in the entertainment industry from 1958 up until his 1985 passing. And while primarily known for his music, Sakamoto had amassed a great deal of television appearances over the years as well. Sakamoto's passing was unexpected and part of a massive tragedy. In 1985, he was among those aboard Japan Airlines Flight 123, known today as the deadliest single aircraft incident in the history of aviation. He left behind his wife and 2 daughters. Now, Q Sakamoto was in pickling-related commercials during his career, most notably for a company known as Tokai Pickling during the 1980s. Due to the timing of the Tokai Pickling advertisements as well as his sudden and unexpected passing, he is a candidate for the obituary commercial. Next, there's Arihiro Fujimura. Born within Chiyoda, a ward of Tokyo in 1934, Fujimura was both an actor as well as voice actor. His acting credits are extensive. However, he's probably best known in the voice acting world for his work on Cyborg 009.
Hello, everybody! Merry Christmas! テレビをカラーでご覧か?
He was known to have spent the majority of his life within Chiyoda as well as Kanda, Tokyo. These are 2 wards of Tokyo that are very close to each other. Arihiro Fujimura had passed away suddenly in March of 1982. During a broadcast of his radio show, Fujimura required emergency assistance and was hospitalized due to his diabetes worsening. This was a pre-existing condition that he was already diagnosed with. A couple of days later, after entering a diabetic coma, Fujimura passed away at age 48. His passing was sudden, especially since he was only in his 40s and still very active in the media at the time. Fujimura's last credited role was for a pickled foods commercial. This is mentioned in his Japanese Wikipedia article. This tweet also mentions the final acting credit, and that he also spoke Korean and Chinese within the commercial. And also that it was aired for years following his passing due to the commercial not featuring his face to begin with. However, there's also tweets that mention the face wasn't cropped out originally.
Around the same time or a little later, I think Arihiro Fujimura did a commercial for Sukemono Shinshin. He wears Chinese clothes and a hat and pronounces things in several languages in a fake foreign cosplay medley, such as Shin 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 in a Chinese style. This kind of fake foreign language was Arihiro Fujimura's specialty.
A third, less popular theory is the local commercial theory. Because properties were reused rather than simply shooting a new commercial, it's speculated that the company being advertised for was a small local pickling shop that didn't have much funding for advertising as a big corporation would. For that reason, they simply couldn't afford reshooting a new commercial, but could perhaps afford to make some small edits, such as cropping the ad and eventually dubbing over it. Now, using a celebrity for a small local commercial is a bit unusual, but not unheard of. Perhaps it was broadcasted in a city or prefecture that the actor was from, This is why I explicitly mention where Fujimura and Sakamoto were born and raised. Due to the timing of the passing of these two celebrities, as well as the reports of eyewitnesses, the year has been narrowed down to between 1982 and 1985. However, some swear they saw this commercial on TV precisely in 1982. Key details of this search and the information that's been gathered thus far has been shared to Japan's Lost Commercial Wiki, a site known to many Japanese online users as simply The Labyrinth. This is due to the sheer volume of lost Japanese commercials and PSAs there are out there. The Sukemono-yo obituary commercial would become one of the site's most popular next to the usual suspects, such as Hitogata and Joruri. That second one, Joruri, being an online commercial that came about based on a lot of online hearsay, and it's now believed by many to be found. The ad itself is from the early 90s, talking about the dangers of street scams. That in itself wasn't too terrifying, but the puppet featured within it was kinda scary.
誘い言葉が売り言葉。怖い話に変わります。電話やハガキによる呼び出しに注意しましょう。
And this isn't the only case of a scary lost Japanese commercial spread on internet rumors and the after effects of traumatizing childhood memories eventually surfacing and proving itself to be genuine.
警察庁からのお願いです。加藤三郎29歳、爆発物不法所持の容疑者。身長165センチ、鼻の左にほくろ。この顔にピンときたら110番。
This lost commercial was just found within the past 30 days, known in Japan as the Wanted Criminals broadcast. Online users often claim to have seen this disturbing bumper late at night as a kid. Now, an unfortunate similarity between the obituary pickle commercial and that of Hethal Gata is that they've both existed as mysteries on the internet for quite some time now. With the first known mention of the obituary commercial being in 2010, we don't really know if any other developments will occur. It was unlikely if any would, as Hethal Gata has kind of gone cold as well. But then, almost out of nowhere, a development had occurred.
Shinshin. 中国語で言いますと、新鮮。ずらりと心身。今日も明日もご飯に心身。漬物なのです。
What? Was this it? This footage was discovered very recently in only June of 2023 by Twitter user Seo Uyama, and it featured none other than Arihiro Fujimura. Here's what the Twitter user's post had to say.
Shin Shin Pickles. I found this version of the commercial with the actor's face cropped out. He, Fujimura, was good at reciting lines from foreign languages. He speaks Chinese briefly here, which partially matches the testimony of him speaking multiple foreign languages in the commercial. Apologies if this info is wrong or posted elsewhere already.
Looks pretty similar to the descriptions I've provided, doesn't it? And in case anyone is wondering about that Chinese bit mentioned, Fujimura does use the Chinese pronunciation for Shinshin right here.
Shinshin.
However, regardless of all these similarities, there are some caveats. Did this specific advertisement air in the 1980s? The broadcast recorded in this video had aired way back in 1973. Various sources state this was a long-running campaign, so that part adds up. The part where Fujimura's face was cut out a whole 9 years prior to his passing does not. One account did say that this commercial never featured his face to begin with, while another claimed that he wore costumes and his face was clearly visible. Maybe there were different versions of the commercial from the start. Or perhaps the ad was never changed to begin with, but the death announcement was added on screen following the actor's passing. And then the dub. So to recap, the air date of this found commercial was well before Fujimura's death 9 years prior, and the face was already cropped out, though we have no confirmation of additional versions. This includes the 1982 obituary variant. That is, if it does exist. I do, however, know this: that the next Shin Pickles commercial would not be produced until 3 years following Fujimura's passing.
日本人だな。
お漬物はシンシン。
So, my theory is this. This found commercial was likely shown between the early 1970s up until 1982 or even 1985. Though the additional edits, that being the obituary message as well as the later dub, following between 1982 and 1985. So, as far as that eerie message and the dubbed over version, they have yet to surface. But what do you think about all this? Do you think that this ad is still out there, having nothing to do with what's been found thus far? Or do you perhaps think that the Shin Pickles commercial is the lost commercial in all its glory? Let me know in the comments. Further discussion and brainstorming is what helps these searches along after all. As far as the opinions of those in Japan, many are convinced that the Shin Pickles commercial is the advertisement that was lost. Though nothing has been definitively confirmed.
No one is coming home. A lost PSA by the Japan General Insurance Association. Airing around the year 1980, the ad displays the outside view of an apartment complex. All of the units have lights on, aside from a few in the middle that are completely dark. The ad focuses on these specifically as the sound of a car crash can be heard. This is then followed by an ambulance siren and the narrator stating that nobody will be coming home that night. The television advertisement still remains lost, only described through accounts on the internet, though newspaper advertisements have been found, one showing the apartment complex in question. This newspaper was able to credit the creator of this ad as the Japan General Insurance Association. As of right now, the full ad still remains lost. Chemistry is heading to the unknown world. This PSA, having aired in 1993 and 1994, was once lost media. The ad was created by Tokuyama and features psychedelic DNA-themed imagery. There's also shots of the human body as well as bombs. The intended message is the issue warning of the direction of future scientific advancements, for they were venturing into the unknown, as the on-screen text suggests. Tokuyama themselves are a company focused on chemistry as well as electrical advancements. Fun fact about this one, towards the end of this video you can see this white silhouette of a human. This is very similar to a print ad by Tokuyama that features two human silhouettes. In this one sole regard, it is very similar to Hitogata in its key attributes, and some even thought this print ad to be a screen cap of the real Hitogata for a short time. It's not. There is a version of this advertisement that was only broadcasted within Yamaguchi Prefecture in 1994. This specific variant of the ad still remains lost media. And this specific case is a case of lost media that was based upon eyewitness accounts and only eyewitness accounts for quite some time. It was not until the 2011 discovery of a 1995 commercial yearbook that the ad was honed in upon and recovered, thus providing a success story in Japanese lost media. This urban legend is infamous to online users in Japan, and the thing is, it could be an urban legend, or it could be a completely valid and real collection of files that is now lost media. This story begins in 2006. This was the year that a highly concerning file was supposedly leaked online. This file is recalled as specifically being leaked to Winnie, a Japanese peer-to-peer file sharing program that was popular and frequently used around this time. This Winnie program itself was downloaded through 2chan itself, as an archived version of the defunct webpage and 2chan thread states. Winnie was especially popular to 2chan users, as the file-sharing service had the same appeal as 2chan itself did. This was because both web pages could be utilized anonymously, and as you can imagine, this could provide a platform to share and discuss various unsavory topics and activities. Among these was a disturbing file referred to as the Hon File. Within this file is said to be a collection of images arranged in a way that tell kind of a narrative. All photos feature the same woman pictured throughout various milestones of her life. While reports vary regarding the specific photos in the file, most accounts state that the series of images begin with the woman's school entrance ceremony, followed by later life milestones and images of the woman taken when traveling or on vacation. The claims also deny any risque or suggestive photos existing within the file. At the very end of the collection, the very final photos are said to take a disturbing turn, as these photos, or photo depending on the account, show the woman at her funeral, within a casket after she had passed on. Some claim the woman's face is visible, while others state it was a photo of the woman herself that was placed on top of the coffin. Some online had touted outlandish tales of this file being cursed, that it finds you, whether it's forwarded suddenly or presented online. It finds you when it's ready to find you. Some legends claim that the files add photos each time a user opens it, that each file is added at the end and is a photo of the viewer at their very own funeral, suggesting they're next. While plenty of accounts can be found on Twitter, blogs, and elsewhere online, the file itself remains lost and its existence unconfirmed. In addition to the accounts, frequent mentions of Hon File's curse can be found as well. The topic of the Hon File was featured within an original video anthology series known as The Curse of 2chan. 8 volumes of the series were made between 2010 and 2014. Each episode details real events that had occurred within the site's boards. Its inclusion in the series is noteworthy because this series focuses on substantial events and confirmed occurrences. It doesn't really touch on things that are unconfirmed to exist, which suggests that the file and threads discussing it could have still been floating around at the time this video was made and directly used as sources. Mentions of the Hon File go as far back as an infamous virus known as the Kintama virus. This malicious spyware spread throughout P2P programs at the time, and this could prove to be quite telling of the file's origins. The virus is known for extracting images off the user's computer, for them to be later posted online without their knowledge or permission, among other awful things. And for that reason, many speculate that the Hon File are files that come from somebody's personal computer and were extracted by the Kintama virus. Now, the earliest surviving mentions of the Hon File that can be found are within archived threads discussing Winnie specifically, with some referring to the girl in the photos as Akemi-chan rather than Hon. Some also claim that these photos were taken from a family member's personal computer by the Kintama virus, and that it was originally somebody's personal memories of this girl, possibly named Akemi. This information was uncovered by Japanese YouTuber The Tubero, highly recommend by the way, who put a great amount of effort in locating the source of these rumors and potentially the file itself. While the file itself remains lost media and it's unknown if it still exists online in any form now, many mentions of the file still remain. Not all of them, and not the very first mentions, but there are still plenty online. The Tubero themselves believes that the file itself definitely existed, as there's just too much discussion among those who saw it, in addition to some recognizing the girl as Akemi, for it to just be a spooky rumor. In addition, the Tubero was able to locate records of a file similar to Hon. This one supposedly contains photos of a couple, but ended with images of the funeral of one of their grandparents. The photos could have been stolen by the Kintama virus and may have contained the virus as well. The program Winnie is still around today, but it's common knowledge how dangerous using it can be. It's also just not commonly used in this day and age anymore. So if you ever do encounter a file like the Hon File, just don't open it. Just don't.
Hitogata.
And now for the moment many of you were likely expecting. When it comes to Japanese PSAs, Hitogata has caught the attention of many outside of Japan due to its mystery and search efforts. This one is possible lost media, though not confirmed to actually exist. Being another case with its foundation laid by Tuchan accounts and nothing concrete like a print ad or catalog entry, this PSA is seen as simply an urban legend to many in Japan these days. Something taken seriously in its early days on the internet, though not so much anymore. For those unfamiliar, Hitogata is a rumored lost PSA that is said to have aired late at night anywhere between the 1980s and early 2000s. It's said to display two white silhouettes that fade in and out in a synchronized fashion as the sound of railway crossing sirens can be heard. It is said that something along the lines of every 2 seconds someone dies appears on screen, though the accounts and phrasing does vary. AC Japan has been contacted in regard to this ad and claim they have no association with anything remotely like this. Hitogata is speculated to be a PSA for railway safety due to similar accounts of the railway visuals and sounds, though nothing has been confirmed despite the search going on for quite some time. It is possible that something like this does exist, maybe it was only ran briefly and in a specific area, but for now its existence is unconfirmed. If you would like more information, I highly recommend the Lost Media Wiki article as well as their official Discord, as search efforts were active on there and now documented.
BS Zelda. Partially found video game for the Nintendo Satellaview service. Nintendo's Satellaview service was pretty ahead of its time. Essentially, it was a satellite-connected modem created to connect to the Super Famicom system. The service was launched in 1995 and lasted up until the year 2000. Again, being super before its time, it was a video game streaming service long before PlayStation Now and GameTap. On another note, does anyone else remember GameTap? In addition to games, Satellaview subscribers could also access magazines and other online content. The satellite connectivity was provided by the Japanese satellite radio company Saint Giga, which was the first satellite digital audio broadcast corporation in the world. Whatever that means. Anyways, because the service was only accessible via satellite, games weren't available in physical form. And because the games were only available via download through the satellite service, they were only available during certain time slots, much like a TV program, and were sometimes discontinued and unplayable after certain dates. The most interesting element of the Satellaview service itself was the special exclusive games available only on the Satellaview service. This includes an updated and enhanced remake of The Legend of Zelda that was never released after the service was discontinued. Because of this, the game, BS Zelda no Densetsu, that's Japan language for Legend of Zelda, means partially lost, and in case you were wondering, that BS stands for Broadcasting System, not the other kind of BS. As I said before, the games on the Satellaview system were only available during certain time slots, very much like an actual television station and very much like TV before TiVo or DVR recording. BS Zelda no Densetsu was originally broadcasted during August of 1995, though it was on reruns in September, October, and November of 1995, as well as January of 1997. The game was released in 4 parts, meaning one different part each week, and this made it especially hard to obtain the entire game in any form, video, ROM, or otherwise. Despite that, as I said earlier, the game is partially found. The only known ROM dumped online comes from the 3rd week broadcast of the game, making the majority of the game still lost. There was also supposed to be narration over the game, done by voice actors playing Princess Zelda. This is unfortunately lost as the narration elements were broadcasted and not part of the game data itself. As a huge fan of Nintendo, especially the Legend of Zelda games, I would love to see this game released in some form in the future, and to be able to play it. The fact that there's a remake or enhanced version of the original Zelda out there that isn't completely available is pretty interesting to me. Hopefully it'll be available sometime in the future. And this isn't the only Satellaview exclusive game out there. There's a few others, and I'll cover them in future videos. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Phantom Blood. Years before the immensely popular 2012 anime by David Productions, there was another anime adaptation of Phantom Blood.
the first part of the long-running manga series JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, known in Japan as JoJo no Kimyo na Boken. The film, aptly titled JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Phantom Blood, was a completed film that was 91 minutes in length. The film was produced by Studio App and had a theme song created by Japanese hip-hop group Sold Out. The film did see a theatrical release. It was released in celebration of the 25th anniversary of Hirohiko Araki, the creator of JoJo's 25th anniversary as a manga creator. It was also released to coincide with the 20th anniversary of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure manga. The film was co-produced by Bandai, who holds the rights to make JoJo's Bizarre Adventure video games to this day. The film was in production for a few years at least, as it was initially teased at the Tokyo International Anime Fair in 2004. Bandai had even made a PlayStation 2 game based on the Phantom Blood manga to coincide with the release of the game. After the theatrical release, with the last showing being held on April 9th of 2007, the film was never shown again. The official reason for this has never been stated or confirmed by an official source. Despite that, there has been plenty of speculation throughout the fanbase. I mean, these are JoJo fans we're talking about. I'm one myself, so I know how they be. The reasons include poor reception, Studio App losing the license to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure after the theatrical release, and some also speculate that the creator himself despised the film. The Phantom Blood film was missing key scenes from Part 1 and outright excluded important characters, like Speedwagon, who was both popular and essential to the plot of Part 1, and you seriously can't do that to my boy Speedwagon. A theatrical trailer for the film is available for download on the film's webpage, and for a while, that was the only found footage available of the film itself. It was not until 2012 when a YouTube user posted 16 minutes of the film with no voices and only music. The poster was a student at the Academy of Arts University, and the uploaded video was a sound design assignment. This is because a work print of the film's first 16 minutes was provided to the university by the film's composer. These 16 minutes are the only available footage of this film that have been found, making it partially found. Though with Speedwagon missing, is it even worth watching at all? Mobile Adapter GB, Pokemon Crystal data. Lost Japan-only mobile adapter DLC for Pokemon Crystal. If you're a huge Pokemon fan like myself, you may have assumed that Diamond and Pearl were the first games with internet accessibility. Well, what if I told you that the first Pokemon RPG with online functionality was Pokemon Crystal version, way back in the year 2001. And, I mean, online gaming was definitely a thing before 2001. Phantasy Star Online slapped on the Dreamcast, but as far as Game Boy Color games, that's pretty before its time, at least in my opinion. Anywho, the Mobile Adapter GB was an accessory for the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. It essentially was an adapter that connected your Game Boy to your cell phone and allowed internet access that allowed multiple features to be unlocked in games, including the one few legit and official ways to catch Celebi in the second-gen Pokemon games. The online service also allowed the option to battle and trade Pokemon and offered event Pokemon, special mail, and eggs to be downloaded through the service as well. Unlike today's video games, save files were more fragile and testy back in the early days of Pokemon, as save files were stored on the RAM of the cartridge and that save state and data fully depended on the battery that was within the cartridge itself. And as somebody who has witnessed the corruption of my save file due to that battery running out on my Pokemon Silver cartridge, the one that had all my childhood Pokemon, it's not fun. But yeah, this essentially means that when the battery goes out, the save data becomes corrupted and lost. And I mean, you can, however, change the battery, and this allows the games to be saved again, but you can't do it between save states, at least in my experience you can't, so it kinda sucks. My rambling about Game Boy cartridge batteries does have a point though, I assure you. See, because of the fragile save states of these games, that meant that files with the data downloaded from the Mobile Adapter GB are lost to time. And of course, there is the very small chance that there is a cartridge of Pokemon Crystal out there that still has a working battery with a save file of this very obscure phone DLC that costed a lot of money to download and buy and maintain. I mean, there is a chance, but it is a very slim chance. It's also worth taking into consideration that the Mobile Adapter GB was not popular and did not sell very well in Japan. It was discontinued only a little bit after a year of its initial release. This is a situation kind of similar to the Satellite thing, where this data was downloaded through online content, you had to access it online, and it is possible that Nintendo could still have the rights and the files for this data and this lost content. So, I mean, there's hope of actually finding it that way. And, I mean, it's not completely lost. There's still some data from menus and unfinished English translations that have been uncovered and made available online. So, I mean, there's that. Pink Crows, lost music video animations from 1985. Long before the presence of the band Gorillaz, in 1985 there existed a short-lived cartoon band titled Pink Crows. As the name suggests, it's a band consisting of 4 pink animated crows. The crows were officially described by media outlets as a pop group of aliens. Hence the pink color, probably. The band was created as a side project of an artist known as Nobody. There were 3 singles released in total, all in 1985 and available to listen to on YouTube if you'd like to give them a listen yourself. They're not bad. The third and final single, titled Suddenly Want You, was used as a theme song to an anime called Showa Ahozoshi Akanuke Ichiban, an anime that ran from 1985 to 1986 that I actually really want to check out upon looking it up. The music video itself was the first of 2, the second being for the song Kanojo wa Pinkish. And I say music video rather than music videos because it was the original understanding by fans that the video for the second single was the only music video created for Pink Crows. But the existence for the first single's music video was confirmed later in the translation of an article in Anime V magazine. And while not entirely confirmed, it has been speculated that the first lost music video is for the song Here Comes Pink Crows, as that would be the band's first single in their discography. It is also believed that the music video was released by the end of April of 1985, and that the music video for the second single was released by the end of June 1985. This is again according to magazine articles. According to the Japanese Wikipedia article for Pink Crows, the music videos were worked on to some extent by the animation company Sunrise. Sunrise is known for working on anime like Cowboy Bebop, Code Geass, City Hunter, and even the new Inuyasha sequel series airing this year, Yashahime. Even an article published in My Anime magazine features multiple images from a promotional video for the band. Later on, through the tweets of a Twitter user known as Starzans, it has been discovered that the Pink Crows band was managed by somebody named Terumi Yoshida, and that the music videos were directed by Takeji Yamana. Other information found within these tweets are that the videos are 100% animated and that the Pink Crows have a rockabilly style. Aside from the tweets, the most information available regarding the lost videos are found in multiple magazine articles that covered Pink Crows in 1985. This includes My Anime magazine, which featured a 2-page spread discussing the music video in the April 1985 issue. The title card for the music video was also discovered through this article as well as multiple stills from the music videos themselves. As of the recording of this video, both music videos do remain completely lost and unable to view online in any capacity. This could possibly change if a television station or the producers or somebody with the rights to the video releases it at some point. There is a decent chance of these music videos being seen again, since they seem pretty well documented and there was a lot of press surrounding them at the time. The Nickelodeon Japan shutdown. Partially lost TV station. While Nickelodeon was a staple for children's television in the West, in Japan that isn't really the case. Or at least for the television station itself, it isn't. Some iconic Nick shows, like SpongeBob SquarePants, still air in Japan today and are really popular. Though SpongeBob doesn't air on Nickelodeon. In Japan, it's currently on TV Tokyo, though it's been on other channels like MTV Japan. It's also strangely entertaining to watch SpongeBob in Japanese. Don't really know why. So yeah, long story short, popular Nick shows exist on different channels in Japan. The TV station itself, however, had a more brief and obscure history. Well, if you consider a little over a decade brief, I mean I personally do, because that's not really that long in comparison to United States Nick. Nickelodeon Japan launched on November 15th of 1998 and was exclusive to DirecTV originally. It later went over to Sky Perfect TV in 2000. There's a good amount of information available for the lineup of shows available. They were basically Nick shows with different titles and a Japanese dub. As well as that, there were blocks of programming provided and complete schedules that can be easily found. And while a lot of the dubs remain lost, which again, that's going to be a topic for another video because there was a lot of lost dubs, the shutdown of the channel itself remains pretty mysterious. Footage of the sudden shutdown remained lost for quite some time, and it's not really confirmed if it's been found or not yet. We'll get to that in a little bit. On September 30th of 2009, Nick Japan abruptly went off the air due to gradual drops in viewership. There are 2 known videos claiming to be footage of the shutdown, though in my opinion they look a little janky and fake. Though, while I was editing and creating this video for y'all, I did notice that a 3rd video has surfaced, and this one actually looks legit, so if it is, that's pretty exciting news. Going back to the original 2 videos posted, the first one was uploaded to Nico Nico and featured a SpongeBob bumper that cut out abruptly. The other one shows the Nickelodeon Japan logo and cuts to bars and then later static. As I said, neither video has been confirmed to be real, and there's not much validity and there's not really any way of really proving them true. Both of them may be fake, both of them may be real, all 3 of them might be real, depending on what provider. It's really mysterious and hard to really find any credible evidence to any of it, which makes it even more interesting in my opinion. But yeah, like I said, in a recent comment on the Lost Media Wiki page for the Nick Japan shutdown, there's actually someone with a link to the 3rd recording that I mentioned. This one looks the most legitimate, like I said, and it was uploaded on March 23rd of 2020. This video shows end credits and a Nick Japan bumper before cutting to a screen, likely from the service provider, like a Dish Network kind of thing, saying there's no service or there's no channel available. The actual Japanese on this screen says, "Kono channel wa arimasen," by the way. But yeah, there is no real way of confirming the credibility or realness of any of this, so perhaps we'll just never know. Fantasy VI, the interactive CG game, also known as Final Fantasy 64, a lost playable tech demo. So, I love Final Fantasy. 7 is easily one of my favorite games of all time. And so is 6. And 8, regardless of what people say or think about 8. So, of course, when I found out that there was a tech demo featuring full 3D renderings of characters from Final Fantasy VI that was made for the Nintendo 64 in 1995, I was pretty hype. And a little sad since 6 is an amazing game and definitely needs a remake just as much as 7 did. The really interesting thing about this piece of lost media is what it suggests and the history behind it. Specifically because this demo is for the Nintendo 64. See, Squaresoft, as Square Enix was formerly known, was making Final Fantasy games exclusively for Nintendo consoles up until that point. But when 7 was in development, the developers felt that 64 wasn't technologically advanced enough to handle the lengthy narrative they wanted to tell with 7, particularly with how Nintendo chose to have 64 games on cartridges. And of course there was a Nintendo 64 DD, but that's a subject for another day and another video on Japanese lost media because that's pretty extensive. Look forward to it. Long story short, this led to 7 being released on the PlayStation in 1997. The lost demo itself was unveiled in August of 1995 at SIGGRAPH 95, a convention that also had the premiere of the Jimmy Neutron pilot, which is a pretty cool coincidence. And as mentioned previously, it featured characters from Final Fantasy VI, characters being Terra, Locke, and Shadow, as they were involved in a turn-based battle that had a lot of elements that were eventually moved over to Final Fantasy VII. The quality of these models and the animation for the tech demo is pretty impressive for the time, and could easily pass for a finished game in my opinion. While the demo itself is lost, there is footage of the gameplay that has survived, as the footage was made available for the public on a PlayStation promotional disc. This disc contained a playable demo of Final Fantasy VII. A playable demo of Final Fantasy 64 itself, though, it's still lost. Totsugeki Human, lost live-action TV series from 1972. Totsugeki Human, translated to Assault Human. I'm doing that because there's exclamation points between the words. Is a Japanese tokusatsu series that aired from October to December of 1972. Tokusatsu is a genre of Japanese television and film, and it's basically live action with a large amount of costumes, props, and special effects. The word tokusatsu itself translates to special filming. There are a few popular examples of tokusatsu. These include Gojira or Godzilla, and Super Sentai, which was localized for a Western audience to be Power Rangers. What is known about Assault Human is that the show ran for only 13 episodes and has a plot similar to Kamen Rider or Super Sentai. It involved a former gymnastics coach that transformed into a superhero to protect children targeted by monsters that suddenly appeared. Unfortunately, the entire show is lost in its original form and has never been released after its television run. Toho, the production company, has been reported to have accidentally recorded over the tapes of Assault Human with another program, something that, like I said, was pretty commonplace in the early days of Japanese television. And a home recording of the show is extremely unlikely since this was the early 70s. Monsters of Assault Human do still exist in another form, as the suits were used in another show, Ike Green Man, which is another tokusatsu show that ran from November of 1973 to September of 1974 and has 54 full episodes. I believe some of the monster footage from Assault Human is also used in this series, but I couldn't really find a definitive answer or report regarding that, but I do know for sure that the suits were used in this show. There was also a series of live performances that took place following the finale of Assault Human. These typically took place in small venues like shopping malls. An amateur recording of one of these performances does exist. Big X, partially found Osamu Tezuka anime. Osamu Tezuka, known as the father of manga and even the god of manga, created manga and anime as we know it today, with his most famous creation Astro Boy, or Mighty Atom as it is originally titled in Japan. While Astro Boy is the best known and most influential, Tezuka-sensei gave life to a plethora of manga and anime up until his death in 1989. Also, going on a little tangent here, I highly recommend checking out the anime adaptation of Dororo, the recent one, as it's pretty dope and pretty wild. Anywho, long story short, Osamu Tezuka has created a lot of great stuff, and much of it received anime adaptations. Among those, airing in 1964 and 1965, was Big X, the adaptation of a manga that had began serialization only a year earlier in 1963 and was still running. The anime of Big X itself is notable in that it was the very first anime series produced by Tokyo Movie or TMS, which is best known for the anime adaptations of The Rose of Versailles, Akira, and Sonic X. The plot of Big X itself is about a boy who can increase his body size to that of a giant, and this is from the result of a failed Nazi experiment. The really wild thing is that this plot is roughly based on an actual experiment that actually took place during World War II. Because Big X never received a home release of any kind, the majority of the series is lost, as only 21 of the 59 episodes are known to still exist. Jerry Beck, a collector who had the first episode available in a 16mm print, had attempted to show the film at one point, but was forbidden from doing so by a TMS executive. Beck did, however, end up loaning the film to the studio to be copied and archived. According to TMS, the anime series itself is lost. As of the recording of this video, episodes 1 and 11 are viewable on YouTube. They are also subtitled in English, so that's pretty cool. It's my hope that someday the recordings will be recovered, though film back then was often recorded over, and thus a lot of things are pretty much lost to time and unrecoverable. I still have a little hope though. The many lost music videos of Mina no Uta, partially found NHK show. Mina no Uta, meaning everyone's songs in English, is a long-running Japanese program that features 1 or 2 music videos over a span of 15 minutes in each episode. The show first debuted on NHK in 1961 and is still airing today. It showcases new music and new episodes are released every 2 months. Because of its long run and lack of any home release, many of the unique music videos remain lost, specifically the early broadcasts between 1961 and 1982. It has been estimated, according to Lost Media Archive, that about 500 of the 1,300 music videos that aired during this time are completely lost. The majority of these missing music videos are likely completely lost, like completely gone and unfindable at all.
as the 2-inch videotapes with the early Mina no Uta episodes were reused to record other NHK programs. Back in the day, tapes were very expensive, and it made more sense financially to just reuse the tapes for other programs. Though, in honor of the show's 50th anniversary, in 2011, an excavation project conducted by NHK was initiated in an attempt to recover as many of the lost music videos as possible. And the good news here is that at least 90 of the music videos have been successfully recovered since the start of the project. Not only that, but 200 pieces of audio have been recovered as well since the start of the project. Some of these recovered pieces of media had the opportunity to be re-aired in 2012 in a television special about the show. With the project still going, hopefully more music videos and pieces of audio at least will be found. As a fan of Showa era music, I really do have my fingers crossed on this one. Doraemon, 1973 partially found anime series. Now, this is something that's been talked about a lot by a few other people on the YouTubes, so I wanted to save it for a little later in the video so I could get some more juicy obscureness in first. So, Doraemon is pretty much known by everyone in Japan. It's kinda like the Peanuts or Scooby-Doo is to Western audiences. It's one of those things where, while you may not be a fan, you've definitely at least seen the characters before. The series itself, revolving around a robotic cat with no ears, began as a comedy manga by the mangaka duo Fujiko F. Fujio in 1969, and the original manga ran up until 1996. The best known anime adaptation of Doraemon is the second series that ran from 1979 to 2005, and is the one most people grew up with and know fairly well. Doraemon is still a common staple in Japanese television, as the current iteration began airing in 2005 after the end of the 1979 series. However, before the 1979 series, there was another series that very few actually know about. This is the Lost 1973 series. Well, partially lost. This was a short-lived adaptation that ran for only 26 episodes from April to September of 1973. This adaptation was produced by NTV Video and was less comedic in tone than the 79 series. Due to numerous issues within the production company, ranging from budget, the resignation of the original president, and the eventual bankruptcy of the studio, Doraemon's 1973 adaptation was not extended for another season. NTV was unfortunately dissolved due to the bankruptcy, and that's where things get a little complicated. When the production company went under, the film reels of the anime were all sold off and ultimately separated. It's even possible that some of these film reels were thrown away or completely destroyed as well. At least, that is what has been reported to have happened to properties of the company that were unable to be sold off. Back then, people didn't really see the value of film reels, or animation cells for that matter. The 1973 anime was rebroadcasted briefly in 1979, but was pulled quickly due to the new anime's release. This was so that the viewers would not confuse the older series for the newer one, or vice versa. After this, the first anime adaptation of Doraemon was never seen again. That is until 1995. This was when 3 episodes of the 1973 series were discovered by Studio Rush, known today as Imagica. The episodes found were 18, 20, and 26. The production chief of the original Doraemon anime, Masumi Jun, was fortunately able to uncover other segments within his own search in 2003, though some did not have the original audio. In 1998, a videotape recording of episode 18B was also discovered. Later on, in 2004, a Japanese student created a blog dedicated to finding rare advertisements and scarce information. By the end of that year, an anonymous person had sent the blog owner a recording tape that had included the opening and end credits for the 1973 Doraemon anime. Decent quality footage of the opening and ending exists as well, and I was able to easily find them on YouTube. As for the remaining episodes, some other segments have been found out of the 26 since 2004, and still images and animation cells have been uncovered as well. The list of media available and uncovered for each episode can be found on the Lost Media Wiki page. Monster School, Lost Japanese Puppet Television Show from 2003. This is another pretty popular search, and for good reason. Despite airing from 2001 to 2006 for a total of 5 whole years, there is absolutely no footage available for the show,
or its 54 episodes. Just let that sink in. An entire TV show airing at a time where it could have been easily recorded by someone at home. A show with 54 episodes in total is not available anywhere online. Like, what? That being said, very little is known about Monster School, aside from the basic premise and how the show looked. Basically, it was a children's show that aired on NHK and was live action, but the characters were portrayed by puppets. The series was aimed at children and served the purpose of teaching its viewers important communication skills. Probably manners, etiquette, stuff like that. It featured a colorful cast of course, monsters. A good number of these monsters were based on Japanese folklore. Other than that, we do know that the show revolved around a second-grade boy who attended school with a wide variety of monsters within his apartment complex. It is also believed, though not completely confirmed, that the main boy, Nobrio, had a sister named Kotenga. This is only based on speculation from episode titles, since that's all they really have to work on. Aside from this info, the only actual media found include 2 low-resolution screenshots and the brief upload of a YouTube video by a user titled Dadistalon? Forgive me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but the video did contain the full second episode. And this isn't something you can really go look up and watch now, as the episode uploaded was unfortunately taken down by NHK and is no longer available. With that said, I'm fairly confident that NHK has this series documented somewhere in a warehouse or at their studio or whatnot. I don't really think that this is something lost to time like a lot of the older pieces of media. I think that this may be a copyright issue with the creator or something like that, just a legal reason why people aren't able to actually watch the show. Though hopefully in the near future we'll be able to watch Monster School and see what it's all about. Osomatsu-kun, found original 1966 anime series. Now, if you're an anime fan, you've probably heard of Osomatsu-san. It's a comedy anime that serves as a sequel to Osomatsu-kun. Osomatsu-san is pretty crude but very funny and even heartfelt at times. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it already. But today, my friends, in this video we are not here to talk about Osomatsu-san, we're here to look at Osomatsu-kun. The original 1966 black and white anime that's vastly different in tone and comedic style than the 2015 modernized sequel. Osomatsu-kun basically follows the comedic shenanigans and daily life of identical sextuplets and is based on the manga by Fujio Akatsuka, a name as famous as Osamu Tezuka in Japan. There was also a remake in 1988. As I briefly touched upon a little earlier in the video, older media was not stored or preserved very well at all. For years it was believed that the entirety of the 1966 series was lost completely at some point during the 1970s. The search had an unexpected happy ending as the series was rediscovered printed onto 16mm prints within a TV station warehouse in 1990. This fortunate discovery allowed the re-airing of Osomatsu-kun on television and the release of the series on both VHS and later DVD. This allows for hope that someday other lost series may be found in some warehouse somewhere. Who knows? The Japanese Pokemon anime pilot. Found original 1997 airing. While the original Japanese first episode of Pokemon is readily available, there was an original edit of the episode only seen during its initial premiere in 1997 that was lost for quite some time. The reasoning behind this lied in the initial airing of the December 16, 1997 episode Denno Senshi Porygon, best known in English as Electric Soldier Porygon. Yes, I'm talking about the seizure episode. This episode, being the 38th episode of Season 1, saw a lot of serious issues upon its airing and is infamous within the Pokemon and even the Nintendo fandoms. This episode, being the one and only time Porygon has ever been seen in the Pokemon anime, only aired one time in the anime's 20-plus year run and is best known for the Pokemon Shock incident. The incident itself resulted in 685 viewers being taken to the hospital, with 2 having to remain hospitalized for at least 2 weeks. The episode itself contained a scene with rapid flashing lights triggering photosensitive epileptic seizures in the hospitalized viewers. Definitely some scary stuff. The event itself triggered the aftermath of a 4-month hiatus for the Pokemon anime until it returned in April of 1998. Upon returning, scenes of the anime were heavily edited in order to prevent future incidents. Among these altered episodes was the very first episode of the anime that existed in an edited form from that point on. With the original pilot only airing 1 time before the Porygon incident, it was lost and unavailable to view for a very long time. Though years later, episodes of the original Pokemon anime available in the format presented during the original airing were made available on Hulu Japan, though the original cut of the first episode remained lost. It was not until May 2nd of 2015 when Pokemon Peru, a fan group, was able to upload the original 1997 version of episode 1, making it available after 18 whole years. And just to be safe, I am not 100% certain that the first unedited episode of Pokemon contains any kind of lighting that will affect a seizure or trigger any kind of epileptic occurrence. So if you do check that out on your own, please be careful. I don't want anyone to get hurt and just want to be safe, you know. Anyways, moving on.
This 1987 Japanese commercial saw bizarre and unusual changes made to it after airing for many years. What were these changes? I'm going to show you the original and edited versions of this commercial and you can see for yourself.
SSK の3スキップ好きです SSK お酒の魚 SSK のオードブルツナが大好きな主人好きじゃじゃーん123スキップ123スキップ3スキップおいしいよおいしくってヘルシーな SSK の3スキップ好きです SSK お酒の魚 SSK のオードブルツナが大好きな主人好きじゃじゃーん
Did you catch that? For some reason, the company made a decision to omit the likeness of the woman playing the mother entirely. Not only that, but those edited shots seem to have included new freeze frames instead of the shots of the mother, and the music becomes slightly off-pitch with these edited shots. So instead of showing that mother character anything of her at all, they instead opted to show these jarring and very forced freeze frames instead. Even watching this myself for the first time, I recall being taken aback and very confused. Also a bit creeped out.
Why did they do this in the first place?
Back when this video was still in development, I even teased it on my Instagram account, asking viewers what they thought had happened. And people definitely had varying answers and opinions. Though, despite all of the comments I had received, not a single one had correctly guessed what had happened with this commercial.
Today we're going to be looking at what's referred to as the Sunskip commercial mystery, an infamous 2chan topic and internet mystery.
Let's start from the top. Sunskip is a Japanese canned fish brand produced by company SSK or Shimizu Shokuen Kaisha since the 1930s. They've had many commercials over the decades, though Sunskip is the best remembered and the only one to be edited like this. This specific commercial, complete with unique jingle, began airing in the early 80s, though the version with the woman edited out was not introduced until around 1987. Like I said, that original version with the woman's face ran for years before they decided to revise it.
If this was just a simple creative decision, wouldn't they revise it sooner? And for lack of better words, wouldn't it just simply look better?
What's interesting, aside from the timing of everything, is how off the crop shots look. Most notably, this one with the foods at the table. They cropped out the actress holding the tuna can with the brand name and logo on it, the actual product they're advertising for, and instead show the foods on the table with no identifiers or markers as to who's advertising it. You would think that they would begin that shot with their hands and the product itself. Instead, they avoid it entirely and freeze on this off-centered shot of the food for a bit instead. From a marketing standpoint, that's a bit odd. Almost as if they had no choice but to remove her hands.
It appears odd, hastily done even. Many online users found these edits suspicious. The initial 2chan post says it best.
The canned food manufacturer SSK's Sunskip commercials were broadcasted during the Supertime time slots. For some reason, the image of the important product is out of focus in the edited shots. The editing is strange and unnatural looking. Looking at these edits, I can't help but think, did something happen? Many users agreed, including this detailed post mentioning some logical possibilities they recalled being discussed in the 1980s up until that time of posting. Was it edited because the actor's contract expired and she couldn't show her face in the ad anymore? The quality of the editing is not suitable for airing, though. Furthermore, they kept this advertisement up for quite some time. Was it perhaps a problem with sponsors or production costs? Did the original tape containing the advertisement get damaged in some way? Was the master tape lost at some point over the years? Or maybe, just maybe, they intended to do this so it would look like a broadcast incident and appeal to the viewer and stand out in their mind even more. All of these theories, for the most part, seem believable. However, more disturbing rumors and theories surfaced by many as well. The majority had assumed that something bad had happened to the actress playing the mother, where SSK was left with no choice but to remove her face and likeness entirely. Either that or she committed some kind of crime. These darker theories ended up becoming more popular among those discussing Sunskip, and these theories also made sense. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Entertainers are often banished from the media if they've done something illegal or scandalous.
Wiping an entertainer entirely from a piece of media following their passing has also occurred. If you're familiar with my video on Tsukemonoya or the pickle obituary commercial, then you're already familiar with something like that.
This commercial was also uncovered, announcing the death of a conductor in an advertisement for an orchestra and replacing the original advertisement with that original conductor with a new last-minute version. Unfortunately, Tsukemonoya may or may not remain lost media. And here's the thing. At this point in time, in 2001, both versions of the Sunskip commercial were lost media too. Everyone in this thread was going off of memory and recollections. But what's so interesting about this is that many users remembered seeing the commercial, down to the lyrics of the jingle itself, and their memories all matched up. This Sunskip commercial in both forms had aired nationally for a huge portion of the 1980s, so that made sense. As more and more people said they remembered this advertisement down to the channels, time slots, and dates it aired, the search efforts only grew.
Technology was a bit lacking in 2001, however, and not many people out there were equipped to rip and upload a VHS tape back then.
Though, 7 years later, in 2008, interest surged once again with a new thread and plenty of posts elsewhere online. It would take another 5 years beyond this, in 2013, for the commercial to be recovered, or at least one version of it. The version found ended up being that edited variant. At this point, some wondered if the version with her face even existed at all, but many swore by it. It wasn't until more years later, in 2021, that the original version of the commercial, the one with the woman's face, was found. And that gave online users a lot more to work with, to officially confirm that the commercial was edited to remove that woman specifically.
So, next question. One I myself and many of you out there are likely wondering, just who was that woman in the commercial?
Why was the woman removed? Did something really happen? Likely something involving her? Online users began trying to figure out who she was. And finally, this post was made in 2013. It was around this time when a user on 2chan had recalled seeing her fairly recently. According to this poster, the woman who played the mother in the Sunskip commercial was now a jazz singer, and they had recognized her from her jazz shows. Apparently, again according to this poster, they had become a jazz singer in the 1990s and was active at the time of this post, that time being in 2013. At that very point in time in 2013, any user reading that post could just go and see her perform. You know that Sunskip commercial mentioned in the previous thread? The one where the mother's character was in the picture when it first aired, but then suddenly cut off from the screen with only her voice left? Well, I've seen this actress before recently. And you can't imagine my surprise to hear so many awful things being talked about here. Horrible things like death, serious illnesses, and crime. The truth is that she's still very healthy and has been active as a jazz singer for about 15 years now. Though, of course, people began questioning this user and researching this themselves. And it was here when this site was discovered featuring her. She performed at this specific jazz club within Hanamatsu City. Her stage name was clearly listed, that name being Saito Itsuki Felicia. A blog post was also discovered mentioning her vocal talent at this jazz club. They had nothing but good things to say about Saito and included plenty of photos of her performing. And Googling her stage name brings up plenty of photos of her performing as well, even some from recent commercials. She definitely has a presence online, though I was unable to confirm if she was playing at that jazz club still. I mean, personally, my mom loves jazz and I would love to bring her to see one of Saito's shows if she was still around playing. But yeah, long story short, the actress seems to be doing very well today and maintains a healthy and fulfilling career. But then, if that's the case, why did they censor the advertisement? Why did they wipe her away from the commercial completely? We still don't have answers as to why that happened and why they did that. I mean, those edits are still pretty bizarre. Well, then came this post, written by somebody claiming to have spoken to a relative who had this actress and singer as a mutual friend. Also included within this post was a video. What you just saw was a commercial for a completely different canned food brand by a company known as Hotte. This commercial began airing in 1987 and featured that same exact actress from the Sunskip commercial. Was this something she was allowed to do? Apparently yes, and here's why. The original Sunskip advertisement began airing in the early 1980s. I myself couldn't find the exact date, but it's definitely at some point before 1985. The actress who played the mother had a contract that required her to be exclusive for a number of years. However, by 1987, that exclusivity period ran out. This allowed the actress to perform in other tuna ads, namely this one where she's also a mother with some kind of dance routine involved. This supposedly became problematic for Sunskip's own campaign, as this new Hotte commercial was broadcast on the same channels and even during the same time slots and commercial breaks as that of the original Sunskip spot. So what did they do? Rather than create a new advertisement altogether, especially if it meant discontinuing such a successful commercial, they made last-minute edits and cuts to remove the actress. So that way, the two commercials and their competing brands wouldn't be confused with each other. In addition, this poster also shared information on other commercials Saito was in during her time acting. By the way, the person who played the mother appeared in many commercials in the late 70s to the early 90s. She's affiliated with the management company Oscar and has worked with various brands such as 7-Eleven, beverages, banks, newspaper companies, and automobiles. You can even still find and watch commercials she did for butter cookies and toy makers. These commercials were made during the Sunskip era, that being the early to mid-80s. And once again, this is all according to a post claiming to explain what happened. The level of credibility certainly is unknown, but I will say it does add up and does make sense. Especially since what's concrete is that the actress is still alive and active and well today. The commercial was not edited because of her passing or because anything bad had happened. The timing of the two advertisements, those being the revised Sunskip ad and Hotte, are pretty telling as well. So, for the most part, it seems like the internet got its answer, and the Japanese internet is convinced. Especially after the full unedited commercial was recovered only 2 years ago. Found media and actual answers to questions are uncommon with creepy internet mysteries like this, so it's refreshing to talk about some actual success stories and online rumors being proven true. It is not something I get to do often. However, that doesn't make that edited version of the commercial any less creepy. At least to me. But what do you guys think? I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions on this little mystery.
Footage of Yukiko Okada's Heartjack Tour. Existence unconfirmed. 1986. On April 6th, she performed her final concert. The show was part of Yukiko's Heartjack Tour, and there was a lot of marketing and promotion leading up to it. Audio of her performances, particularly from the Nagoya show on April 6th, are on YouTube. There's also plenty of photos of the concert. This is where the lost media part comes in. While not confirmed, and it's kind of speculation on my part, it's likely video of the concert was recorded with the intention of releasing it to home video or having it on television. There is also partial confirmation of the existence of CD releases of the entire concert, as I found this post on the Yukiko Okada fans Facebook group. Yukiko's other performances were recorded, and there are plenty of VHS releases of her shows and specials. With Yukiko's growing popularity at the time of her Heartjack tour, as well as the clearly high-budget costumes and quality of the production itself, I doubt this would be an exception. With everything considered, I love the whole aesthetic of Showa idols, and Yuko is one of my favorites, alongside Akina Nakamori, Yoko Oginome, and Chisato Moritaka. Yukiko seemed like such a sweet person, and I want more people to discover and enjoy her music. Her songs Summer Beach, Sweet Planet, and Bien are really mellow and nice. I highly recommend them to anyone who likes city pop or just 80s music or mellow music in general. An interesting find in reference to lost audio of hers was brought to my attention recently via the Lost Media Wiki forums. You see, idols did a lot of footwork in promoting their image in addition to releasing music. Okada was on a large number of radio shows during her short career from 1983 to 1986. Because of the nature of the radio broadcasts, a lot of this audio was simply lost to time. Though, luckily enough, it was the 1980s and cassette tape recording did exist by this point. Due to this, a surprisingly large number of Okada's radio broadcasts were recovered and uploaded online. This is a pretty significant find, and I recommend fans of hers check them out. They're a cool time capsule if you want a snapshot of 1980s Japanese life and pop culture. If, you understand Japanese. A lot of these radio broadcasts still remain lost, and who knows if, they'll ever resurface. Ah yes, Nico Nico Doga. It's basically YouTube, but you needed an account to use it for a long time, and there were comments going across the screen that kind of made it hard to look at what you were looking at. But, that was just part of the charm. In short, it was pretty chaotic. I mean, yeah, Nico Nico does still exist today, but that time period in the mid to late 2000s really was peak Nico Nico, at least in my opinion. A lot of people in Japan just use YouTube now. While Nico Nico's still around, it's not really as prominent, at least in my opinion. So let's start with the basics and some key facts real quick. Nico Nico Doga, more commonly known as NND or Nico Nico, is a video sharing service similar to YouTube. It launched on December 12th of 2006, which is 16 years ago now. Like I mentioned earlier, it's unique in the fact that the comments from the video commenters would slide across the screen. With more popular videos, more comments would slide across the screen, making it look more chaotic and funny. And yes, these on-screen comments can be turned off. In Japanese, the term Nico Nico means to smile. If you're familiar with the anime meme Nico Nico ni, that's pretty much the same thing. The word doga is in reference to animation or a moving picture or video. Though in Japanese animation terminology, a doga is the rough sketch before the actual animation is created. I actually have a couple dogas from the anime City Hunter. They look like this. Anyways, before I get too off topic, Nico Nico Doga as a site actually originally hosted YouTube videos and didn't have its own video player. Though this quickly changed in the year 2007 when it gained its own video infrastructure. And it was around this time in the late 2000s where Nico Nico Doga began to expand in popularity, not just in Japan, but overseas with anime fans as well. People were drawn to it because this era was chaotic. The memes that made their way onto the site were nothing short of chaotic in themselves. While meme humor is really odd in today's age, nothing really compares to the yelling, chaos, and remix clips that Nico Nico Doga was associated with. And I, being a teenager during Hatsune Miku's emergence, as well as the peak of the online mad video, I was there for it and I loved it. And by looking at the age of most of these videos, that was a long time ago! And by the way, if you're unfamiliar with what a mad video is, don't worry, I will give you the rundown. We have a lot of topics to cover in this video, so without wasting more time, let's get started. So, first thing first, in order to fully understand Nico Nico and Japanese internet culture of this era, we must first understand the mad video, and Japanese remix culture as a whole. And because of that, we have to start at the very beginning, predating even the internet. In 1980s Japan, some university students would take up amateur film and audio editing simply to make funny things to share with friends. These were commonly known as mad tapes. The origins are said to date back to Osaka University in the year 1978. The term mad itself stemmed from their original terminology, as they were originally referred to as kichigai tapes or madness tapes. Somewhere along the way, they became better known as mad tapes because it's short for the English translation of kichigai, madness. These tapes would typically either feature news audio spliced together for comedic effect on a cassette tape, or anime news footage and other interesting visuals combined on a VHS tape for the same purpose. Honestly, the Japanese mad community sounds like such a cool community to have been a part of back in its era. Something you would truly have to experience back in that day to fully be a part of it. It kind of reminds me of early Western anime communities and how they would exchange VHS tapes of fan dubs at conventions. Something so underground and just so cool to me. If I had the resources to collect something as niche as original pre-internet mad VHS tapes, I would absolutely do it. Anyways, the popularity remained, but the hobby remained niche due to technical limitations. That is, until home computers and the internet made this hobby a whole lot more doable and shareable. And from there, it took off and became an entirely different beast. I mean, I could explain how, but I think you'll get the point if I just show you guys a few popular Nico Nico mad videos. They're similar in nature to a YouTube poop or AMV, two things that were also very popular during this time period. Much like their tape predecessors, they were parody or remix videos that had audio clips and anime and other bizarre things mixed together for comedic effect. As far as what was mixed and spliced together for the mad video, it really varied. Anything from anime, video games, Japanese motivational videos, McDonald's commercials, interviews with celebrities and talentos, some more NSFW type stuff. It really varies and anything goes. But basically, all you need to know is they're video remixes that spliced up a lot of words, remixed songs to words and clips from different things, and it was all over Nico Nico for a significant amount of time. There are a lot of different mad video trends, too much to talk about in this segment just explaining the basics of it. We're gonna talk about different trends and where they originated from throughout this video and throughout the series. Trust me when I say there are a lot. Hatsune Miku, who is now an easily recognizable figure in anime and Japanese culture in general, made her start and explosion in popularity through fan-made songs and animations uploaded to Nico Nico. But let's start with the basics. Each Vocaloid software features its own unique Vocaloid character, which has its own unique appearance and vocal assets. And surprisingly enough, its first incarnation was not Hatsune Miku. Vocaloid saw its official beginning in the year 2000 and was created by a university in Barcelona, Spain, and backed by Yamaha and Krypton Future Media. At this time, it wasn't meant to see a public commercial release. It was 4 years later, in 2004, that the first public version was released. These were technically two different versions of the same software, one male and one female. Their names being Leon and Lola, respectively. And get this, they were not represented by an anime avatar. So, when did the anime avatar format debut? Also in 2004 with the very first anime Vocaloid, Meiko. Next came Keito, the first male Vocaloid. But when Hatsune Miku made her debut in August of 2007 using the updated Vocaloid 2 engine, well, that's when things really took off. Miku was truly intended to be a virtual idol from the very start, being marketed with a story. That she was a 16-year-old artificial intelligence unit from a time in the future where all songs are completely lost. Hatsune Miku develops powers and her own sentience gradually from the songs she receives. For it's through these songs that she learns and becomes her own unique being. Miku's story encourages the fanbase to create music for her, and it's through her software and cute idol-esque image that many famous songs were born. Not only that, but many famous songwriters and producers came about by sharing their songs and unique music videos on Nico Nico Doga. Miku's first online hit is arguably 2007's original upload and rendition of the Finnish folk song Livan Polka. While not an original song and not even Miku's first song since her program came included with demo tracks, this one especially took off due to its association with the leak spin meme, featuring the folk song and a gif of the character Orihime Unoe from Bleach. It definitely wouldn't be long before NND was flooded with original Miku songs by fans, however. One that remains especially popular today is 2008's Polpipo, a mainly nonsensical song selling vegetable juice for only 200 yen or 2,000 yen. This one is likely her most famous in general. I mean, most internet users out there have heard the famous Polpipo Polpipo at some point now. In the years since Miku's emergence, a plethora of songs and corresponding videos have made their way to NND. Far too many to count and truly document. Which is quite sad since many Vocaloid songs and videos have become completely lost. Lost and unconfirmed media is a big issue with NND in general. That and lost Vocaloid stuff are other videos for other days. What does remain is still a very large amount though. Most of the big ones are cataloged under Nico Nico's Vocaloid Hall of Legends tag, and as of this video it features 797 songs. Many by Miku, but also a good amount by the 20-year-old Luca and the 14-year-old twins Ren and Len, other Vocaloids. The original Meiko and Keiko Vocaloids also saw original songs and updates to the newer Vocaloid versions due to Miku's influence. The Vocaloid videos that I remember best from this era would have to be World Is Mine, Rolling Girl, Just Be Friends, and Butterfly on Your Right Shoulder. All of them still hold up really well today. Beyond the mainline Vocaloids, there was even the emergence of off-brand Vocaloids made possible by a free program known as Utao, the most famous of which being Kasane Teto, who was intentionally meant to be a troll version of Miku that was falsely teased on 2chan as an upcoming official Vocaloid. Despite this, Teto became incredibly popular on NND in her own right, even collaborating with Miku, in a way, in the song/popular NND upload Triple Baka. Teto's most famous original song has to be this one though, a simple song in animation known as Fukireta. This was another NND trend that was parodied in different animations. I'll talk about that one later at some point. The cool thing about Miku and the other Vocaloids to follow is that they have a presence in the real world as well. This is through technological innovation providing holograms of the characters for concerts. This has been going on for a while now. Anyone remember the Fine Bros React videos? They had an Elders React video where they watched footage of the Vocaloid concert. This video was uploaded over a decade ago. There's also media and merchandise, most notably the Project Diva series of video games. In addition to that, Hatsune Miku herself does have a real-world voice actor, or rather voice provider. Her name is Saki Fujita. Born in 1984, she's the provider of Miku's voice bank, as well as her VA in the Sega video games, commercials, and during public appearances, among many other things. The one that always comes to mind for me is this 7-Eleven ad. Guys, heard y'all like Japanese internet mysteries, which is awesome because I got yet another one here for you all today. If you watched my Most Mysterious Song of Japan video, you may recall me mentioning a little thing called the 7 Mysteries of Nico Nico. Known in its native language as Nico Nico Nana Fushigi, the 7 mysteries aren't actually 7, rather they're a whole lot more than 7. These many mysteries take place on Nico Nico Doga, a Japanese video streaming service that launched on December 12th of 2006. A currently 15-year-old platform that has as much history as YouTube, but also some distinguishable differences from YouTube. There are 2 specifically distinguishable traits that Nico Nico possesses that YouTube does not. The first of which being on-screen comments that just kinda glide across the screen while you're watching something. This can be annoying or amusing, depending on what you're watching. The other distinguishable difference is the requirement to sign up for Nico Nico to use the service, meaning you have to sign up for an account to even just watch videos. This is something that's been a lot looser in recent years, but in Nico Nico's early days, you would have had to make an account in Japanese with the Japanese form to make an account to watch anything on the site. It is also worth noting that despite the popularity of Nico Nico in its home country, YouTube is still more popular and more actively used. Many speculate that that's probably because of the sign-up thing that Nico Nico forces upon you. There's also the fact that if you have a Gmail account, then you already have a YouTube account, making it much more streamlined and easier to access and, engage with others on YouTube. Regardless of this though, Nico Nico has a lot of history and a lot of urban legends and trends surrounding it over the past 15 years. But before we get into the mysteries themselves, allow me to explain what the 7 mysteries situation is as a whole. If you needed me to explain it in 5 words, I could just easily say the Japanese internet is weird. I mean, lost media in Japan is typically made to be a lot creepier than it likely is, or it only gains attention if it just so happens to be something that's kinda creepy. Nichan, the precursor to 4chan in the West, is actually known for having a lot of weird, creepy images that kinda spread and gain traction on that webpage. Which, here's a few of them. They are in fact creepy. The Nico Nico Nana Fushigi is among these examples, as the mysteries themselves involve glitches and phenomena within the videos on Nico Nico that are unsettling and unexplained. This is something that has been observed on YouTube as well. There's actually a whole wiki article on it. So yeah, stuff like that. I guess you could also compare it to the 301 views glitch on YouTube back in my day, in the site's early days. Just a weird little thing that occurred on the webpage before it worked out its kinks. Only in Japan, this kind of stuff is more likely to fuel creepy urban legends, and it's just generally seen as creepy. Videos that feature these strange occurrences have the tag Nico Nico Nana Fushigi. So the phenomena can take place on the video itself or within functions of that specific video. This includes issues with the comments and the seek bar. Remember, I did say that comments go across the screen on Nico Nico. This is worth keeping in mind later on. And this kind of stuff may not seem initially too interesting or off-putting, and honestly it wasn't really to me either upon reading through the articles and looking through the tags. That is, until I realized that these observed occurrences are now all completely lost. The video glitches associated with the Nico Nico Nana Fushigi are now all lost media. I'll explain further in a bit, but for now let's look at the actual examples of what actually occurred on these videos. Might as well start with the Most Mysterious Song of Japan, which is known in its home country as the song on the cassette tape I bought in Akihabara. If you haven't seen my video on the topic, think the most mysterious song on the internet, but Japanese and harder to identify. So basically, in the early 1990s, a dude found an unmarked cassette tape at a thrift store in Akihabara, which is the electronics district of Tokyo. This cassette tape had an unnamed song on it that they eventually uploaded online. The song creeps people out in Japan, and it's gained notoriety in the country for being described as cursed or unsettling. This, to me, is kind of a good example of Japanese media being seen as creepier than it actually is in Japan, as a lot of people just say it's creepy because it's creepy because it's on a cassette tape, just stuff like that. Attempts to find the artist of the song have been made, but the song still remains unidentified. Oh, also, it's a bop. The song was originally uploaded to Nico Nico in 2007, but the original song uploaded was deleted. Before said deletion, the video was said to possess a weird seek bar glitch. The specific glitch associated with it is with the duration of the song not matching up to the seek bar, as in it does not progress correctly. And that's really it. Okay, next up we have another seek bar glitch. It was supposedly seen in this video, which... is that the angry German kid? Huh. The issue with this video was the seek bar going all the way to the right end of the video once the video duration reached the halfway point. Next one is... do I have to censor this? Yeah, I'm gonna censor it. I don't even know how to begin describing this one, but I can tell you that I did just send it to a ton of people out of context just now. If you're one of those lucky people, you're welcome! Next we have comments accelerating. As I mentioned before, Nico Nico is known for having the comments scroll across the video screen as you watch the video. This video, a Western rock hairband music compilation, had some kind of glitch that made the comments accelerate at an incredible rate. The comments were described as coming from both sides, as they usually go from right to left in the typical normal Nico Nico fashion. The playback time at the bottom of the screen was also observed as being inconsistent. This is not the case anymore, however. Another comment-related glitch is one where the comments just kinda stop showing up at all halfway through the video. In some cases, the video duration will show up as shorter than the actual upload length. These videos had this issue. There's also videos that see playback errors when paused too many times. Here's some examples of those. One last notable glitch is the seek bar rewinding on its own, which was observed on these videos. The time duration would get all wonky and display random numbers in the 7000s. And that is not all of them. This is only a few noteworthy examples that I happened to pick and choose for this video. So, why are there so many instances of this, and why are these issues so oddly specific and only seen on specific videos? One could just assume that Nico Nico was really buggy back then and leave it at that. Though people on the Japanese internets at the time instead cataloged them and referred to them as mysteries to make the whole thing a little more spooky, scary skeletons. I don't know if it's just me, but these really aren't that creepy or noteworthy to me. While Nico Nico users see these as strange phenomena, I feel like most people would just see that there's a weird glitch, possibly look into why the glitch is occurring, and then just leave it at that. So, was this topic interesting enough to produce a video for? Well, in my opinion, yes, though not for the glitches themselves, but for the fact that these glitches and malfunctions are now kind of lost media. You may have noticed that none of the videos I just displayed had any of the visible glitches on them. They all ran normally aside from the subject matter just, being kinda weird. This is because the site and video player have been revamped since then, and to my knowledge, nobody documented any of these things happening before this. So they are now in kind of a weird spot between weird digital lost media and urban legends. And I say urban legend because most of these are just based on hearsay now on the Nicopedia. There's no actual filmed evidence of them occurring, but a lot of people did in fact witness it. I mean, the majority of these videos are 10 to 13 years old, and some people may not recall a time when these glitches actually occurred and therefore don't see them as anything beyond an urban legend. If there is some kind of documented evidence on the internet somewhere, please let me know also. I did my own search, I searched various web pages for this, but I have not found anything that actually shows the glitches, just listings of the videos that had the glitches. Now, surely, somebody must have recorded their screen to share some of these, or some kind of screenshot or still image at the very least. I mean, I have tried this and have yet to find anything. I've also searched Nico Nico Nana Fushigi in various keywords on both YouTube and Nico Nico, and I just get back two things. Videos about physical 7 wonders in the real world, and an anime called High School Mystery Gakuen Nana Fushigi. That's really it. I even double-checked these video results despite the results not actually having anything to do with Nico Nico 7 Mysteries, you know, just in case they briefly talked about digital mysteries or showed an old clip of them. But alas, none of these titles have anything to do with the Nico Nico Nana Fushigi, unfortunately. But what about the Wayback Machine? Well, you remember that pesky little login issue I mentioned earlier? If you look up these videos by their URL, you're prompted with that login screen and not the video. I've tried various approaches with this, including making my own Nico Nico account to try and log in, but the issue here is that the login URLs from this time period were not preserved as well, making the video inaccessible. Even if they were preserved, I'm not sure if that would have helped much. I attempted the same process with multiple videos under the Nana Fushigi tag and on various dates that were archived, though to no avail. One theory I had was the possibility of needing an account that existed at the same time as the archive site. I can't really test this theory as it would require me to have made an account between 2006 and 2009, and I'm afraid I can't go back in time and let awkward baby middle school me know the importance of this task. If only I could, though. If only I could. If anyone is able to get one of these old videos working with the original glitch attached, then please let me know, that would be awesome. With these URLs being archived on the Wayback Machine, I feel like there was an attempt made to preserve these videos that just eventually didn't work out. This is something that just didn't gain a lot of traction and was overlooked and not really thought about until it was too late. At least that's my opinion right now. I could be proved wrong at some point and I would love that. With a lot of lost media, there is at least hope that the lost medium is stored away somewhere by the creator. Because these came about due to a web page glitch, all that is left of the actual occurrence is the descriptions of them. The lack of documentation makes for a mystery in itself. And there's also the question of if this even counts as lost media. Well, comments and a web page interface, at least to me, does count as a form of media. Media isn't directly defined as something created for entertainment or something you directly consume. People were still entertained by these glitches and errors in comments and likely sought out the videos just to witness them. It's an alternate version of this video and I think it counts. The Strange C003 Horse. Here we see a very impactful image of a horse. It's in front of a foggy background and altered quite a bit, possibly with assets from multiple horses. At least one horse, we at least know that. Those yellow eyes and markings are clearly taken from some other image or animal. There's also some kind of brand visible on the body of the horse itself. A search for the origin of this image has gained traction very recently in Japan, beginning in 2023. This is due to the image's ties to an infamous Japanese Twitter account, known for its disturbing, repetitive, and cryptic posts. Here is the Twitter account in question. Let's take a look. do I even start with this? So the account name itself is direct enough. It says Kike Uma, or deformed horse. The term Kike is used for something that's misshapen, deformed, or for birth defects. And the bio? It simply says curse. Now the tweets are when things get especially cryptic and frankly a bit disturbing. Or just confusing depending on how you want to look at it. You see, this user posted the very same tweet every single day over a span of 3 years, beginning in 2015 and ending in 2018. The tweet reads, "Waga kyowakoku ni taisuru botoku de aru." This phrase translates to, "It's blasphemy against our republic." Now, the phrasing used specifically within this tweet suggests that this person feels very strongly about slandering said republic, as if they are enraged or offended. In short, they hold a great deal of pride towards this nation or country, most likely Japan, and are enraged by something that is disrespecting it. So, what exactly do they feel is insulting this republic? That's the thing. We really don't know that part. Is it the horse? Do they think the horse is insulting Japan in some way? Is the horse symbolic of something? Is the daily tweet some kind of mantra for a curse that they're trying to manifest? Is that why it says curse in the bio? Is it perhaps, maybe, just maybe, some kind of massive shitpost? I don't know. However, I will say that it looks like it started gaining more attention after the poster stopped posting, since the most responses and engagement are on those last few tweets, and the responses were not really occurring in real time as the account was active. While the Twitter account itself is shrouded in mystery, the image of the horse is too, I assure you. Actually, that's where the real mystery is. This three-headed horse image is infamous in Japan, and while this Twitter account is the most famous use of this image in Japan, it's been used many, many times outside of Japan in the years preceding the Strange C003 posts. For that reason, online users have kickstarted a search for the origins of this image. And by origins, I mean the actual horse image used to make this image you see here before you. The search itself was kicked off by Japanese YouTuber the Tubero. If you understand Japanese, I highly recommend their content, by the way. They talk about a lot of obscure internet mysteries and cover non-Japanese mysteries as well, and they're pretty thorough. Like I said, the image is known outside of Japan as well, one of the most notable examples being from this video from 2006. This user, Obey the Walrus, is known for being the original uploader for, you guessed it, the Obey the Walrus videos. One of the earliest uses of this image, however, is not this. It's this 18-year-old YouTube upload, known as Mentally Disturbing, and uploaded by a user known as Contron. The video itself is a compilation of disturbing video clips and visuals, and the image in question, the horse image, can be seen right about here in the very beginning. As a matter of fact, it looks like the upload by Obey the Walrus features the same exact clip, only slowed down to show the horse a little longer. And before anyone asks, yes, attempts have been made to contact Contron. One of the attempts can be seen right here in the comments. Users from Japan, the Tubero included, attempted to contact this uploader. Remember, this video is almost 2 decades old now. 2006 was almost 20 years ago. That hurts to think about. But aside from that, the user is still somewhat active on the account, but has not responded to any inquiries. With that said, I do not condone or suggest messaging this user since people have already done so. Now, is Mentally Disturbing the earliest known use of this image thus far? No, it is not. As a matter of fact, this is only the beginning. One notable detail of these mentally disturbing videos that Contron used to make is where they obtained some of the assets. In the past, the uploader had gone on record stating they got a lot of the footage from eBaum's World. To those unfamiliar, this was a site people used to share videos and memes before YouTube was around in mainstream. While not confirmed, it's possible that a version of this horse image was found by Contron on eBaum's World. Whether or not that post is archived remains unknown as of right now, but the site is still up, but very different from how it once looked, so who knows. Aside from all this, there is one earlier use of the image that is well documented that I found online. This brings us to June of 2005. Barafotira, I don't know why I'm using Japanese pronunciation there if I'm even pronouncing it right, is a self-proclaimed Italian dark project band. They appear to have been active since the year 1999, and they're still active today and release music fairly regularly. It's one album of theirs in particular, titled Cyber, that got the attention of those searching for the horse image. Notice that foggy background from the Strange Sea image is also present in this one. In addition, more of the backdrop is visible as well, meaning the Strange Sea image was definitely cropped. Now, this is an earlier known use, earlier than the Mentally Disturbing video. But what I find interesting is that those on the Japanese internet didn't really see this album cover as a lead as important as Mentally Disturbing due to the fact that there's text over the original horse image, technically not making it the original image in itself. However, this album does prove that the image has been around since at least 2005 though, and that's key information in my opinion. So where does that leave us? Well, I couldn't find any information online beyond this, and I feel like the language barrier may be hindering the Japanese search team just a little bit. So I decided to email Barafotira and attempt contacting them myself, hoping that they could shed a little more light on this image and the background behind it. Mainly, I wanted to learn more about where people were finding this image prior to YouTube. See, I personally have a feeling that this image was posted to popular meme sites or forums long before YouTube, and that these posts are simply undocumented now. That's just a theory though. Enough speculation though, let's get to the point. Did Barafotira respond? My email was responded to by a person who goes by the name Triplax, one of Barafotira's founding members. And while I was expecting to be told that this image was found on some kind of long-gone forum or something of the sort, that's not at all the kind of response I actually received.
I never thought that the cover of one of our demo albums could create interest on the web. You ask us if we can let you know if we know the origin of the image. Yes, we know it, but the image does not come from any website. It was made using the image of a normal horse and modified with a special program.
Triplax confirmed to me that the image was created for the album cover, and the person who created the image themselves. At one time, they knew them personally, and they even recalled the story behind why the image was created in the first place. First and foremost, the photo itself was created by somebody who goes by the name, and I'm gonna do my best to pronounce this correctly, Anterwood. This person was not specifically a member of Barafotira, but knew Triplax through their involvement in an artistic musical collective they were all involved in at the time. And when was this time period? The early 2000s. Specifically between 2003 and 2004. This was when Triplax, Anterwood, and another member of the collective had collaborated on an album titled Cyber Torture Garden. And the album cover? It was what this horse image was initially created for, thus making it the earliest incarnation. Here it is, provided by Triplax themselves. Now, according to what Triplax recalls, when the image creator was asked about what inspired them to make something like this in the first place, they claim to have seen a painting that looked just like this horse image with 3 heads and everything. And just where did Anterwood claim to see this original 3-headed horse image? In a church crypt, of all places.
Anterwood told me that he managed to cross one of these tunnels and reach the crypt. It contained religious objects, and on the walls, he saw various strange paintings, including the 3-faced horse.
And with all of that said, this right here is truly where the search currently leaves us.
I have relayed all the information I have been able to relay personally. Now, the supposed creator of this horse image, Antherwood, apparently moved away following the completion of this album. And they weren't heard from again after this. And a year later, in 2005, the album was re-released on Bandcamp under the Barafotida name. The album title now simply shortened to just Cyber. Also, according to Triplax, traces of the old webpage for the Outer Circle may still exist online. And with that considered, further clues may still be found there. I personally have done a bit of searching myself for this webpage, but I wasn't able to find anything just yet. Also, I do want to mention that Triplax does not want to reveal Antherwood's real name or personal information out of respect for their privacy. Since I assume they haven't been in contact in quite some time, that should absolutely be respected, so as with any lost media search, please be respectful, guys. I'm beyond happy and thankful to Triplax that I could shed a little more light on this mystery for you guys nonetheless. Anyways, on to the next one. The original cut of Pokémon the first movie. So, originally, the Pokémon anime was not meant to go beyond the Indigo League or Ash's travels in Kanto. The first movie was actually meant to be the series finale before the franchise's shocking jump in popularity. Obviously, this didn't happen, as Ash is still eternally 10 years old, and the anime and series as a whole is still immensely popular worldwide. While the Pokemon movies often feature Japanese trailers that feature footage unique to that trailer that does not end up in the actual film, this trailer of the first film is really different. I mean, completely unrelated to the first movie, and looks and feels like a series epilogue. Among the biggest differences, Adult Misty. With that said, let me tell you that palette shippers love this trailer as it features the adult Misty talking to a little girl. Is it her daughter? Perhaps her and Ash's daughter? Perhaps fanfiction.net has the answers. Oh, and Pikachu is also in the trailer. And also that one lady. But yeah, ships or no ships, the daughter, or whoever the little girl is, looks nothing like Ash or Misty if that's the case. The dialogue of the trailer doesn't reveal anything about the group, and Ash's absence in the trailer is also worth noting. Remember how the first movie ended? Well, what if that ending was going to be darker than it ended up being? With the release of the first movie, the first of many, this scene was left unaddressed and unreleased. There could possibly be an unreleased early cut of the film, a script of this version of the film, or some unfinished early film and or storyboards that are completely different from the film that was released in a different film entirely. You get my point. All we have is that one trailer, and whatever exists and whatever is unconfirmed remains lost and unconfirmed. Pokemon 3D and 4D animated shorts. What is 4D? I mean, 3D I get, but how was Pokemon able to break the fourth wall and offer such an experience? Well, the answer is moving seats, 3D glasses, and apparently bubbles from the ceiling. These were all part of a Pokemon anime special that was delivered in the form of a fun, immersive ride. A special, along with a 3D special that was shown a year prior, that were never released following their showings in special theaters. They are now mostly lost. Let's go ahead and start with the first film, the 3D one. It premiered in the Poke Park amusement park, which no longer exists if you want to go check it out, in Nagoya, Japan. It premiered on March 18th, 2005 with the title Pokemon 3D Adventure Find Mew. The park closed that same year on September 25th of 2005. Along with it went the 3D film. The film was, however, re-aired, one time in 2009 with the 4D film, and it did have a limited run at 23 theaters in 2017 and later in 2020. Despite all these showings, the film still remains lost, and all we have right now are still images.
Pokemon 4D Pikachu's Ocean Adventure premiered in 2006, but not at Pokepark because that didn't exist anymore. It was shown in select theaters in specific locations that could handle the moving seats and such, and also received an English dub where it was shown in Avon, Massachusetts in 2006 as well. The Japanese variant, Pikachu no Kaite Daiboken, and Mew o Sagashite, which are the Japanese titles of the 3D and 4D films, were reshown in 2017 and 2020. Which I just said, but I'm reiterating because the 4D film was shown along with it. Now, in America, it was distributed by SimX eWorks, I believe is how you pronounce that, and they actually, unfortunately, no longer have the rights to this film. Now, according to a comment by a user named Gonzalo on the Lost Media Wiki on this article for the movie, apparently Viz Media has the rights to this film. They have not, however, taken any action to distribute these films. This was learned after the user had emailed Viz Media. Also, according to PocketMonsters.net, this footage from this special was used in the ending Big Meowth Day, which was in 15 episodes of the Japanese anime. In addition to that, trailers of the special exist in Japanese and English, and you can check those out on YouTube. Regardless, both of these shorts still remain lost. Did you know that there are 2,538 different articles detailing Lost Media on the Lost Media Wiki? There are a lot of things out there that haven't been preserved. That number is only a mere fraction of what's out there. And, you know, there are a lot of things out there that just haven't been preserved. This number is only a mere fraction of the things that have been attempted to be preserved. What may be among the most bizarre yet somehow fascinating pieces is a Japanese analog TV shutdown. Something so simple yet somehow very complex. A topic that people in Japan have dissected and flocked to. Perhaps it's the somewhat frightening analog horror element to it. Maybe it's the finality of the shutdown itself. Perhaps some nostalgia mixed in. What exactly makes it Japan's most mysterious and renowned TV shutdown? One that spawned a search 14 years in the making for footage that may not even exist. Well, let's find out. It's pretty safe to say that many of you are already quite familiar with Nickelodeon. This television station was a cartoon staple for many children over the past 30 years. And this goes back even further if you include the station's humble beginnings as Pinwheel and the later small beginnings as a premium children's educational network in the 1980s. Nick was truly in full swing during the 1990s when many of their most memorable cartoons and live-action shows had aired. With the station flourishing, Nickelodeon began to expand and introduce its content to other countries. Among those being none other than Japan. It was in the year 1998 when Nick Japan was officially launched. So how did this Japanese variant differ from the American incarnation? Not by very much, honestly. There were unique bumpers and the television programs themselves were dubbed into Japanese, but aside from that, it's pretty much the same Nickelodeon. No Japan-exclusive programming or anything like that. Now, there was a Japanese exclusive programming block known as Mystery Zone. However, it featured mystery shows that already aired on Nickelodeon in English. So, the only huge difference being the programming, of course, being dubbed into Japanese. And let me tell you, Nickelodeon put a great effort into dubbing every show. So great, in fact, that they even dubbed Nicktoon shorts and live-action shows as well.
真面目な助手お願い僕を巻き込まないで笑いが止まんねえまったく正反対なのになんでこんなに名コンビ恐怖の妹メガンも健在頑張れブラザーズ
That's right! Drake and Josh has an official Japanese dub, guys.
いつでも楽しいのが大好き遊んでいたいのでも地球がピンチになればすぐに来て戦うわ
Some Some programming retained the English openings, however many had the opening dubbed in Japanese as well. One confirmed example is My Life as a Teenage Robot. And a large number of these dubbed episodes are just lost now, as the more obscure and forgotten programs never received any home video release. I mean, 100 Deeds of Eddie McDowd had a Japanese dub! I feel like I'm the only person to ever remember that show at all. Nobody I ask ever remembers it. Also, Legends of the Hidden Temple aired in Japan, and I can't find any footage of it, or anything in relation to it like promotional material or bumpers. In Japanese, that is. And, of course, there's a Japanese dub of Jimmy Neutron. The exact number of shows dubbed and aired on Nick Japan is pretty much unknown. I mean, looking into every individual show, especially before the internet, would be quite the task. For a lot of the original programming, you'd probably have to look up TV guide listings, old promotional material, stuff like that that you just can't find anymore. Despite this, a good number of shows have been confirmed to air on Nick Japan. The list, while not complete, paints a pretty good picture. A lot of long-forgotten shows were dubbed and aired in Japan, and that's pretty cool. Oh, and a lot of the original 90s bumpers were confirmed to air on the channel as well. There were also bumpers unique to Nick Japan itself. While also really cool, the majority of these bumpers are now just lost. In short, Nick Japan pretty much mirrored American Nick. Some shows did well, others did not. It remained this way for 11 years. As those 11 years went by, Nick Japan steadily declined in viewership. There is no definitive reason as to why Nick Japan was doing so poorly. However, a lot of the hyper-westernized cartoons that Nick offered at this time may have been lost on some. This isn't proven. I mean, many Western cartoons do extremely well in Japan. Disney movies, Peanuts, and Moomins, to name just a few. But I can certainly see why the aesthetic and setting of some of the shows wouldn't be as appealing compared to Japanese children's shows airing at the same time. I mean, compared to flashy anime like Pokemon, One Piece, and Doraemon, and even Super Sentai and Kamen Rider. From a cultural standpoint, some Nick shows just may have not stood out. There are shows that did extremely well, however, SpongeBob being the best example. We'll discuss that a little bit later on. September 30th, 2009. Exact time, around midnight, though not confirmed. This was when Nickelodeon Japan officially went off air. And it was also around this time when discussions surrounding the shutdown footage had begun. Was there some kind of significance to this date? Well, yes actually. This date was actually implemented by Viacom as the final day to use Nickelodeon's iconic orange splat branding. Something that had been used since the late 1980s and was created by the same exact people who invented the early MTV branding. Since the branding was receiving a major overhaul following this date, and because Japan wasn't a part of Nickelodeon's family of networks moving forward, this was likely why this day was chosen. And how did this shutdown go about? Pretty suddenly and without much warning, which adds to the intrigue felt by so many in Japan at the time. Or at least the devoted Nickelodeon fans. Among said fans was a blog writer that wrote a play-by-play while watching the shutdown. This blog post by a user named Sukaponta was written the day of the shutdown. While rather brief, it does provide information from someone who watched Nick Japan and witnessed the shutdown firsthand. This user writes the post 1 hour prior to the shutdown itself and continues updating in real time. They mention that Ah Real Monsters was on, then immediately followed by My Life as a Teenage Robot. They then mention a short cartoon is airing in the final minutes of the station's final broadcast. They express how surprised they were about Nick Japan shutting down with a short as its final send-off. They then mention the station cuts off abruptly after the short. They were at least hoping for some kind of thank you for watching message, but that was it. Also included in this post was an image of the bumper that played leading up to the cutoff. While this blog post was simply a fan expressing their grievances, it would go on to spark intrigue among Nickelodeon fans in Japan and elsewhere. And this wasn't the only blog post recounting the shutdown.
2 days later, a Rakuten blog written by a user named Katrina also expressed frustration in the sudden and final shutdown of the channel. This blog provides 2 images, a different screenshot of that very same green dinosaur bumper, and the screen after the channel went off air. Around the same time, in early October, a 3rd blog post was also discovered, this one also showing that screen after the channel shut off.
In the years since, not one but multiple candidates claiming to be the shutdown had surfaced online, the very first being only 1 day following the shutdown itself. Not gonna lie, this one kinda creeps me out. It's very sudden and jarring. What you would see in your head when expecting a television shutdown. I mean, being a kid and seeing this around midnight, it would probably scare you, or at the very least stay in your head for a little while.
Many assume the shutdown to be the real deal, though quite a few things are a little off about it. First of which being the footage itself. It shows the MTV logo and SpongeBob, 2 things the blog posters never mentioned. That little green dinosaur is nowhere to be seen. And then there's those color bars. While associated with analog TV, what was shown in that second blog post was a channel offline screen from some kind of satellite provider, not analog. It is likely that this footage was fabricated, but how can this be proven for sure? While Katrina watched the shutdown from a satellite provider, analog TV was still used in Japan up until 2011, making this version of the shutdown also possibly real.
So, does that mean there were multiple shutdowns? Possibly. And it wasn't until 2016, years later, when yet another alleged recording of the shutdown was uploaded online.
And here is yet another one with color bars. Rather than a sudden cut to them, the station first cuts to black with the channel watermark in the top right. Then the color bars kind of fade in. I don't know if it's just me, but the way they kind of fade in looks a bit fake. This one kind of looks like it's intentionally made to look creepy. And let's not forget about the dinosaur and how it's nowhere to be seen in this one here either. From this point onward, people became further entranced by this mystery, and the search began branching out overseas, particularly with those in the lost media community. Something about the images on those blogs made people feel like the footage was out there. I mean, 3 blog posters provided images of it. Plenty of people in Japan enjoyed Nickelodeon's programming to want to do that. That much is clear. And trying to validate the 2 videos already out there was also a priority. Maybe other TV providers that aired Nickelodeon could be tracked down. And thus, the search continued. But, at long last, what may be the most significant find had surfaced in March of 2020. Anything here look particularly interesting? Perhaps this little green lad right here. That's right, it was finally after all these years that shutdown footage featuring everything the blog posters had mentioned had surfaced publicly. That very first poster we talked about mentioned that the last show to air was a short. This recording shows the credits to a Nicktoon short known as Bull and Red. Next, we see that dinosaur bumper, and then the channel unavailable screen from the TV provider. And in case you were wondering, it's been confirmed through the footage and blog posts that this specific provider is Sky Perfect TV, a satellite TV provider in Japan.
So, does that make the other 2 fake? Let's go back to that discussion regarding the TV providers. With a little digging, it can be found that Nickelodeon was originally introduced to Japan as a premium network via DirecTV Japan in 1998. Though, in 2000, its official satellite TV provider became none other than Sky Perfect TV. And with even more digging, it's discovered that Nick Japan was later available on 4 other networks in addition to this, these being listed as broadband providers. This is all found on an archived version of Nick Japan's webpage. There's also a separate area for cable providers, saying to contact your cable TV people directly to see if Nickelodeon was provided through them. So, those other 2, admittedly more creepy shutdowns actually do have a shot at being real. As a matter of fact, members of the Lost Media Wiki were eventually somewhat able to conclude that the first shutdown screen, the one with SpongeBob, most likely was footage from the broadband provider Hikari 1. And you know what that means? That there could be a lot of different versions of this shutdown footage out there, and the ones found already could still be fake. There could be many different versions of the shutdown that are out there and just not documented and unable to be documented because who was there to record them? There's even a bit of doubt with the third shutdown footage, as real and ideal as it appears. I discovered this after contacting Blue Frog TV, the uploader of that shutdown footage. You see, Blue Frog originally recalled finding that footage in an unlisted playlist for Nick Japan back in 2016. They recounted the word hoax being in that original upload they came across. A user even commented on the 2020 upload of the shutdown, claiming to be the 2016 uploader and saying that they made the video and that the footage was fake. Despite these claims, this didn't really add up to Blue Frog TV for a number of reasons. One being that it was later found out that each TV provider actually shut off the stations at different times. Some providers shut Nick Japan down a little early. There's also how difficult it would be to actually obtain and create this footage because, at this point, Bull and Red wasn't found online and didn't air on every Nickelodeon station. In short, getting all that footage, the Sky TV screen shutting down the channel, and the watermarks and all that would be pretty difficult. So, heck, all of these could be fake. I mean, there is no way you could definitively, without a doubt in your mind, prove any of these recordings are real. I mean, that dumb thing I put in the beginning of this video, I made it. I mean, it doesn't look very professional, but I just kind of spliced together a lot of Nick Japan footage and footage I found that looked creepy with like SpongeBob characters, and I was like, you know what? Anyways, you can't really ask Nickelodeon if this is real or not. They can't confirm it. You can't go back and ask these TV providers if it's real. They probably don't know or really care. It's kind of that niche. You can't really get a 14-year-old piece of footage of a TV shutdown PSA graded and made real, you know? What? That's kind of what makes it so interesting. As far as what's agreed upon in the Lost Media community, or rather those interested in this one specific piece, the Sky Perfect shutdown with the dinosaur is real. It's simply a satellite TV variant. The SpongeBob footage with the color bars is believed to be real as well, just a broadband TV version of the shutdown, provided by Hikari 1. There are varying opinions, however, and still a lot of debate within this little community. I mean, look at this. As far as Nickelodeon's Japanese presence after the shutdown, different popular shows were moved to other networks following its closure. iCarly later aired in Japan, but on another network. SpongeBob, the show that really took off in Japan, moved over to MTV Japan and NHK. And, in 2018, the new and improved Nickelodeon Japan. That's right, Nick Japan did actually come back in 2018, though unfortunately the channel had a very brief run and shut down yet again in 2022. SpongeBob still airs today on those other 2 networks I mentioned though, and it's still going strong. In all honesty here, I don't think SpongeBob will ever die. Ever. And if you are wondering, that 2022 shutdown isn't lost. And that's because this version of Nickelodeon was provided digitally. There isn't much mystery to this one. And there you have it, friends. This is the story of the Nick Japan shutdown. One of the most bizarre, yet somehow interesting lost mediums I have come across in my career of looking at lost media. Other versions of the shutdown may very well pop up in the future, and you know what? Those will probably not be confirmed to be, you know, legit either. It's very likely that all of them will never, ever be recovered. I mean, again, how are you going to know how many exist in the first place? But with all of that said, officially on the Lost Media Wiki, the Nick Japan shutdown is considered officially partially found. As far as those Japanese dub shows that aired on Nickelodeon Japan, there is a list of ones that are completely lost that I found online. Here's that list. And you know, who knows if these will be recovered ever. These are kind of older niche shows I remember watching when I was a very, very small child, and you know, I don't know how well they did in Japan. I don't know if they have access to these dubs anymore or even have interest in releasing them, like on streaming or through DVDs or Blu-ray.
Japan. The year is 1992. 11 p.m. on a Friday night. The popular mystery television show Night Scoop was on. A long-running show that's still on today that solves mysteries provided by the viewers themselves. Each and every mystery being solved, without fail. Tonight, however, was a bit different. As this week's segment came to a close, the jarring and sudden words "investigation terminated" had appeared on screen. This was the first and only time a mystery on Night Scoop was deemed unsolvable and suddenly dropped like this. The one singular time since its premiere in 1988. Why was that? Was there perhaps more to it? Today, we're exploring an unsolved mystery known as the Vinyl Rope Incident.
Tantei Naito Scoopu, or just Night Scoop as it's more commonly known, is a nighttime variety show produced by ANN or All Nippon News Network.
It got on the top of my lid. The way the show tried to confirm this to be true or not true is by starts simple enough. An Osaka local wrote into Night Scoop saying that they recently took note of an abundance of vinyl and nylon packing ropes, often used in wrapping parcels for shipment or to mark places for plumbing and construction. These were tied in spots around one of the big stations. This included fences, telephone poles, external plumbing, and other areas where they could be successfully secured around, both large and small. These ties were also varied in color, though there was no visible pattern or correlation with them. This occurrence was sudden and unexplained, having first been noticed around 2 months prior to writing the letter. The person who requested this mystery never caught anyone actually tying them, despite living and working in the area. This was unusual considering the population of Osaka. It's the second largest city in Japan, and the areas around stations generate big crowds on the same level as Tokyo, especially during commutes. In short, we're talking about a general metro area of Japan with a population of over 18 million in 1992. The show's approach and procedures to this mystery are as follows. A comedian brought to Osaka named Makoto Kitano was tasked with the field research. He asked people around the area if they knew anything about these ties and who was responsible for attaching them. Assuming these markers could be in relation to plumbing or construction of some kind, possibly for the city, they also called the local police as well as City Hall. Police as well as City Hall denied any association with it, and nobody in the area knew of or saw anyone doing it. However, the start date of 2 months ago was reiterated. The investigator then went to various stores in the area that sold these ties, hoping one of them would have a record of a large number of these ties being ordered. This was where a lead was finally discovered. The employee of one store had confirmed that they were completely sold out of yellow and blue vinyl ties because they were all purchased at one point by one person. However, when pressed about who, these shop employees were either unable to pull up any record of the order or outright refused to. After this, the host returned to the site of all the ties and investigated further. It was here where he discovered the ties did in fact have somewhat of a pattern to them when looking on a map, and possibly led to something. Perhaps they were used in the same way someone would leave a trail of crumbs or some kind of marker when hiking in the wilderness. The host then decided to follow the ropes from both sides, eventually coming to some end within a secluded alleyway. And what was seen at the spot? More ties. Far beyond what was witnessed before, adding up to hundreds, possibly over 1,000 ties. Yet, that was it. Still no answers regarding to who or why. While the show attempted to remain lighthearted and silly, viewers recalled the scene being visibly different. It was creepy and unsettling. The comedian host was appearing to break character, appearing visibly creeped out in some shots. This is where the investigation was abruptly cut short, at least on camera. The rising tension drastically dropped with Kitano's premature conclusion. That conclusion being this case was unsolvable. His only explanation for why being that this case could not be researched further. At the end of the broadcast, unique text appeared on screen. Text never seen in any other episode. This text was a no-nonsense, no-excuse request not to write in about this case ever again. That there will be no further reports or updates regarding this case, at least from Night Scoop.
So yeah, very different in tone compared to the previous episodes of Night Scoop in the 4 years the show had been on air at that point in time. And as you could imagine, it really didn't sit well with viewers. The majority of viewers were very confused.
For many, this bizarre episode stuck with them for years. And like many bizarre situations and stories observed in Japan, this case was eventually brought forward and discussed once the internet provided the platform to do so. This topic especially took off within the occult boards of 2chan. Many felt that something supernatural was at play with all the ties, especially due to the pattern they were in, nobody seeing who did it, and the bizarre side of them in general. Due to such interest, a search to find a recording of this episode began. Once that was found and re-uploaded, rewatching the case was still made somewhat difficult. While other Night Scoop episodes are viewable in full on YouTube, some even translated to English, this specific episode is pulled from the internet by the rights holders shortly after any existence occurs online, especially on big sites like YouTube. Those involved with the show did not want this episode to be reviewed, it seemed. The official site also includes zero mention of this episode, though this isn't unusual as there's a lot of episodes. However, removing this specific episode so quickly gave off the impression that the Night Scoop people were trying to cover something up, and that intrigued the fans of the occult boards even more so. Though, that didn't stop forum users and blog posters from getting their hands on the footage online eventually, even though it did get taken down fairly quickly. And when they did, screenshots were taken and the episode was recounted via vivid text description. With my own Japanese knowledge, which is not perfect, far from it, mind you, I'm happy to be able to report that I did find the episode.
The re-upload I encountered didn't feature the show's intro or credits, but it does have the complete segment. Honestly, it wasn't too hard to find, and searching the Japanese case title will bring it up. And of course, I can't show too much of this episode due to copyright, but I will show what I can to elaborate points. So, this whole segment is only 13 minutes in length. The message saying that they would not continue the investigation is correct and is in the episode. Here is that specific screen. The wording of it makes it very clear that this investigation was to be abruptly terminated. It appears on screen a bit suddenly, and I can definitely see why this weirded out viewers at the time. Another thing I noticed is that most of the ties are tied very close to the ground, and the majority of them are yellow. The ones in that alleyway are blue. Actual ropes appear to be tied around large objects in addition to this, also very close to the ground. When the host asks that shop clerk about the ties, it's very clear that he is very serious and wants nothing to do with the conversation. The host, Kitano himself, is elated that he found the store the ties came from, but the man running the shop doesn't joke back or smile at all. A few police officers are seen with the same demeanor a little later on when the host tries talking to them. They just walk away. My impression is that they clearly don't see this as a joke either. After this, it cuts to another scene with the host replacing a yellow tie that he removed from a pole at the start of the episode. With that, the text saying not to inquire further shows up, and that's it. The act of him putting the tie back is a little odd too, like context is missing here. So, in addition to conversation on forums, multiple blog posts were created as well. Among the most prominent and useful of these being written by a user who claimed to have been living in that part of Osaka during the early 90s, particularly during that incident and Night Scoop's investigation. He was apparently a student in middle or high school and provides screenshots where he's even seen in the background of the show. In his post, he recounts all the ties being removed from the area following the show's production crew leaving. They were all just suddenly gone. Very much like the locals interviewed on air, this writer of this blog post didn't know much about the root cause of this and who was doing it. But luckily, there exists another incredibly useful blog post, one that archived a few of the forum posts that I mentioned earlier. This included accounts from locals and a possible conclusion to this bizarre mystery. And before we get into that, there is one rather important topic I'd like to discuss first. This is, unfortunately, a topic filled with stigmas and issues. The Japanese population believes heavily in a person's civil duty, feeling that a member of Japanese society involves a great deal of responsibility from a young age to contribute to the greater good of society as a whole. There are benefits to this cultural approach, absolutely. Japan is a very safe country, and those who live there are very helpful and trusting due to this safe environment. In short, when everyone does their part in a community, big or small, change is seen, simple as that. However, an issue that Japan has in conjunction to this is the lack of individual support and a lack of individual representation in many aspects. This includes not wanting to stand out and appear gaudy or overly indulgent. Being an outlier is often seen as a negative thing, at least in my own experience and from what I've heard from other people I know that have lived in Japan. There are not many resources when seeking psychological health in Japan. It's an issue that is severely underaddressed. This causes those needing medical help to avoid doing so because of this stigma. And of course, things have gotten better, but as far as the spring of 1992, there were a lot of difficulties and a lot of things that just were not discussed. This brings us back to the documented accounts of the locals on the forum. Many recounted seeing the person who tied these ropes. The person is described as an older female with a visible mental impairment. Some say it's not immediately visible, while others say it was. Some even use phrasing to insinuate the woman was disabled, past the point of possibly being employed and self-sufficient. Now, why did this woman tie these ties? The possible reason is rather sad, as some accounts say that she did so because she needed assistance returning home and often got lost. Not having anyone to help her despite her disability, she purchased these ties so she could mark her way home and avoid getting lost. Since these ties were later removed, I honestly hope she didn't face further difficulty following their removal. Keep in mind, this possible outcome is not confirmed. There are other possible reasonings, one recounted by Makoto Kitano himself, who you may recall is part of the on-site investigation for that specific episode.
During his appearance on a podcast, he recalled the filming of that episode vividly, stating that they did find the woman herself and tried talking to her. This is when they quickly realized that she was unable to coherently cooperate with them. The woman apparently suffered from hallucinations, at least according to Kitano's account, claiming that she was unable to stop tying the ties, that she was literally terrified of stopping. Kitano does not mention anything about finding her way home in the podcast, only that the woman was unable to be interviewed due to severe paranoia and her mental state. They also feared a privacy violation since she lived nearby. This detail of the mystery was never broadcasted, obviously due to her privacy, and not wanting to showcase the unpleasant conclusion. Though, do keep in mind, none of these reasons are confirmed to be real. Some people feel that the whole thing was staged just to boost ratings or creep people out a bit and get some talk generating about the show. That doesn't really make sense to me, but because the ties suddenly vanished, a lot of people feel that may be the case.
As I said previously, Night Scoop still remains on the air and airs weekly to this day. However, the nylon rope incident still remains the black sheep, and that one weird episode with that not very pleasant outcome.
As far as this mystery itself, it's been 31 years. Who knows if this woman is still in the area or alive and well? I sincerely hope all the attention on this situation helped her in some way. But what do you guys think? I would love to know your views and your own personal takeaways in the comments below. I understand the topics brought forward today are kind of heavy, as well as that my opinions on mental health in Japan and how people with disabilities are treated may have bled through just a little bit. Though if I incorrectly interpreted anything, I do apologize. To summarize my own thoughts and takeaways, I feel support and awareness would be wonderful to those who need it. The nylon ropes case is bizarre and chilling in a way, but the underlying reasons behind it are a bit sad.
This photo looks simple and unsuspecting enough. It shows a girl with shoulder-length hair, in what looks like a room with wood paneling. She's smiling and giving the victory or peace sign gesture with her hands. She's wearing a white shirt with the Boss Coffee logo, or possibly a parody of the logo. Boss Coffee is a popular canned coffee brand in Japan, by the way. This image, in itself, as you currently see it, is not very well known. However, the photo it may have gone on to become is known throughout the world as one of the most famous creepypasta images, known as the Jeff the Killer image. It has been confirmed that the original Jeff image is Japanese in origin, though the exact origin isn't confirmed or definitively located as of right now. The closest thing to a possible origin, one that many believe to be conclusive but simply cannot prove it, is this image right here. The image could be the origin of Jeff, or it could be completely unrelated. I'm going to give you the known information and you can draw your own conclusions from here. Sound good? Cool, 'cause we have a lot to get into with this one. Now, over the past few years, there have been dedicated efforts to try and locate the original source image that was later used to create the Jeff images that we know and are readily available online. This has brought about search teams, bounties, and some significant progress. Now, this specific image was recently discovered by a member of the JTK search team, a user known as Eat Raw Skin. She discovered the photo while browsing a Japanese image board site that was archived known as Gazebox.com. This image was found on April 28th of 2023. This image stood out to the user, and multiple parts of this image itself are very similar to what's referred to as White Powder 2, or the earliest known incarnation of the Jeff image, the one with the Mr. Potato Head eyes. So, how exactly is it similar? Here's a visual of the similarities created by a user on the search team known as Rosen. As you can see, a lot of things do add up. Now, the next question is, who exactly is this girl in the original image? Well, this image is of a girl referred to online as Mariko. She was considered a quote-unquote net idol during the early 2000s. And despite what you may be assuming, this was not a good term. Around this time, it was typically reserved for girls seen as unattractive as a way of making fun of them. Mentions of Mariko have been traced as far back as April of 2004. However, recent findings suggest that the site may have been active in 2003 as well.
This is because very recently, possible mentions from December of 2003 have been discovered. Regardless, the earliest mentions were via 2chan threads, seen here as somebody linking Mariko's webpage on a thread titled Storesu Kaisho or Stress Relief. This brings us to the webpage itself, known as Mariko's Room. The site was hosted on InfoSeek, and the site was not kind to Mariko. Rather, the visitors and even Mariko's own posts seemed to mock her instead. The site was promoted as a quote-unquote diet diary and claimed Mariko needed to lose weight. It featured a bulletin board image gallery with various photos and possibly videos of Mariko. There were also text updates and blog posts. The site itself claimed it was written and updated by Mariko herself and apparently intended for others to quote-unquote motivate her, as the site claims. It wasn't long before users began noticing the presence of a user named Suzaku-maru, or just Suza, who was mentioned regularly. According to the site, Suza was Mariko's self-proclaimed boyfriend. Beyond this, promotions for Suzaku-maru's own web pages also appeared on Mariko's site. Between this and the bizarre nature of the web page, the images and posts are widely thought to be added by Suzaku-maru, not Mariko. The site itself was likely created by this Suza person to begin with. The remarks towards this girl consisted of things like trolls calling her the next big net idol, in that they felt she would blow up as a meme soon, and at the same time, people were creating edits of her face. One surviving edit from this time period has Mariko's face on famous idol Aya Matsuda. Even the photos supposedly posted by Mariko herself on the site had demeaning and self-deprecating captions. They did not sound like something a girl would say about herself and post publicly online. And with each passing day, more and more people took note of this, realizing that the situation seemed more like mistreatment and exploitation, possibly for monetary gain at the hands of Suzaku-maru. Whether or not he was actually her boyfriend remains suspect for a number of reasons as well. It was unknown if Mariko herself was even aware of the site or consented to her images being posted on it. And like I said, many assumed the supposed boyfriend was making money off the site itself since he had other web pages dedicated to him specifically that also promoted Mariko's webpage and vice versa. Users on various boards came together to confront Suzaku-maru regarding this, discussing how unstable his relationship was with Mariko. It was from these exchanges that the knowledge of possible videos of Mariko were discovered as well. These videos are likely long gone, but the surviving mentions claim that Mariko herself appeared very uncomfortable within them. Ultimately, a large number of users reported the webpage, with many describing the situation as a human rights violation. The most prominent thread found to date is regarding this, from May of 2004, dedicated solely to getting Mariko's room reported and taken down. I don't think the administrator behind Mariko's room has permission to post these things. The whole thing feels malicious. The site's creator is this person. This is awful. What? What is the part on the site with the grossness referring to? Even if they have the girl's permission to do this, there's better ways to go about it. It feels like a publicity stunt. Isn't anyone going to touch on the recent addition of banner ads on the site? He's making money on this. And it looks like most of those text-based ads were removed. Impossible. Suzaku-maru is a rotten human being. The pictures, all of it is disgusting. I'm guessing he put them all over the place on his own. In response to the public outcry, Suzaku-maru made a post on Mariko's room claiming that he would soon be renovating, quote-unquote, the site, and uploading a video with Mariko verbally saying she gave Suzaku-maru permission to post these photos. At this point, it's inferred that Suzaku-maru was openly admitting that he was making these posts, though the excuse given was that Mariko herself didn't own a PC. Not an uncommon thing in 2004, but still odd in this context. That was apparently why Suzaku-maru controlled the site. Here's a surviving post that goes into that a little bit from the Human Rights 2chan thread. And of course, online users were still not happy with this response. So, was this explanation video ever uploaded?
while not entirely confirmed, it doesn't seem like this ever happened. Instead, Suzaku Maru went on to attempt to wipe the internet of any and all trace of Mariko, with the sites involving himself and Mariko being completely removed around May 20th of 2004. And while it's unknown just how long this site was up, remember December of 2003 to April of 2004 are when the earliest mentions had occurred. These are not the dates of when the site went live or the first post within the site. Now, it is known that the site was spread across many image boards and blogs during 2004, especially during the combined efforts to have the site reported and taken down, but also when people were making those awful image edits of Mariko herself. This means Mariko's images were saved a number of different times by a number of different people. Plenty of copies could still exist. Though, of course, this ultimate conclusion to Mariko's room as a site makes the origin image that much harder to trace, making it pretty difficult to validate if this image did eventually become the Jeff image. Despite that, many theorize this. With how much traction this site received, it's very likely that many saved the original Mariko images, and that one of these users went on to create the first known Jeff edit, possibly one of the people who created one of those 2chan edits that were intended to mock her. These saves could have taken place at any point during the lifespan of the InfoSeek page, and we don't know how long the site was officially up for. What's also noteworthy is that there's a gap of 14 months between the closure of the Mariko webpage and the first known Jeff image, known as White Powder 2. So, why can't anyone prove it? The similarity seems solid enough, right? Well, when it comes down to fact, this definitively doesn't prove anything. This is how the post on r/lost media that presented all this information puts it, written by one of the search team members themselves. This does not mean that the unedited image is found. This does not set in stone, but arises the possibility that Mariko is the subject of the White Powder edits. However, this is a major lead, and the most promising so far. And thus, the internet continues to attempt in finding definitive proof of Jeff's origin image. And like I said, there's even a hefty bounty for those who are able to do so. Now, all of that aside, now that I've explained everything, or at least what's known currently, I honestly just hope this Mariko girl is leading a happy life wherever she may be currently. And I hope you guys agree. In the early days of the Japanese internet, a mysterious and disturbing MP3 file spread throughout various web pages. And while the MP3 file itself isn't able to be recovered in recent years, it's very well remembered today. Though it's not exactly remembered fondly. Rather, it's memorable because of how well it freaked people out. Chibi Maruko-chan is among the most long-running anime in Japan. Based on its equally long-running 1986 manga, it began airing in 1990. And new episodes are being produced to this very day. The series is lighthearted based upon the author's childhood in Showa-era suburban Japan, and has become a part of generations of childhoods over its almost 35-year run now. If you've never heard of Chibi Maruko-chan before, all you need to know is that it's an anime heavily associated with nostalgia and innocence. Sometime in the late 90s, around the same time as the launch of 2chan and about 8 years into the run of the anime, an audio file seemingly related to Chibi Maruko-chan started being passed around. One that the majority found highly disturbing. How so? This post recalls what was heard. The audio begins with the titular Maruko screaming in pain. Maruko's older sister is then heard desperately calling Maruko's name and shouting as well, followed by Maruko's mother doing the same. The clip then ends with Maruko shouting in agony once again, this time more aggressively, before the audio ultimately goes silent. Those who recall the clip swear that the audio was the actual voice actors themselves. They were apparently too authentic to be impressions. It is to be inferred by the listener that something horrible is happening to Maruko, and her mother and sister are helplessly looking on, unable to stop or help. Interestingly enough, this is not the only dark piece of lost media involving this anime.
A lost chapter from the original manga, one with surreal and disturbing visuals, unlike the original art style, was serialized one time before being excluded from the official volume that it should have been included within. While scans of the chapter did eventually surface online, many assume that this chapter was just a creepy rumor or hoax. Now, to this very day, the origin of the Screaming Maruko audio and why it exists in the first place remains unknown. It's not even known where this audio was originally shared before it proceeded to spread elsewhere. Some claim to have come across it on 2chan in the late 90s. Others claim the audio was on Nico Nico Doga, a popular video site, at some point as well. Over the years, many have recalled this audio. Too many for it to simply be an urban legend. Anytime a Maruko-chan MP3 file is brought up online, there is often someone responding who remembers hearing it, often referring to it as the one with the screaming or recalling the same details of the mom and sister being in there as well. Some recall coming across the MP3 file when browsing the internet on their flip phones in the late 90s. Many Japanese flip phones already had this feature, among many others that wouldn't take off in the West until years later.
I'd imagine hearing that kind of audio on a flip phone, especially out in public, would be especially memorable. On top of that, if most people did access this MP3 file through a flip phone, those flip phones are likely not around anymore. I mean, how many of you guys still have your old flip phones lying around somewhere? I mean, mine are long gone, I think.
The testimony claiming that the audio was on NND does allow for the possibility of this file existing online still, as it would need to be saved to be uploaded elsewhere like that. While many recognize the voices in the audio as that of the original voices of the characters themselves, there have been various theories as to how this audio came about. The first being that it consists of edited clips from the anime itself. While sophisticated editing software was not commonplace in the late 90s, this could have been achieved by strategically combining clips onto a cassette tape. These parody tapes, a precursor to the Mad videos that would later become popular in the 2000s, were passed around and shared by hand in the 80s and 90s. While not confirmed, many believe that the audio is from a Mad cassette or VHS that made its way online. While this audio remains lost, online users have found clips from the Maruko-chan anime that sound like they could make something like this if pieced together. Here's a recreation created solely with audio clips from an episode within Season 1. Now, the original Maruko-chan MP3 could be completely different. When or if that original file is found will be what ultimately determines that. Zoomin Asa or Zoomin Morning was a popular morning variety show that aired on Nippon television for a long time, every weekday morning from 1979 to 2011. The show itself was meant to serve as a positive start to the viewer's day, complete with cute mascot giveaways and special features filmed away from the studio. It was during one of these special features, a section meant to predict the weather in a specific area, that a disturbing incident had occurred. According to online accounts, during a 1988 broadcast of Zoom In, a reporter was in front of Ohori Pond in Fukuoka, giving one of the aforementioned weather relay reports. During this broadcast, a motionless body is seen floating in the background, visible in the corner of the screen and captured without anyone noticing. The reporter, upon turning to the pond and noticing the body, screams, and the camera abruptly shifts to the filming of the body itself, as well as the people later attempting to recover it from the pond. While footage of the broadcast itself was nowhere to be found online, this incident was mentioned by many internet users over the years, most notably on forums. The accounts began in the early 2000s, with among the earliest found being in 2004. Some claim that the show was cut short abruptly after the reporter screamed, and the program acted like nothing had happened following this incident. Others claim that the broadcast continued on, shifting the focus on the body in the lake.
Because Zoom In was broadcasted on a variety of networks throughout Japan, it's possible that both testimonies are correct and that some networks just cut to something else. Furthermore, it's been stated that no details were ever shared regarding the person's identity or what had occurred prior to the discovery of the body. Online users made various attempts over the years in finding this lost broadcast footage, or even just a mention of the incident online anywhere. Incident reports in Ohori Park or in Fukuoka as a whole were also looked into. No such occurrences were ever found. Just like the Chibi Maruko MP3, this piece has an abundance of recollections online, but no physical evidence backing it up. Listings for media similar to the reports were eventually found, however. Specifically, this 1988 drama special titled Tuesday Suspense Theater: The Zoom-In Morning Murder Case. This was a one-shot, only airing one time in November of 1988. Due to its obscurity and single airing, the special itself remains completely lost. Not even still images from the episode have been found, with the only thing proving its existence to begin with being a listing on the Japanese TV Drama Database's webpage. While the details of when it aired are provided, there is no synopsis or plot details. Still, the air date and title are extraordinarily noteworthy. Perhaps the broadcast incident was a scripted element of this one-shot drama, and those who saw this part of the drama misremembered it as a real Zoom-In broadcast. It's worth noting that Tuesday Suspense Theater aired at night, specifically at 9 p.m., a Tuesday night, while Zoom-In, the real Zoom-In, aired at 7 a.m. on weekdays. The drama one-shot itself being based on the actual broadcast incident was also considered as a possibility, however. And then there was the additional possibility of the news broadcast simply being a hoax. Maybe, despite so many online accounts, this news broadcast didn't exist at all. Maybe it was the product of misremembering details and online rumors convoluting things further. All speculation came to a halt on October 16th of 2021. This was the date that the Zoom-In broadcast, the real actual broadcast, was uploaded online, proving it to be real and marking it as found.
平成3年4月、福岡市民のオアシス大堀公園からの中継。しかしこの現場でカメラは生々しい水死体の映像を捉えていた。
今朝6時40分頃、通行人が年配の方らしき遺体が水に浮かんでいるのを発見しました。現在現場検証が行われているんですが、まだ遺体は引き上げられておりません。
While confirmed real, the actual footage still differed from the online account somewhat. For starters, the Zoom-In broadcast is from 1991, 3 years after the Tuesday Suspense Theater airing. In addition, these claims that the reporter had not noticed the body and screamed were also deemed false. The clip begins with an on-screen headline stating that a body was discovered at the weather relay location, that being Ohori Park. Rather than hosting the weather relay, the segment had instead focused on this sudden development. The footage shows the body within the pond as well as it being recovered by a group of people. It's also explained that the body was discovered by a passerby at 6:40 that morning, 20 minutes prior to the start of Zoom-In's broadcast. So, the body was not discovered in real time during the broadcast. The fact that the real incident happened after the drama is pretty creepy though, not gonna lie. Because the actual Zoom-In broadcast varies so much from the online accounts, it's been speculated that many have confused that drama one-shot with the actual incident. Nonetheless, the 1988 drama still remains lost. Japanese professional wrestling is a fascinating rabbit hole in itself. Within this rabbit hole is a good amount of lost media, and some of it is tragic and violent. What's likely the most notorious is the lost footage of Mitsuharu Misawa's final match. A match that would result in Misawa's passing. To Japanese wrestling or puroresu fans, the name Mitsuharu Misawa is well known. Misawa himself is a legend, idolized and adored since his debut in 1981. And considered to be among the greatest Japanese wrestlers of all time, if not the greatest. From 1981 to 2000, Misawa was affiliated with All Japan Pro Wrestling. In 1984, 3 years following his debut, Misawa became the second person to portray Tiger Mask, a popular character in wrestling lore who was initially from a manga that ran in the 60s to early 70s. He also famously wrestled Bret Hart in 1990. This match resulted in a draw. Listing Misawa's accomplishments as a professional wrestler would make a standalone video in itself, really. Misawa left All Japan in 2000 and formed his own league known as Pro Wrestling Noah. This was the direct result of what's known as the 2000 All Japan Mass Exodus, where 24 of the 26 native All Japan wrestlers left to form Noah. Believe me when I say there is a lot of lore when it comes to Puroresu. Reading through some of this kind of felt like I was reading the synopsis to a Yakuza game or something. Misawa managed Noah and saw a great deal of success for 9 years. In addition to managing the promotion, Misawa continued to wrestle, and his matches were among the biggest draws to Noah in itself. Unfortunately, Misawa's health began to decline as he got older, mainly due to how physically demanding the sport in itself is. With Misawa in his 40s at this point in time, his participation in these matches became riskier as time went on. Despite this, Misawa continued to be involved in pro wrestling, wanting to ensure the success of Noah. Misawa even stated himself that he wanted to retire but wouldn't allow himself to do so until he was at least 48. Misawa was 46 years old when he stated this, only days before his final match. On June 13th of 2009, a tag team match featuring Misawa and his protege Go Shiozaki was held at the Hiroshima Green Arena. It was here that they challenged Akitoshi Saito and Bison Smith, the Noah Tag Team champions at the time. The match went as planned for the first 27 minutes, and was expected to wrap up around 10 minutes later. The match took a devastating turn when Saito performed a backdrop suplex on Misawa. Only minutes later, Misawa fell unconscious. As Misawa was confirmed unresponsive, the match was immediately halted and multiple attempts to resuscitate Misawa began. First with a doctor in attendance, then by paramedics as they arrived at the venue. Misawa was rushed to Hiroshima University Hospital but was pronounced dead hours later due to a spinal dislocation. The news was devastating in the pro wrestling community. The entire match was filmed, intended to be released, though none of this professional footage has seen the light of day, aside from a clip of the resuscitation attempts. This clip was released to news outlets, though Noah had no intention of releasing anything else in order to respect Misawa's memory. Photos of the suplex itself, from start to finish, were published in Japanese magazines. Shortly following the incident, amateur footage from the audience was released by a YouTube user named Kimidori3 Takoyaki. This user uploaded 2 separate videos of the match, one of Misawa's entrance before the match began and another of the resuscitation attempts after the match itself. This user has confirmed that they caught the match itself on camera but will not release that out of respect to Misawa. These wishes should be respected, and this user should not be contacted regarding this topic. Mitsuharu Misawa remains a respected and beloved figure in the wrestling community. He left behind a wife and 2 children. For the sake of his family, and everyone out there who loves Misawa, I feel this lost media should remain lost. Antonio Inoki was another renowned Japanese wrestler. Inoki had an extensive career in wrestling and martial arts, being recognized by the WWF among their heavyweight champions and fighting Muhammad Ali in 1976. During the 1980s, Inoki was at the height of his career, particularly within New Japan Pro Wrestling, of which he had founded. Now, Big Van Vader was an American wrestler, known for his size and stature. Vader and Inoki faced off in Vader's NJPW debut. Inoki, seemingly unstoppable at this point, was basically a god among wrestlers. Vader was depicted as the secret weapon of his manager Takeshi Kitano, yes, that Takeshi Kitano, but he didn't seem intimidating to the crowd within the sold-out arena. It was assumed that Inoki would prevail and that Vader was some kind of one-off villain. Well, Vader ended up swiftly defeating Inoki in only 2 minutes, breaking Inoki's 9-year winning streak. Vader completely obliterated Inoki, who was the hero of everyone in that audience. Because Vader was a non-Japanese wrestler that had literally just been introduced, people were mad. So mad, in fact, that a full-blown riot had broken out in the sumo hall where the event was held. People trashed the venue, breaking things, setting their seat cushions on fire, and even throwing the inflamed cushions at Vader himself.
And when I beat him in 2 minutes, they got pissed off, legitimately. And they were rumbling and grumbling, and then they sit on pillows and they lit them on fire and started throwing them at the ring at me. And wow. So it got pretty scary.
By the time the riot was finished, the whole venue was in shambles and Vader had to be removed before anyone physically harmed him. Due to this incident, the sumo hall had banned New Japan until 1989. The match itself was caught on camera and shown on TV. Photos of the riot itself exist as well. This leads many to believe that footage of the riot itself exists. While the existence remains unconfirmed as of right now, it's yet another infamous lost media topic. Air and Canon are visual novel games later adapted into anime created by the Osaka-based studio Key. Created during a time when visual novels were incredibly popular, these two especially saw success. Key has produced 18 visual novels since 1999 and has even worked on a few anime. While their works are typically suited for general audiences, the first two, Canon and Air, were made for adults. Despite the mature subject matter of the final product, it has been rumored that darker and more graphic versions of the visual novels do exist, and that the final releases were toned down quite a bit. These cuts are known in the community as the Kroll versions. While the official releases are romance dramas with options to court the various characters and, standard visual novel stuff, the Kroll versions supposedly take a more disturbing turn with significant gore and disturbing outcomes for the characters. These versions have been a common rumor among fans of the series since the early 2000s. While some claim that Key themselves made the Kroll versions, others claim that these are doujins that use the original assets. The latter rumor is accompanied by the claim that only around 50 copies were produced of Air's Kroll version specifically, and that Key had taken legal action and confiscated these altered copies. It's said that the cover of the Kroll version features an upside-down A in the logo. The Kroll version of Air was said to have been created or leaked out of spite by developers that had worked for Key, and this is why Key themselves took direct action and ceased the distribution of them. For this reason, the Kroll versions are extremely rare and thought to not exist at all anymore. However, there are also many out there who think that this is some kind of urban legend, nothing more than a creepypasta that's spread around online. The existence remained unconfirmed for years, though these images claiming to be from the Kroll version of Air have been floating around online. For decades, these were just rumors and nothing more. Until January 28th of 2023, when the full Kroll version of Canon had been found, uploaded in full to the Internet Archive. The person who found this specific Kroll version being YouTuber Base Skater. The Canon Kroll version was confirmed to be a doujin patch, released by a group known as OSI in the year 2000. Now, this specific group also released a patch of Air, known as Summer Solstice. Base Skater also provided this patch to archive.org. While Canon Kroll does have disturbing themes, no such content is found in the Summer Solstice version of Air. So, while half of the urban legend was in fact deemed true so far, the Kroll version of Air still remains lost and its existence unconfirmed. Yippee! Ringu is a 1998 Japanese horror film based on the 1991 Koji Suzuki novel of the same name. While a Western adaptation titled The Ring was produced in 2002, the original film adaptation remains the best known. Now, the Brussels cut was named after its 1999 showing at the Brussels International Festival of Fantastic Film in Belgium. This cut has been described by those who saw it as significantly more graphic than the original Japanese release, specifically when concerning the open mouth effects of the victims, as they were made to appear more deformed. What's interesting is that 3 years following these viewer testimonies, the 2002 adaptation would feature open mouth effects just like what was described by the audience at that Brussels showing. Existence of the Brussels cut remains unconfirmed, and the only known showing of this graphic cut remains that European premiere in Brussels. It's been said that the viewers of this Brussels cut especially praised these new visuals, and for this reason, they were utilized in 2002's The Ring. Now, what of the Brussels cut of the original Ringu, and the disturbing new effects it supposedly included? Following this 1999 showing, this cut was never shown again. Many deny the existence of this cut entirely, though, feeling it's just an out-of-control urban legend. Hideo Nakata, the director of the original Japanese film, was asked about the Brussels cut on multiple occasions. Every time, Nakata denied any such version existing. Despite this, the viewers of that 1999 showing still swear that the version they saw was definitely more disturbing. This large number of testimonies keeps some from outright dismissing its existence. In the years to follow, some claim to have seen the Brussels cut on Spanish and British TV. The validity of such claims remains up for debate. So then, why would the director deny its existence? Well, some theorize that Nakata made these changes without some kind of necessary approval, or that he was trying to hide the existence of the cut for some other reason. Some even speculate that the changes were made by someone else without the approval of Nakata himself. Perhaps someone tampered with this specific European copy. For now, the Brussels cut remains a popular rumor, as no proof of the cut existing has been found. No still images, no footage from the Brussels showing, nothing. Locked Room Mystery-Solving Variety Escape Game Dero, more commonly known as just Dero, is a Japanese game show that aired from 2009 to 2011. The show follows an escape room-style obstacle course that changes with each episode. The show aired on Nippon Television during its primetime slot, however was swiftly cancelled in 2011 despite its popularity. For the cancellation was not due to low ratings, but grim similarities between the show's content and real-world events taking place at the same time. Like I said, the rooms and obstacles in each episode changed frequently, so neither the viewer nor the contestant could determine what the next one would involve. There was a common theme of rooms that would cave in or fill with water, though. On Dero's final episode to air, a brief teaser for the next episode was shown. This episode would ultimately never air, as the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami would occur before the intended air date. While the variety show itself was lighthearted in nature, people laughing over simulated floods and collapsing walls would be extremely grim and in extremely poor taste following such a tremendous disaster. Especially since, at this point in time, many victims of the quake and tsunami remain missing and unaccounted for. Because of Dero's swift cancellation, that unaired episode remains lost, and only the brief preview remains. The image you see before you became a bit of a meme, due to the crude nature of the drawing and awful circumstances that led this image to come about in the first place. It's been posted all over the Japanese internet for over 20 years now. What you see before you is a screenshot taken from a news broadcast. And that drawing? It's claimed to be a sketch of a man responsible for awful reoccurring crimes that had taken place over 2003, according to the screen cap itself as well as its earliest known post on 2chan. Because the only media recovered of this broadcast is the still image itself, that's all we have to go off of regarding what's going on and who the sketch is supposed to be of. Let's start with the archived 2chan post. Dated October 10th of 2003, the post itself just reads "the criminal's face," with an arrow pointing to a link to the image itself. Now, as far as that image itself, there are a few clues found with that on-screen text. At the top right, there's a bulletin that reads, "Another robbery has occurred. Those in white uniforms have been targeted." Beneath that, with the red backdrop, reads, "7 consecutive incidents." That text on the side reads, "Eyewitness drawing of the criminal's face." Those on-screen details given confirm that this is a drawing of an assailant that people should be on the lookout for, and that they have been targeting students in white uniforms, at least 7. It's also assumed that this all had occurred in 2003, given the timing of the image's emergence online. And of course, this image has been passed around quite a bit too. There are many blogs and web pages that contain the image, but unfortunately, many of these blogs are now down, with many unarchived. Now, some online were able to find multiple reports of female students being stabbed by unknown individuals over 2003. Whether this culprit or culprits was ultimately caught isn't known though. So, for years and years, many simply remembered this image as just a funny meme, not getting the entire story due to the original broadcast being lost. Footage of this broadcast has yet to surface. Fist of the North Star, known in Japan as Hokuto no Ken, is among Japan's most prominent and influential and iconic anime and manga series. It's one of my personal favorites. It's especially known for its Mad Max aesthetic and macho style of characters that pretty much define that era. Let's just say Fist of the North Star is not a happy-go-lucky slice-of-life series. Aside from, well, not that, we don't talk about that. As a matter of fact, I'm here to tell you that it is quite violent. So when the manga began its adaptation into anime in 1984, done by Fuji TV, a well-known animation studio, some censorship was definitely done. Despite that, it was still very gory and very popular among the masses. Now, 2 years later, in 1986, Toei Animation released a full-length feature film to theaters throughout Japan. Because this film was to be shown in theaters, it didn't have to follow the strict TV guidelines. This is something they especially took advantage of, with the animators reportedly studying human anatomy to make sure the gore was as realistic as possible. The intention of this film, one that provides a retelling of the first story arcs of the manga, was to create something faithful to Tetsuo Hara's art in the original source material, meaning it was really gory. So anyways, the Fist of the North Star film premiered on March 8th of 1986. While the film was praised by fans, Toei soon became overwhelmed with complaints regarding the extreme violence and gore. So many people complained that, allegedly, Japan's diet became involved in enforcing censorship for this movie. Toei Animation was essentially forced to hastily censor every scene deemed too much. This resulted in many scenes being blurred, shaded, or cut out entirely. The home video release did not arrive until 2 full years later in 1988. This was because of all the censorship work that needed to be done on the film. And among the biggest changes noted in the home video release was that the ending was completely changed and reanimated. The original theatrical version had shown Kenshiro, the main protagonist, falling unconscious. The new ending, however, still had Kenshiro upright and conscious as the film ends. While the original ending to the film, the one with Kenshiro unconscious, was used in various foreign language releases, and was eventually provided on the 2008 Japanese DVD release, most of the uncensored gore scenes remain lost. That original uncensored cut of the film was only ever shown in Japanese theaters. It's unknown if Toei even possesses the uncensored cut of the film nowadays. The original cut could be lost or even destroyed at this point. Some even claim that an uncensored version doesn't even exist to begin with, as some online users claiming to have seen the original Japanese release in theaters have surfaced over the years, stating that censorship was present in theaters. This is all a bunch of hearsay though, and there isn't any proof of uncensored scenes existing. Or is there? Behold the Italian VHS release of the film. This specific home video release, and no others, contains 3 uncensored scenes. This proves that these scenes, at the very least, were censored later on. So why does this Italian release have uncensored scenes to begin with? It's theorized that this VHS release used a draft of the film that had yet to be censored. In addition, some theatrical trailers have been shown to include uncensored scenes that would later become censored. Now, the only way we can definitively prove the existence of an uncensored theatrical cut would be to obtain a copy of the film shown in theaters in 1986. And some have popped up online over the years. The uncensored cut was supposedly shown at a movie theater in Maryland in 2015 as well, but no footage of the event can be found. As of right now, that original theatrical cut remains lost and ultimately unconfirmed. This image isn't particularly disturbing unless you can read the caption, and think a bit about the circumstances behind it. Circumstances so potentially concerning that a search for the lost news footage has been underway for some time now. This image has been pretty well known in Japan as a meme since around 2009. The meme itself is called Sensei to futari de kimashita, or My Teacher and I Did It Together. It's named that because that's what the little girl in the screenshot is supposedly saying. The outlandish caption with the girl being interviewed is seen as humorous on the Japanese internet, but some question the source of the image. Was the girl really saying that? Because that would be highly concerning if that turned out to be the case. This location is fairly remote as well, with some kind of waterfall in the background. Why the girl was out there and who she was with also became a topic of discussion. Because if this screenshot is genuine, something pretty sinister could be at play here. Furthermore, why would the news outlet broadcast such an interview? The only definitive way to confirm all of this was to locate the original footage. The caption at the top left of the screen says summer days across the country, so the time of year and purpose of this interview is clarified a little bit through that. Because the image has been around for about 15 years now, it's also known that the report likely aired before 2009 or during 2009. The location filmed has been speculated to be Kegon Falls in Tochigi, a prefecture north of Tokyo. Possibly the biggest find in the search that has occurred so far was this. A version of the screenshot without the suspicious quote at the bottom. This suggests the possibility of the image with the caption underneath being edited, and not the original image to begin with. This could also be a frame of the broadcast before or after the quote was shown on screen. Lastly, this Twitter post from 2020 in response to someone using the image as a reaction to a manga panel with interesting dialogue claims to have the real story behind the screenshot. The image provided is a 2019 comment from a post made to World.club, which seems to be a popular BuzzFeed-type webpage. According to this 2019 commenter, they knew the story behind this because of the job they had with the production that conducted the interview. This commenter apparently talked to the girl themselves. They say the interview took place around 10 years ago, marking it from around 2009, and that the girl pictured was part of her school photography club. This club supposedly only had 3 members in total, with the other 2 unable to make the trip due to health and family reasons. The teacher asked the girl if they should cancel the trip, but the girl insisted on going still. Then there's the last bit at the bottom saying the teacher themselves was quote-unquote young and bald, and that nobody watching the interview would find the 2 suspicious because the teacher was young and bald. So the news channel went ahead with the interview. Now, take all of this with a grain of salt. It's an anonymous comment after all. But if it is true, then a lot of context is missing from that original broadcast. There's probably additional footage with the supposed young bald teacher, I would assume. Nothing will be definitively clarified or confirmed without the original broadcast footage, however. Yume Nikki, or Dream Diary, is a name passed around a lot in the anime, JRPG, and Japanese gaming communities. If you're unfamiliar with Yume Nikki, here's a little breakdown. Yume Nikki is technically an adventure game, one created with RPG Maker, more specifically RPG Maker 2003. Despite the game's age, it's popular and beloved today, particularly for its surreal visuals and cryptic story that people still discuss and interpret in different ways. Nobody really knows what this game is actually about. There are a few theories tied to this game's story, which involves a girl in her room who has elaborate dreams. The game itself involves physically accessing these dreams and exploring them, and they become more hostile and bizarre as the game goes on. Yume Nikki is now playable on Steam as well as smartphones, but initially gained a cult following as a PC game on Windows. Especially as the game was heavily discussed on 2chan, as the forums helped get the word out and promote the game through word of mouth. So, while the game has been available online since 2004, the final update was made in 2007. Nowadays, that final version is the one that most have played. There's actually a fan translation of the final version. 9 other versions of the game do exist, being updated over 2004 and 2005. But most content from these early versions are lost. As a matter of fact, the first 3 versions are lost entirely, and they could have varied greatly from the final released version. Remember how I said the story of Yume Nikki is very cryptic and not fully understood? Well, some believe that the earlier versions were more clear in the narrative's intentions, and could possibly shed light on the meaning behind the game and why it was created in the first place. This image could possibly be the earliest incarnation of the main character's bedroom, found on the game creator's MySound profile page. The early days of Yume Nikki are poorly documented due to its quiet initial release, and most discussion being anonymously on 2chan. Aside from a freeware magazine providing some versions in a promotional CD-ROM, a lot of this content could be lost entirely now. Kikiyama, the creator themselves, is known to be extremely private, only being interviewed one time by Undertale creator Toby Fox of all people. This interview was provided on Toby Fox's column for Famitsu magazine. The interview reveals that Kikiyama wanted to continue updating Yume Nikki beyond that 2007 build, but wasn't able to get around to updating the game again. Aside from this, Kikiyama has never elaborated anything further and lives a very private life. Nobody even knows their true identity. The only clues in deciphering the story of Yume Nikki could lie in those early versions, and those early versions may be lost entirely now.
Some scripts, and here it is, some lost children's card game media for all of you here today. Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie, Pyramid of Light. Yu-Gi-Oh! The first movie. No, actually, it's called Yu-Gi-Oh! Pyramid of Light. It's an okay movie. I remember renting this from a Blockbuster and watching it at 1 a.m. with some friends at a slumber party. To this day, we actually have an inside joke about the Kaiba song that plays when the end credits start. Either that or the one that plays when he's on the Blue Eyes jet, I don't remember. But we'll just send the song out of context randomly, and it's a whole thing. But anyways. Fun fact about this movie is that it was commissioned by 4Kids for the American market. This is actually something that happened more than once, but we'll get into that later. Because this movie was not the product of Japan, it actually came out in America first, then Japan a few months later. Lost media though, what is it? How does it work? Well, you see, the runtime of the American film is 89 minutes, and the Japanese film, 101 minutes. How can this be though? Typically the source material is shortened and localized after it arrives from Japan. But this is a case where it was created in the country that typically does the localizing and botching. Well, there's 2 theories as to why the Japanese one is a little longer. One is that 4Kids made all 101 minutes of it and later just decided to cut it out. The other is that the Japanese studio added these scenes when it reached Japan. And that's not all. We don't even have a complete documentation of the differences between versions. So theoretically, there could be scenes that didn't even make it to either film or a lost dub of the Japan-only scenes, and that's where the lost stuff comes in. The really weird thing is the scenes that are in the Japanese version or the ones known to be in the Japanese version are not inappropriate or violent. One I can think of is there's just like a shot of a Karibo at the beginning when he's building the Millennium Puzzle. There's a few others, it's just a weird situation. Is there any more scenes beyond this that were unreleased completely? Any lost dubs?
We may never know. The Japanese dub of Capsule Monsters, Yu-Gi-Oh! Alex. So there's apparently a story arc with the same name as me. Lol. Much like the Pyramid of Light film, Capsule Monsters was kind of a side quest filler thing in the anime that was co-produced by 4Kids, though Capsule Monsters was also produced in conjunction with Nihon Ad Systems, Studio Gallop, TV Tokyo, and Shueisha. Just me and the boys making an anime to sell a toy line. Which, joking aside, is exactly what this is. Apparently, while not confirmed, it was meant to be adapted for Japan and would go under the name Yu-Gi-Oh! Alex. We know this name is the name of the Capsule Monsters in Japan because of a listing on Studio Gallop's webpage that to this day is still up. So, why the name Alex? I really have no idea. Maybe because Alex sounds Americanized and cool. Does that make me cool? The Studio Gallop listing also mentions it being an American anime and something made in America. Like, it's definitely aware of this in describing it as that, so... More importantly though, why was it never released in Japan despite having so many people collaborate to finish the thing? Well, it is theorized that the reason is similar to why Toei's Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, known by fans as Season 0, doesn't have any release or acknowledgement after Duel Monsters came out.
It is hot as hell in this funky ass, hot ass room I'm in. Is that the Grim Reaper?
Because it conflicts with the story told in Duel Monsters, which is different in many ways and kinda took over as series canon. There has been documented interest in adapting this anime for the Japanese market, though whether or not it will be is still unknown. I'm guessing if it hasn't happened already, it probably will never happen though.
Ah yes, the Akihabara tape, also known as Fly Away or the most mysterious song of Japan. And while there are many mysterious unidentified songs out there, unidentified songs themselves have gained newfound attention in recent years. The song on the cassette tape I found in Akihabara, as this mystery is known in Japan, has been the topic of both speculation and unease for decades. This song and the mystery behind it was introduced in Japan way back in the year 2000, which, you know, is 23 years ago now. Yikes. For those unfamiliar with the mystery, allow me to give you a brief rundown. So, Tokyo in 1990, or approximately 1990. Around this time period, in Akihabara, the electronics district of Tokyo, there was a thrift store that specialized in electronic goods. Said store existed within the Radio Kaikon building, which is a very famous building in Japan but was refurbished over a decade ago and the original one no longer exists. At the front of said store, there was a box full of cassette tapes, and a lot of them, many of which were previously blank and recorded over. A student who frequently rode his bicycle to Akiba with his friends found some cassette tapes within this box, purchased them for only 50 yen, that being a little less than 50 cents, and took them home. Upon going through the contents of these tapes, it was found that most of the songs were easily recognizable, except for one. This song was perceived by the listener as both mysterious and ominous. It made such an impact, in fact, that they later uploaded it to 2chan to see if anyone recognized the song. This first post came about in the year 2000, about 10 years after they acquired the tape. And nobody recognized the song. Something that was primarily taken note of rather than identifying the song was how creepy it sounded. Because of this, it became what's defined as an unsearchable term in Japan, as well as one of the mysteries of Nico Nico, which it was later uploaded to in 2007. The song remained unidentified, and though there were some theories thrown around about who sung the song, particularly Adi Project or the vocalist from Adi Project, there was never really a dedicated search in itself, at least in Japan. In the time since I first discussed this mystery, well over a year ago, an abundance of interest and search efforts have came about. This includes actual substantial developments. So, let's pick up where we left off, shall we?
So, like I said, search efforts in Japan actually occurred, though seemed to be at a complete halt by 2021. I mean, by this point in time, the Akihabara tape mystery was kind of an old internet relic. The most recent significant discussion on this topic occurred around the late 2000s at this point. However, shortly after my upload, re-uploads of the song itself with an English title came about. It surprised me even further when restorations of the song came about as well. Shortly following this, a very detailed and dedicated Reddit post on r/lostwave, courtesy of user iamps85, was posted. A user who has also uploaded song restorations. This Reddit post was posted at the beginning of 2022, and to be clear, the Akiba tape song had been mentioned on the specific subreddit in the past, being referred to as Fly Away, though was not discussed at great lengths until iamps85's post. A post I consider highly influential to the events that followed. It was here, my friends, where the true search for the origin of the Akiba tape's mysterious song began. It was following this post that the creation of the song's very own subreddit came about, r/Japan's mystery song. And shortly following this came the song's first significant discovery. That the song was made sometime after the year 1984. How was this narrowed down, though? By the first prominent Reddit post within the official subreddit. And this brings us to the instruments used within the song itself and the discovery of which ones were used. To those familiar with music composition and instruments themselves, two things may have become apparent upon hearing this track. One, the instruments used are all electronically generated through a musical instrument digital interface, or MIDI, rather than from organic instruments played live in a studio. Most come from a synthesizer. And two, because of this composition, the track was likely an amateur project or a demo produced for a larger company. We'll get into that shortly. It was in that aforementioned and significant Reddit post that the drum machine in the song used to create, you know, all those drum noises, was identified. And what was the drum machine? Well, it was... drumroll. The Yamaha RX-11, a professional drum machine initially released in Japan in July of 1984. This find came courtesy of Reddit user Hornez69, who had been restoring that specific drum machine. They were, later on, able to provide a demonstration with the RX-11 in their possession. Another key detail, one that is all but confirmed, is the synthesizer used for the track. Upon inspection, it's highly likely that the Yamaha DX7 was the synth used to produce the other MIDI sounds in the song. This in itself is not as big a key detail though. The DX7 was among the most commonly used synthesizers of the time and was produced from May of 1983 to 1989. However, it is noteworthy that the SY77 was a Yamaha synthesizer that replaced the DX7 in December of 1989. Now, why exactly is the synth believed to be the DX7 specifically? Hornez69 states that they recognize various sounds unique and exclusive to the DX7, one specifically being the koto patch featured in the synth's ROM1 cartridge. Narrowing down the instruments was only the first phase, the beginning even, in better understanding this track. In the early days of this search, there was one task that remained among the top priorities in understanding the track better. That task being contacting the original poster who had purchased that cassette tape in 1990 and later uploaded information in the track itself in 2000. Now, technically, the OP was reachable on various web pages, most notably their blog and Twitter. They certainly had an online presence even to this day, though whether they were willing to discuss this mystery years later was completely unknown. By the beginning of 2022, search efforts overseas or outside of Japan were set in motion. Though, the ball truly began rolling on February 27th of 2022 with the launch of the Akiba Tape Discord server. While the subreddit does do well to document the search, a great deal of updates and discussion came about with the centralized hub on Discord. And it was around this time where contact with the original poster and owner of the tape was attempted. Despite the various attempts to reach out at this time, no contact was made with OP. Despite this, other objectives and tasks did come about, including while many can assume what the song was made for, the exact purpose of the track remained very much unknown. There's actually more theories for the song and the cassette tape's purpose than you'd think. Among the most common theories discussed were: one popular theory from the very start of the search was the song's possible creation to be used in an anime. One possible outcome is that the anime never was completed, or that the anime itself is so obscure that it became lost media. Now, there wasn't anything substantial in validating this theory, though the lyrics of the song, as well as its overall feel, does seem to fit the theme of fiction. The song does sound very much like an ending theme to an obscure OVA to me personally, and there were many of those produced around this time, I assure you. Some validation for this theory lies within another song said to be on the cassette tape from the OP. Supposedly, the Akiba tape also included a song by the artist Yumiko Takahashi. This was stated by OP pretty early on. So, Takahashi's first single was released in 1990 and it was an anime opening. This anime was produced by NTV, a TV channel that aired anime produced by the company Sunrise during this period. And thus, for this reason, it is theorized that the song may have been produced for a lost or unreleased NTV show or Sunrise anime. This is due to the inclusion of Takahashi on the tape and what Takahashi was affiliated with at this point in time. I mean, like I said, I personally feel like this sounds like an anime ending or even possibly an opening. I would honestly love to hear what you guys think in the comments though, so let me know if you have any thoughts on that. Now, this theory actually comes from a noteworthy comment that took note of the use of instruments used as well as their use of them within the track. This was a theory that wasn't really discussed or speculated until this point. But allow me to provide you with the actual comment and the words of the commenter themselves.
Just had a conversation with our Japanese musician in our company. He listened to the song, and he said that this is a possible demo song from Sony or Hitachi, not sure which of the two, for sound demo for their music component products. However, he didn't know the said artist's name, nor when it was created or co-created by some production company. Hopefully we can find the origin of this song.
This comment, in all honesty, may now hold a lot of weight. Originating from a restoration upload courtesy of iAmps85, it's rather detailed. Really, it came out of nowhere, but it's not the typical comment that claimed to definitively know the source of the track. It is a theory that has not been explored too much, especially since the commenter did not elaborate further beyond that one singular comment, even after replies were made. However, with high-end stereo systems being in high demand and quite competitive in their marketing back then, this may be a viable outcome. I mean, I personally recall these types of demo discs being included with Bose music systems back in the mid-2000s. They were definitely a thing, albeit rather niche. Not really something you keep around and listen to for funsies, you know? And even if they were distributed, they were likely in the possession of the company that sold these stereo systems. They wouldn't really go home to the public, at least I don't think they would. So, in short, the likelihood of one of these audio sample showcase discs or cassettes being preserved is rather unlikely. And lastly, the original theory of this being a song produced by a singer or band, be it an idol that was brought on board to a talent agency, an artist or band that created a demo in attempt to be picked up by a label, or an early recording or scrap track by an already established artist of the time. There have been various established and publicly known artists speculated to have been the vocalist on the track, and we will explore that shortly. So, more details were actually discovered upon inspection of the cassette images provided by the OP. While the physical, tangible cassette itself was typical of the era, it was the marked out portion in the corner of the cassette's label that drew a lot of attention. It clearly said something that the people who scribbled it out did not want the public to see when it was probably donated to that secondhand shop. That something it said exactly was unclear. Nonetheless, there were various theories on what it said and why it was marked out. Perhaps the logo was a talent agency or record label. Maybe, possibly, and hopefully a band that could further narrow down the date of the song's creation in some way. Maybe even something that could lead us to the actual name of the band or artist who created the song. Naturally, various theories as to what this said were speculated upon and, thrown around. Though, despite this, nothing was confirmed. Upon inspection of that grainy original image, the most visible word under all that black ink was associates. And it was highly speculated that the word before it said representative, so representative associates. But what was unable to be fully confirmed and decoded through the photo available to us was the rest of it. And to clarify a detail I mentioned in the first Akiba tape video, this photo of the cassette is not the Akiba tape. Regardless, according to OP, the tape did look identical to this and had that same logo marked over in black ink. There is no official photo of the original Akiba tape with the track on it that's available online, and that makes the search particularly tricky. At this point in the search, in early 2022, contact was still being attempted with the original poster and owner of the tape. Despite this, hopes were low in the likelihood of them ultimately providing a response. I mean, let's be honest here, after all these years, OP may have put this time in their life behind them. Perhaps barely even recollecting this mystery in the modern day. Contact on OP's blog was attempted, and that didn't really prove to be fruitful as there was never any response. But then came the discovery of OP's Twitter account. A Twitter account that they were very active on to this day. OP, known on Twitter as Tekibaka, would often post Ohayo gozaimasu or good morning on their account. The most worthwhile and opportune window to respond was through these good morning tweets. Attempt was also made on old tweets that directly mentioned the Akiba tape as well. None of these response tweets were responded to in turn by Tekibaka. Only ignored. Actually, were they ever really ignored to begin with? It was finally in March of 2022 that a sudden and unexpected series of tweets were posted by Tekibaka out of nowhere. Posts that directly addressed the Akiba tape.
So, about the song on the Akihabara tape that became famous with the cult fans as a do not search trend. These are the actual tapes that I bought at the same time, also for 50 yen. The Aji Nomoto gift tape had been recorded over, so the original content is gone. But the Oyome-san no Ota tape was left untouched.
Let's begin to unpack a little bit here. What is Ajinomoto? The answer to that is actually fairly simple. They're a Japanese food company. A very well-known and long-established food company, as a matter of fact. One that had produced many commercials over the years. Now, the gift part is a bit trickier. When looking into the complete phrasing Ajinomoto gift though, as it's written in Japanese, something does come up. Cooking oils. More specifically, gift boxes of cooking oils and other cooking products sometimes. Perhaps a song on this specific tape was meant to be used in a commercial for this product. Maybe all the songs on this tape were meant to be reviewed and selected for a future commercial. Possibly compiled by that company with the scribbled out logo in the corner of the cassette tape. A second tweet in this thread followed shortly after.
Part 2 of the actual tapes I bought in Akihabara. The cases and tapes have been left exactly as they were when I bought them, so they're kinda dirty. But when you look really closely, you can see Fujimoto Yuri written under the marker. And on the third picture, you can just about see demo tape written at the end of the line of marker. I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that these were tapes disposed of by some kind of organization.
This one is pretty self-explanatory. Now, as far as who Fujimoto Yuri is, well, your guess is as good as mine. Many people come up upon searching this name with that specific kanji used in the tweet, and those who do come up are very unlikely to be associated with this tape. The most prominent person within the results being a 43-year-old politician whose name uses that same kanji that was specified again in the tweet. And this tape also literally says demo tape on it. While this does not narrow down information on the Akiba tape itself, this tape did come from that same shop and possibly the same company or organization.
One of the reasons I deleted the first Akiba cassette tape video and renamed it I'm Glad We Found Out the Title is that I thought it might get into legal troubles concerning the song's copyright. Even though the song was completely unknown, no one knew the title, writer, or composer, I started to get worried about the fact that I had reposted it without permission. So since I uploaded that song to try to find out the writer, composer, or singer, I decided to re-upload it. The first time, I also uploaded it with mono audio. So I re-uploaded it with the original stereo audio, the same file that I personally own. However, as you all know, everything about the song is still unknown. There's an article about it on the Nico Nico Encyclopedia, but none of the creators of the song have ever commented on it or anything. Who knows whether any new information about this song will ever arise.
This tweet is interesting as it shows that OP had fears of facing legal issues by having that original Nico Nico upload of the full song up like that. This truly isn't too outlandish of a concern. As far as copyright goes, Japan is exceptionally strict. And with this third tweet, it was confirmed that the original poster had not known any new information on the song. That it was just as much a mystery as the day they made that first post on 2chan. It was following this post that an actual correspondence occurred as well. Kai, a very talented translator and honestly invaluable member of the Akiba Tape Discord, responded to this thread of tweets in Japanese. asking what became of that original Akiba tape with the mysterious song on it. Tekibaka did answer this tweet, and the answer was not great. See, it turns out that the original poster, Tekibaka, had thrown out the original Akiba tape. Of course, this news was absolutely less than ideal, though Tekibaka would continue to communicate with those involved in the search following this tweet, and that itself was a plus. As a matter of fact, shortly after, clearer photos of the logos scribbled out on the blue tapes were posted, giving us a much clearer look at that logo we discussed earlier. With these images, we could clearly see what it said for the most part. Tekibaka even wrote out the spelling in a tweet. What the Ajinomoto gift tape said, the one said to look exactly like the original Akiba tape was ADA, Audio Representative Associates. However, this was not the only variation of the ADA logo. Clearer photos of the other tape were also eventually posted, and that showed that this one said ADA Company Limited, both using that same ADA logo with the same font. So, Audio Representative Associates and ADA Company Limited. This information was a substantial lead in the search, but what was ADA? A talent agency? Recording studio? Something completely different? This ADA revelation would not be the only discovery found upon this second tape, however. Later on, the OP would post yet another tweet, this one with one of the ADA cassette tapes playing. One video in particular featured another unusual song, one that would turn out to be yet another Japanese mystery song. That's right, folks, now we have two. The only identifier being also in 2021, but a couple months later. This post claimed they obtained a blank cassette that was recorded onto from a hard-off, that being a Japanese secondhand store chain. They then go on to write the lyrics of the song, these lyrics being the lyrics of the mysterious song / Fly Away. At the bottom of the post, they also listed off other songs supposedly on the tape, all idol songs from between 1981 and 1986. Now, unfortunately, all users on Japan's version of Yahoo Answers are anonymous and unable to be contacted. With that said, it's very unlikely that anything further will come from this discovery unless this poster comes forward on their own once again, hopefully showing the tape itself and playing what's on it. Though, in all honesty, and many of you may be already thinking this, it may just be a LARP and nothing more. After all, OP had said that they discarded the tape, not that they sold it or gave it away to anyone. Affiliated with in the past are Big Apple, Hirata Office, Toho Entertainment, and Koni. She has been with the record label Victor Entertainment since the very beginning. This has actually led to speculation that the mystery song may be owned by Victor Entertainment. Takahashi was most active in the early 1990s, and her last official single was in 1999. A few best of albums have been released in the time since then, however. Not to be confused with Yumiko Takahashi, Reiko Takahashi became a candidate and possible vocalist of Fly Away in March of 2022. The primary reason for this is that she sounds similar and was active during the period the tape was likely recorded, Reiko Takahashi also had a very short-lived career as an idol, only releasing 4 songs, and is very obscure and unknown as far as idols go. There's more though. Reiko Takahashi had also been signed to Victor, the same label Yumiko Takahashi was signed to. And it gets even better, folks! One of Takahashi's 4 songs in particular, a track titled Love Song wa Utaenai, aka I Can't Sing a Love Song, is rather similar in theme and lyrics to Fly Away. So maybe, just maybe, Fly Away was an early version of this song, or scrapped due to it being too similar to I Can't Sing a Love Song. Another contender surfaced following an interesting Reddit post that detailed someone's own theory regarding the search. They explored commercials that had aired in the past for Ajinomoto Gift and ultimately stumbled upon another short-lived idol by the name of Yoko Tanaka. The entire post itself, despite the fact that none of it is confirmed, is an interesting read. I recommend going through the whole thing if you're able. It's pretty long. Active around the same time as the aforementioned idols, Tanaka was heavily involved in an anime that aired from 1990 to 1991 titled Idol Angel Yokoso Yoko. The anime was supposed to have 52 episodes in total, however only 43 officially aired. The other 9 are lost media. But why did this happen? Tanaka had made the decision to retire as an idol while the anime was still in production. According to an article linked in that original Reddit post, she was simply unhappy with how she was being managed. Piggybacking off that idol theory previously mentioned and taking note of the window of Tanaka's career, it's possible that Fly Away could have been made for Idol Angel Yokoso Yoko, possibly as an ending theme or something. Though, because this theory comes from a Reddit post that doesn't hold much weight in terms of factual evidence, take this one with a grain of salt. This one might be the oldest and longest lasting theory for the track. There's multiple reasons for this, with the biggest one holding a great deal of weight. First off, Adi Project or Adi Pro has been active since 1984. The group is quite famous in Japan today, contributing to a few well-known anime openings, though they were very underground and obscure in the 1980s. Adi Pro was not signed to a major label until the 1990s, and it's worth noting that they were also signed by Victor Entertainment, eventually, though this was not until 1996. One other observation, one that's been stated since way back in the Mysteries 2-chan and Nico Nico days, is that Fly Away's vocalist does sound a lot like Akira Takarano, the vocalist of Adi Project. Takarano has continued to evolve her vocal style over the years, and their current stuff is very avant-garde, but the early works of the group kind of fit the bill when looking into the tone and lyrics of Fly Away. The song itself also resembles the early Adi Pro music, and the vocalist reflects Takarano's unique vocal style. It is possible that this song was an early Adi Pro demo or a tentative solo project of Takarano herself. Early Adi Project demo cassettes have been spotted online, so the idea isn't too far-fetched. Unfortunately, with Adi Pro being the famous and successful duo it is today, contacting them is anything but an easy feat. It seemed as though speculation was merely speculation and that was it. But now is where the real action comes into play here. On November 11th of 2022, Discord users Kai and Ostinetto Protervum had actually gone through extensive effort in comparing the Fly Away vocalist to the voice of Takarano herself. This is found in a YouTube video that I'll link in the description. Here's a bit of that comparison. And while this is far from definitive proof that Takarano was the vocalist, it may have set us on the right track in where attention should be set in terms of artist theories. In addition, in September of 2022, an early work by Takarano made for an anime was discovered online. In this track, she sings in a different style, one very similar to that of Fly Away. While I can't play the song here, links will be in the description to hear that for yourself. Please feel free to give it a listen and let me know your thoughts. With all of that said, at this point, at this current phase in the search, our biggest lead and hope for a possible artist appears to be Akira Takarano. Between the AI and that early anime track, it seems an artist suggested from the very start still remains a prominent adversary in our quest to get this song identified. And I really hope this isn't something I have to say for it to be understood, but I'll say it anyways. Please do not contact or hound any of these people I have named in this video. Please just be respectful, be kind. If you would like to follow the search efforts more closely, I implore those interested to join the Discord and work with the team already going about this in a respectful and polite manner. Anyways. What's also great is that we have that ADA logo to work with now. While the company remains especially elusive and is likely defunct at this point, finding any information on this company would prove invaluable. After hearing that second mystery song, interest in that one, as well as the cassette tape that it was on, had blossomed. Especially because this tape was said to not have been recorded over and also had that ADA logo. Inspecting this tape further could prove to be beneficial. With the cooperation of Tekibaka, user IAMPS85 contacted Tekibaka in hopes they could somehow purchase the tape from them, or at least obtain it to preserve it digitally. And, well, it worked. After a few weeks, the tape was in the possession of IAMPS85 and more discoveries were made. This includes showcasing the song in full, more clear photos of the tape, and IAMPS85 being able to remove much of the black ink, revealing the very first clear and unobscured look at the ADA logo. And lastly, I wanted to mention this interesting little idea I found recently on r/Japan's mystery song. Reddit user RoboMetal had apparently taken note of a Japanese YouTube comment saying they wished this mystery would be submitted to a Japanese show titled Night Scoop so that it could be further researched. Night Scoop is a show that's been airing on Asahi Broadcasting since 1988 that takes on viewer-submitted mysteries. I mean, if the show happened to take note of the Akiba tape mystery, possibly using necessary resources available to a large Japanese channel to get to the bottom of it, well, wouldn't that be something? In the late 90s, virtual pets were all the rage. Whether it was a Tamagotchi, Digimon, or VMU Chow, digital pets came a dime a dozen. While life sim games were also very popular at the time, virtual pets truly took the concept a step further with allowing the player to take full control of a digital pet and how it would grow and appear depending on how well they took care of it. It was at this time when Nintendo decided to take an innovative and advanced approach to this concept with a little-known project known as Cabbage. This project, described by Wikipedia as an, breeding sim, was created as a prototype but unfortunately never saw the light of day. The game was intended to release in the late 90s, as it was formally announced in 1997, though ultimately remained in development for 5 years before being cancelled. 3 big names in Nintendo worked on the Cabbage prototype. This included Shigesato Itoi, Tsunekazu Ishihara, and Shigeru Miyamoto. Cabbage was described as popular with the Nintendo staff and implemented a lot of features that were seen in later Nintendo releases. This included a real-time clock that allowed your Cabby Cab to grow while the player was away from the game, and the ability to transfer that Cabbagey boy over to the Game Boy. See what I did there? Something that was also seen in later Pokemon games and even the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure DX and 2 Battle. And while on that topic, this was also seen in the original Dreamcast games with the VMU, so with that considered, Cabbage could have been a competitor in that regard if the game did end up seeing a release. I mean, who knows, if Cabbage did end up coming out in some form, we may be yelling at Nintendo to bring back Cabbage, just like Sega Sonic fans yell at Sega to bring back the Chow Garden. Please bring back the Chow Garden, Sega, I'm begging you. Cabbage was far enough in development to where we knew what this kind of implementation with the Game Boy would be called, as in interviews it was referred to as a basket. While it is still currently unknown what the game prototype looks like, as well as designs and concept art, it likely would have had a lot of potential considering the creators of Earthbound, Pokemon, and Mario Zelda were all working on this together. Though, unfortunately, this would also end up contributing to the game's ultimate cancellation as Itoi and Ishihara became engrossed in other projects and were simply unable to make Cabbage work. Due to this, game development slowed until coming to a complete halt. Miyamoto himself personally spoke very highly of the project, and Cabbage was mentioned in a number of gaming magazines. These publications referred to Cabbage as a sophisticated Tamagotchi and too good to be true. The latter unfortunately being somewhat true with the game's cancellation, but not completely. We'll get to that part in a second, as like I said, there are a few video games made by Nintendo that do have some similar features that Cabbage was intended to have. The game was planned to have a playable demo at Space World 2000, though that unfortunately never happened as the demo never surfaced in any form. For those of you who don't know, Space World, formerly referred to as Shoshinkai and Famicom Space World, was a 3-day trade show hosted by Nintendo that occurred annually between 1989 and 2001. Space World revealed most big Nintendo consoles released over that time period, as well as many big first-party titles. Space World, or rather the history of Space World, is a topic I plan to cover in a future video. While Cabbage never saw the light of day, not all is lost. Many of the concepts developed for this unreleased simulation title were eventually repurposed in future Nintendo games. This is most blatantly seen in the Nintendogs games, as they are known to use a lot of concepts used in Cabbage. While the pet care element is the most obvious, of course, adding items and toys to your pet's living space was also a concept that carried over, as items and additional content were intended to be released in sets and shareable via floppy disks through the N64DD's floppy drive, of course. In addition, the internal clock feature was brought over the Animal Crossing, which was implemented in the very first game, Dobutsu no Mori, released only in Japan on the Nintendo 64 in 2001. This was only 1 year after Cabbage's intended Space World demo. A real-time clock was also used in Pokemon Gold and Silver and remains a staple of many games to this day. It would be very cool to at least see a glimpse of what Cabbage looked like and played like before its cancellation. Because this wasn't an already established first-party title, we really have no idea what this game was and what it could have been. Aside from the Tamagotchi thing, of course. It's kind of like hearing about the concept of Splatoon and the gameplay, but never actually seeing any visuals or anything on the game itself. You wouldn't really know what the game would look like just from getting brief descriptions and such. It's kind of a mystery to me for that reason. This is one of the many lost and cancelled video games that I'd love to see something of the most. Maybe it's just because I love simulation games, but Cabbage seemed like such a cool idea, and it had so much potential. If you're a Metroid fan and you think you have it pretty rough, then allow me to introduce you to the Earthbound fandom. I mean, sure, waiting for Metroid Prime 4's warm and long-awaited embrace is rough, but it sure is better than never getting Mother 3 localized, ever, and still waiting for Earthbound to pop up on NSO. Which it still hasn't as of the recording of this video. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of either series. I mean, I'm playing Mother 3 right now and it's pretty good, but believe me when I say that I really do feel for you guys despite not being a huge fan of Metroid or Earthbound. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh right, Earthbound 64. Earthbound 64, which is formally known in Japan as Mother 3 Fall of the Pig King, is a cancelled Nintendo 64 game that was planned as the third game in the Mother series. While Mother 3 eventually did see a release on the Game Boy Advance, this Nintendo 64 equivalent was a lot more expansive and ambitious than the one that eventually did come out. Among these ambitious intended features was the possible ability to have 12 playable characters over 12 chapters, meaning that each character would get their own chapter. I mean, putting this in perspective in regards to current RPG standards, specifically stuff like Persona 5, you had a max party at one point of 10 characters including the main playable character. This is on a PS4 game that is years later, so attempting to cram 12 characters into an N64 DD game is pretty ambitious. And while I did say Fall of the Pig King was the title or part of the title of Mother 3 at this point, there was also another potential title being Forest of the Chimera. Both of these translate to Mother 3 as it was released eventually, and the full title of Mother 3 was changed multiple times over the process of its development. And when I say development process, I really do mean it was a very lengthy process, as this game was intended to be on the Nintendo 64 DD in 1999, and eventually was ultimately released on the Game Boy Advance in 2006. At one point, Mother 3 was even intended to be brought over to the GameCube. And while, yes, I can go on for a very long time about the development of Mother 3 as a whole, we're going to be focusing on that Nintendo 64 DD version. So let's start at the very beginning, and by beginning I mean the actual gameplay of Earthbound or Mother 2 itself. You see, there's actually an in-game reference to Mother 3 or Earthbound 2, as it's referenced in the English version, which suggests that the game was actually in development or at least planned at this point in time. Mother 3 was originally intended to be on the SNES using Donkey Kong Country-like graphics, though that was quickly scrapped due to the SNES being near the end of its life cycle. This is when development on the 64DD began. Not only was Mother 3 intended to be 12 chapters long, but the story was also meant to take place over a span of 10 years. Mother 3 was also meant to take place 10 years after Earthbound or Mother 2 in the year 2000X. Among the biggest changes of Mother 3 as far as the finished product and the N64DD variant is that the game was meant to be a lot darker than it ended up being. Among the darker elements we know of is the original intention for the final boss having no dialogue and the experience replicating a nightmare. Other elements of the story being changed included a very slow build-up that slowly allowed the player to fully realize what made the world the way it was. Regarding this element of the story, Shigesato Itoi, who is the creator of the Mother series, stated, "There's a strange world that you can't quite decipher between Middle Ages or the Old West, and in the end, you realize the circumstances of what made it so strange. It was made in a way that you'd be thinking, this is weird, then make it through chapter 11, and hit chapter 12 and scream, this is terrible." Other changes include Flint, Lucas's father, being playable for a longer duration of the game, a minecart scene taking place in the spectacular cave, and Klaus, Lucas's brother, looking a lot more like Ness from Earthbound or Mother 2. So apparently Mother 3 was a very special case with Nintendo, as it wasn't required to be greenlit, and the producers and creators of Earthbound or Mother 2 just went straight to developing Mother 3. This apparent advantage ended up being somewhat of a disadvantage, as the people who worked on Earthbound or Mother 2 were not experienced in making 3D games, so the transition was quite a challenge. At this point in time in Japan, the economy was not doing very well. Due to this, HAL Laboratories wasn't able to afford training that would benefit the development team of Mother 3. Though, in an attempt to help the team with 3D graphics, the team that worked on Pokémon Stadium was brought on to assist. Ultimately, this allowed Nintendo to provide a playable demo at Space World 1999. And at this point, Earthbound 64 or Mother 3 was delayed to March 22nd of 2000. Unfortunately, it was not long after Space World 1999 when Mother 3 or Earthbound 64 was cancelled. The project was officially cancelled on August 21st of 1999. Prior to the cancellation of Earthbound 64, the team went to great lengths to try and make this game work and accommodate for it. This included shortening the game to make it available on cartridge for the original Nintendo 64. At this point, the game was shortened from 12 chapters to only 9. Following this, the Game Boy Advance release of Mother 3 would only be 8 chapters. At the time of Earthbound 64's cancellation, it was speculated to be only 30% complete. This information came from a statement by Satoru Iwata. Shigeru Miyamoto, on the other hand, believed that this game was about 60% complete when considering programming and the script. In addition to this, available footage of the Space World 1999 demo offers a look at what this game could have been. While at this point, the footage of the Space World demo and these screenshots and music are all we really have to go off of, it's a real shame that Mother 3 was never able to be released in 3D. While Mother 3 on the Game Boy Advance is still an excellent game from what I've played so far, this somewhat darker 3D incarnation of the game looks like it could have been a lot more expansive and just so much more to experience. Hey, remember how I said that Earthbound fans have it pretty rough? When, I was, talking about Earthbound 64? Well, the F-Zero fandom has just entered the chat, folks, and they aren't too happy either. But with the last official F-Zero release being a Japan-only title in 2004, one that was on the Game Boy Advance that, from what I heard, isn't very good, can you really blame them? And speaking of Japan-only F-Zero releases, because F-Zero fans, of course, and Nintendo 64 disc drive, of course, also, allow me to cordially introduce the F-Zero X expansion kit. And funnily enough, unlike the majority of 64DD games, this title actually got released, which is neat. The F-Zero X expansion kit was released in April of 2000 and is basically an add-on to the N64 game F-Zero X that was released in July of 1998. So, what did the expansion kit expand upon? For starters, it provided 12 new tracks to race on. There was also enhanced audio and more storage space. The most interesting elements, however, are the car editor and track editor. The car editor lets the player build a car with pre-made parts and edit the stats as they please. Kind of like an advanced version of building your own kart in Mario Kart 8. You can test your car out as well. The track editor, however, is the real meat in the meal here. Like, when you bite into a jelly donut and all that filling just comes spilling out? Or like, the same thing, but when you bite into a cream puff? Or a cannoli? Well, the track editor is that gushy filling. If you like pastries with gushy filling, that is. The really cool thing about the track editor is that it gives the player access to the same tools and course elements that the developers of the game likely had. It's like Mario Maker but for F-Zero. Everything considered, it's a really cool expansion pack that was probably really mind-blowing to players at the time. Other than Mario Kart, there really isn't any big racing titles made by Nintendo, unless someone out there is really super into, I don't know, Stunt Racer FX. But my point here is that F-Zero satisfies a kind of niche consumer that wants more intense racing out of a video game that Mario Kart might not provide unless you're like upping the CCs and doing the F-Zero course that is literally the only thing F-Zero fans have in the modern era of gaming to kind of, satisfy them. But, it'd be cool if F-Zero came back is my main point. It's a very overlooked series, and I'd love to see it come back even though I'm not a huge fan. But yeah, to conclude, F-Zero X expansion kit, it is something that was released and made available, but 64DD, it's a very expensive console to obtain and collect for, so it might be a little difficult to, check that out yourself, but there is plenty of video footage of it online, so, knock yourself out with that if you want to check it out. It's very, very cool. having an internet browser on your game console isn't a big deal nowadays, it was incredibly advanced for the year 1999. Heck, I remember being absolutely ecstatic when I got an internet browser game cartridge for my original gray DS. I was finally able to read Poke Shipping fanfiction without other people potentially seeing and questioning my life choices. Wait, no, I didn't say that. Let's move on. So, to put this into perspective, this is what computers typically look like in the year 1999. And this is what web pages look like. And online gaming through a game console did exist, though it wasn't nearly as popular and mainstream as it became in the mid-2000s. The earliest case of a home console with online functionality was actually the Sega Saturn. It had a web browser add-on called Sega Net Link, and allowed web browsing way back in 1996. Later on, there was also SegaNet on the Dreamcast. It worked with a large number of games for the console. I still think it actually does work on some games today. Though, despite all of this, the idea of online gaming was still pretty niche as well as expensive to maintain on a gaming console. This is especially true when it came to the N64DD's RANNet service. Launched alongside the N64DD hardware, RANNet was an online service that allowed web browsing as well as online support for 2 confirmed games, those being Mario Artist Communication Kit and Japan Pro Golf Tour 64. There are also a few other titles listed on the Nintendo Wiki, but I don't know if these had online functionality for sure because some of the information and dates on this article don't really add up, so, I mean, it's there though. The online service was provided by a Japanese media company known as Recruit, and the partnership occurred right after Nintendo ended their partnership with St. Giga. St. Giga is a satellite radio company that went under in 2003 and helped Nintendo with the Satellaview service, which was on the Super Famicom. We'll get to that in another episode. Those who purchased the 64DD apparently also had to subscribe to RANNet as well, as a mandatory subscription was included in the whole package. This meant that less people were probably interested in buying the 64DD than they already were at this point. But, on the other hand, this also meant that everyone who owned a 64DD also had access to RANNet, which made the forums apparently very popular. What are these forums, you may be asking? Well, we're gonna get into that right now because there were a lot of features in the RANNet service that are pretty before their time as far as 90s standards. For starters, RANNet came in a starter kit with everything needed to surf the web, as the cool kids said back in the day. This kit included the 64DD itself, the N64 modem, which was connected through a cartridge slot on top of the N64 itself, an expansion pack which allowed an extra 4 megabytes of RAM in addition to the N64's original 4 megabytes of RAM, so in total the 64DD would have 8 megabytes of RAM. And last, but certainly not least, was the RANNet browser disk, which allowed the users to, of course, access RANNet and the internet, and, you know, all the members-only cool things that were available on it. The RANNet service offered a plethora of options, and there were some available during the 64DD's life cycle, but there were also quite a few that were supposed to be eventually available, but ultimately cancelled. Either way, any and all features available at the time or not are now completely lost media, as RANNet was discontinued in early 2001. This was only a little bit over 1 year after its launch. All of the features made available through the service are now, unfortunately, inaccessible due to this, with the exception of the menu and any content that the users at the time when the service was active downloaded, like, you know, email and stuff. This situation is unfortunately very similar to Satellaview, as a lot of online-only satellite games were made for the service that have never seen the light of day since then. But alas, at the very least we do know what features were supposed to be made available and were available back in the day of the 64DD. Released features included an editing tool to create custom avatars and interact with other users, online messaging boards and email where you could communicate with other RANNet users, an opportunity to actually swap messages with the game programmers and producers, internet surfing, which of course allowed you to surf the web, a feature in one of the Mario Artist games which allowed the player to create a virtual postcard and send it out through the internet, an online shopping service known as Get Mail service that sold CDs, books, magazines, even 64DD games and peripherals. And then the actual ability to read digital magazines through the 64DD service itself. This one was only partially released as it was intended to have the ability to check online sports scores, weather, and news, but only features related to horse racing were released. Which brings us to the impressive unreleased content. This included the possibility of NES games being emulated through the 64DD, a battle mode where you could play against other gamers and swap scores, and observation mode, which I would imagine would be pretty similar to like spectating on Smash Bros. Online, or even like viewing someone else's gameplay on PSN, or even like Twitch streaming or something like that, so again, pretty before its time. There was also the intention of releasing betas of games that you could download from the online RANnet service and play before they were released. And then there was the unreleased music distribution feature, which would allow players to listen to music online and even listen to music that was unreleased in record stores as of that time. And so, if RANnet actually worked and became popular, this could have been NSO before NSO. And unfortunately, that is not what happened, as Nintendo had approximately 15,000 users at the end of the service's life cycle, which is really not a lot at all. With the official shutdown of RANnet on February 28th of 2001, this one advanced, innovative, yet brief era of online gaming came to a close. Later that year, on September 14th of 2001, the Nintendo GameCube was launched in Japan. And while not particularly known for its online functionalities, certain games supported LAN functionality like Mario Kart Double Dash, and the GameCube version of Phantasy Star Online could be played online with a broadband connection. The Japanese company ASCII, see, I pronounced it correctly this time, guys, even created this really cool GameCube controller keyboard. As far as Nintendo, online functionality on the same level as RANnet wouldn't be seen again on a Nintendo console until the Wii and DS era. Even then, those online browsers didn't do a lot of the things RANnet could do or was intended to do. But as it stands today, RANnet is a pretty cool piece of Nintendo history. Fire Emblem is a 30-year-old video game series with a respectable collection of games accumulated over the years. Despite that, did you know that the Nintendo 64 was the only home console to never have a Fire Emblem game released for it? Though, for the record, this is counting Tokyo Mirage Sessions as the Wii U release, since I personally feel it counts since it has Marth and is an RPG and stuff. I mean, if you don't count it, then Wii U counts too, but I personally do, and Tokyo Mirage Sessions is a really cool name, and why am I rambling? Anywho, I mean, there was a Fire Emblem game planned for the Nintendo 64, more specifically the N64DD, which, you know, that's why it's in the video, but it personally makes me really sad that there never was a Fire Emblem game on this console, a console I grew up with and loved dearly, because it just makes me sad. Fire Emblem Ankoku no Miko, better known today as Fire Emblem 64 within the fanbase, was officially confirmed to be in development in 1997. Though this was kind of a rocky road to the actual confirmation, and the whole deal around it being confirmed is kind of, well, to start, this game was announced officially by Shigeru Miyamoto, who really doesn't have much to do with the development of Fire Emblem, as Intelligent Systems is pretty much who works on those games. To put that in perspective, Game Freak, Game Freak to Pokemon is Intelligent Systems to Fire Emblem, and it's been that way for quite some time, I believe, since the very first game. Miyamoto officially announced the 64 equivalent of the Fire Emblems a year after Genealogy of the Holy War, but basically during this confirmation of Fire Emblem 64, Miyamoto said that development was progressing steadily at a fairly quickly rate, and that the game would likely release shortly after Mario RPG 2. which is the original title for the first Paper Mario game, and it was changed due to Square Enix issues due to the title, and just, that's a whole thing. Now, information regarding Fire Emblem 64 is fairly scarce, though it is speculated that a 3D Fire Emblem was considered since the launch of the Nintendo 64. Though there are conflicting reports on this, as the original creator of Fire Emblem, Shozo Okada, didn't seem to be too interested in making games for anything other than the Super Famicom, even in the late 90s. As a matter of fact, Kaga himself would later leave Intelligent Systems and make a game very similar in nature to Fire Emblem. And so, following Miyamoto's announcement of this game, a Japanese magazine titled 64 Dream followed the development of the game, following the official announcement, of course. And remember that interview with Miyamoto that we were just talking about that said that Fire Emblem 64 would come out after Mario RPG 2? Well, it originated from Dengeki Mao magazine, which is a seinen magazine produced by ASCII. See how I pronounce it right that time? This article was later translated to English and published to IGN.com, which, at least to me, is kind of interesting, as Fire Emblem was pretty unknown to Nintendo fans at that time, at least in the West, unless they were pretty in touch with what was going on in Japan, and the first Fire Emblem game to come out in the West was The Blazing Blade, a few years later following the success of Smash Bros. Melee. Could this be alluding to some kind of hidden truth? Could this mean that Fire Emblem could have been localized way earlier in the N64 days? Years before The Blazing Blade, or Fire Emblem as it's known on the GBA release in the West? Could the release and localization of Fire Emblem Anko no Miko have possibly reshaped and drastically changed the Fire Emblem series and continuity as we know it today? I don't know. Probably not. Also, did you know that there's this bonus disc that came with specific Mario Kart Double Dash pre-orders that had bonus items that could be transferred to the Blazing Blade Fire Emblem GBA? Like, it was a disc that had certain game demos and footage, but just happened to have, like, Fire Emblem items that you could transfer if you had the Fire Emblem game. And no, this has absolutely nothing to do with what we were just talking about, but it's interesting, I think. Okay, moving on. While there's not much known about Fire Emblem 64 as a game in itself, we do know these details, which I'll just, go ahead and list off for you right now. 1. It was going to be a mainline Fire Emblem game, same basic gameplay mechanics as previous mainline entries, of freaking course, but I might as well list it. 2. The game's main protagonist was named Ike, but not that Ike, as he looked a lot like Roy. This is not a mere coincidence, however, as many characters and game elements were repurposed for the Blazing Blade and Binding Blade. I just confused them. The one with Roy. Most of the things were repurposed for the one with Roy, so that would be Binding Blade. Yep, Binding Blade. 3. Other characters found in the concept art of Fire Emblem 64 had the same names as characters from the Binding Blade, and look somewhat similar. The only character that was not rewritten in any way appears to be Karel, or Carol, as he's pretty much the same character as he is in, the Binding Blade. As far as all the other characters rewritten that have some presence in the Binding Blade, here they all are on the screen to save me from, butchering their names like I probably just did with Karel. I'll go ahead and give you a minute to look them over. Okay, next, while on that topic, Fire Emblem 64 used a few character names that were later given to different characters. This includes Ike, Eliwood, and Owain, though that last one is the localized name of a character known as Eudes, I believe, in the Japanese release of Awakening. 5. We also know that there is one single screenshot available of this game to look at. Well, there's only one screenshot released to the public. This screenshot was published in the 2015 book, The Making of Fire Emblem, 25th Anniversary, Development Secrets, Awakening and If. And for those of you who don't know, If is the Japanese name for Fates. The 3DS games that gave you a whole lot of waifu and husbando options, as well as, well, mainly a lot of that. This 25th anniversary art book is pretty much the biggest source of information when it comes to Fire Emblem 64. It's also where all that awesome character concept art comes from that I've been showing throughout. It's pretty much the only reliable and substantial source when looking into anything related to Fire Emblem 64. Though it is also worth mentioning that some sources state that the screenshot of Fire Emblem 64, that one sole screenshot, was available and shown through a Shoshinkai event while the game was in development. I'm not sure if this claim is true or if the facts are mixed up, but that is worth pointing out in the case that it was. 6. The very last thing we know about Fire Emblem 64, another detail revealed by the handy dandy, the making of Fire Emblem. 25th anniversary. Development secret is that FE64, and yes, I'm abbreviating it now when I'm almost done with this segment, eventually became Fire Emblem the Binding Blade. And I bet you couldn't have guessed that with how many times I mentioned BB so far, and yep, abbreviating that one too, even though it's hard to confuse it with Blazing Blade, but whatever! Though, despite the fact that there is a lot of clear evidence that the game did eventually become the Binding Blade, there are some that have even speculated that Fire Emblem 64 eventually became Path of Radiance instead and not Binding Blade. Though the confirmation in the anniversary book kind of confirms that it is now, Binding Blade and not Path of Radiance. It is, however, possible that some assets carried over to Roy's game with others going to Ike's game, but there isn't really anything concrete to prove this theory. Hey guys, it is me in the editing room, or whatever you want to call it, and I just realized, and I have no idea how I missed this when I was actually recording and doing the script, but there's a script, an actual script for Fire Emblem 64, like a tentative one that was made when it was like in the Fire Emblem 64 era of its development, if you will, or whatever I'm saying. I'm not really sure right now, very sleep deprived. But yeah, there's a script, there is a link to it that I'll provide in the description. There's also an English translation of it. You're probably looking at it right now too, but yep, forgot to add that. I guess that's number 9 on my list or whatever this is. So yeah. Much like many games created for, or at the very least planned for the 64DD, Fire Emblem 64 ended up being very ambitious. So much so that the hardware it was being developed for just couldn't handle it. Shozo Kaga himself even admitted this in 1999, while also saying that the next game in development in the Fire Emblem series was now Tracia 776 rather than 64. Very difficult game, by the way. This was unfortunately the end of the line, as later that year in 64 Dream magazine, Fire Emblem 64 was confirmed to be officially cancelled. If Fire Emblem 64 came out on the 64DD, it could have possibly rivaled RPGs like Final Fantasy VII. I mean, that's a long shot because back in that era, Final Fantasy VII was pretty huge and pretty expansive, which, that's why it was on the PlayStation and not on the Nintendo 64, just because it's a very big and very ambitious game for the time period. It did not age well, but it was huge back then. So I mean, take my hot take here with a grain of salt, but I really do think if this game came out, like as far as 3D RPGs back then, I think it could have had like, positive reception and just a lot of interest in it just because it's a 3D RPG and, we never truly saw a released 3D Fire Emblem until the GameCube era, and at that point there were plenty of 3D RPGs, so I mean, if it came out a little earlier, like a 3D Fire Emblem, I think it would have made a big impact, and that's just my opinion, of course. As it stands, I mean, again, it's a big shame this game never came out. But again, I mean, I stand for Fire Emblem in just general, and it's a big shame just to me because I have that bias. The The Pokemon games, more specifically the mainline Pokemon RPG games, have always been a portable affair until very recently with the release of Sword and Shield versions in 2019. This has always been completely intentional, as Junichi Masuda, one of Game Freak's founders, has always been clear on wanting the games to be a social experience and having the mechanisms of the main Pokemon titles revolve around human interaction as players battle and trade Pokemon together. Though, that didn't really stop me from being a total introvert as I played these games as a kid. Still kinda am. But here's where it gets interesting. See, way back in the early days of Pokemon, way back when we were still in the Gen 1 Game Boy days, there were plans for a Pokemon RPG to be released on the 64DD add-on. And if you're thinking this isn't a big deal or anything because, home console Pokemon games do exist, then I should probably mention that this game would have been a mainline RPG, not a spin-off. And that it would have been developed by Game Freak themselves. While games like Pokemon Colosseum and XD are home console RPGs in the Pokemon series, they do count as spin-offs. These two games don't really have much in terms of world exploration and are pretty battle-focused. They were developed by Genius Sonority, a company known for developing various Pokemon spin-offs among other games. Even early Pokemon spin-off games such as Stadium and Snap were not developed by Game Freak, as both games were worked on by HAL Laboratory. Stadium was also worked on by Nintendo EAD. My point to all of this is that when Game Freak works on a Pokemon title, it's always a mainline RPG. And yes, if we're getting very specific and nitpicking here, Game Freak did work on Pokemon Quest, but I feel like that's kind of the one single outlier here. And also, yes, I know they're not working on the Diamond and Pearl remakes, but I feel like that's kind of an equivalent exchange kind of deal, since Game Freak's working on the Legends Arceus game, and that's a whole other thing, and we're getting off topic. And now that I got y'all up to speed and got all that build-up out of the way, let's talk about Pocket Monsters RPG. And when I say build-up, I really mean build-up because most of this is gonna be build-up because there's really barely anything known about this game other than the title. Actually, that's basically it. So, to begin, with a lot of lost and obscure 64DD stuff, there's usually some kind of Space World or Shoshinkai announcement, though this one never really saw one or any announcement at all, really. Pocket Monsters RPG was named and mentioned briefly in 1997 in an Electronic Gaming Monthly interview with Shigeru Miyamoto. In this interview, he stated that 10 people were working on the project and that it would be on 64DD. He also said they weren't sure if the game would see a release outside Japan. What's also interesting is that other Pokemon spin-offs were originally planned for a 64DD release as well. This includes the Stadium games, and by Stadium games I mean the 1 and 2 in Japan, not the 2 with the Gen 2 Pokemon, Hey You Pikachu, and Snap. They were all planned for the peripheral before being moved to a standard N64 cartridge release. Unfortunately, it seems that Pocket Monsters RPG was the only game out of that batch to not make the cut and make an official release as a video game, as it just kind of fell into obscurity after being mentioned that one time in the 1997 interview. At that year's Space World event, only Snap and Stadium were showed off and there was nothing on the RPG at all. Not even a single mention of it from what I can find. The game was silently and unofficially cancelled after that one brief mention. There are various reasons why the game was cancelled, and among the most likely may be Masuda's belief that Pokemon RPGs should only be on portable consoles. There's also the fact that Gold and Silver versions were in development at the same time, with a Space World demo being available to play at that same 1997 show that Snap and Stadium were shown off at. I'm not an expert on game development by any means at all, but it would likely have been pretty difficult to create a 3D Pokemon RPG with only 10 people on board. It's likely that most people at Game Freak were just too busy with Gold and Silver at the time, and that was their main focus. It's also possible that the 10 people involved in creating Pocket Monsters RPG at that time could have just been in the brainstorming phase, creating concept artwork and just kind of going over what this game was going to be about and like the length of how ambitious it would be. It's really unknown what the 10 people were doing as far as development on that game. And of course, another likely reason for cancellation could be that the 64DD was delayed so much and sold so poorly when it eventually came out. While the other spin-offs could be adjusted to fit into the 64 carts, it's possible that they couldn't make that work for a full-on RPG, as this also happened with Mother 64 and Fire Emblem 64. These games were just too big and advanced to compress them and make them worthwhile. I don't think compression's the technical word for that, I just mean making it smaller to fit on the cartridge. Maybe it is, I don't know. Because we really don't know anything at all about Pocket Monsters RPG, we really have no idea what it would have looked like, what the story and setting would be, if it would incorporate Gen 2 at all, if it would have been a whole new region or Kanto in 3D, or if any of the scrap features made it into later Pokemon games. In my humble opinion, I don't think this game made it too far in development. There's probably some concept art hidden away, and possibly a very, very early build, but we really have no idea and absolutely nothing to go off of to really give us a hint at how far this game was. Though, I will say that we did recently see that Gold and Silver Space World demo get leaked fairly recently, and while I certainly do not condone the act of leaking company property without the proper permission and consent, the same thing could possibly happen in the future with Pocket Monsters RPG. I mean, L did end up being real after all. All that aside, the future of the Pokemon RPG series does look pretty bright, as we do have some promising, kinda technically home RPGs coming out soon, with Legends and the Gen 4 remakes. And I do know that Let's Go and the Sword and Shield games do count as well, though a lot of people have their reservations and very strong opinions and feelings about Sword and Shield, and let's just not get into that, okay? Let's just think about happy things like new Pokemon Snap. That game is amazing, and my point here is that the future of Pokemon as far as home console RPGs looks pretty great, and while we never saw Pocket Monsters RPG, we do have a lot of stuff to look forward to right now. As a matter of fact, let me know if you're excited for either of those games or love Pokemon Snap, new Pokemon Snap actually, specifically. And yeah, just let me know in the comments below. If you want, of course. Osamu Tezuka is a famous creator of manga and anime. So much so that he is commonly known as the father of manga. While he is not known for video games, there have been a few video games made that are based off his works. These range from Famicom releases to current releases on the Nintendo Switch. With all of the iconic creations of Tezuka, there is a lot of potential for video games. This especially goes for Emperor of the Jungle, a game intended for release on the 64DD. Osamu Tezuka passed away in 1989. After his passing, control of Tezuka Productions was given to his children, namely his son, Makoto Tezuka. It was in the mid-90s when Nintendo, namely Shigeru Miyamoto, began working with Makoto Tezuka to try and adapt the manga Jungle Emperor Leo into a Nintendo 64DD video game. This is a 1950s manga and 1960s anime series. Jungle Emperor Leo is also known as Kimba the White Lion in the West. Much like Cabbage, the virtual pet simulator game that was cancelled on the 64DD, Emperor of the Jungle was another project that Shigeru Miyamoto was very passionate about. It was a project that he oversaw the development of himself. Emperor of the Jungle was revealed at Shoshinkai 1996, and very brief footage was shown a year later at Space World 1997. Future me is probably playing that on screen right now in a loop or something because it's just that brief. Later on, a release window of spring of 1999 was given. It was at this point in time where it wasn't exactly confirmed if the game would be on 64DD just yet, as the original announcement didn't really specify. It doesn't look like much by today's standards, but considering the fact that this game was shown 1 year after Mario 64 was released, and how that game basically laid the foundation for all 3D platforming games to come after it, it's pretty impressive. I mean, just look at the water physics. They don't look very good now, but they're really impressive for like mid-90s water, because water wasn't very good looking in, early polygonal era stuff. So this brings us to what we actually know about the project, and unfortunately that is not really much at all. You could say that information regarding this game is very sparse. Very little is another way to communicate how sparse and not existent information on this game is. Basically, we don't have much aside from that one clip. Though, that one clip does detail Kimba, Leo, or whatever you want to call him, running around a jungle, encountering a skunk, and crossing a river. There's also an elephant. It's kinda cute. By the looks of it, this game would have likely been some form of platformer or even adventure game like a Zelda type of thing. It may have even had some RPG elements tossed in there, I don't know. Most sources I come across describe it as an adventure game though. I mean, one could even go as far as describe it as a 3D version of the Lion King game on the SNES and Genesis Mega Drive, because they're just so similar and stuff. That's a whole other beast in itself, though. Probably shouldn't have went there. We also know that this game was going to be a faithful adaptation of the original series, and that Nintendo wanted to work very closely with Tezuka's heir to really ensure that this game was as faithful as possible. I know I kind of touched upon this earlier, but it's really clear from all the sources I've read that Nintendo just really wanted to make sure this was a very faithful rendition, probably going over at least one big story arc in the actual series. Also, there is this old IGN article. This probably means as much as all the other old IGN articles around this time about canceled games, such as Fire Emblem 64. I mean, what even was a Fire Emblem back then? Most people didn't know. What's a Fire Emblem? And my point here is that this really, even though they translated this to English, this really says nothing about whether or not this game would have been localized. I mean, all versions of the Jungle Emperor Leo anime, even the 2009 one, have been localized and dubbed in the past, though, and there was a new film following up on the original series that did release in 1997, so it is possible that this game was originally meant to release around the same time as that movie. But we really don't know, and I mean, this is really a poor argument as to whether or not this game that never came out at all would have been, localized. All that article basically says, though, is that this game was planned and that they were working with the Tezuka production company and they just wanted it to be really faithful, and then the article even goes into explaining the plot of the anime and series and whatnot in case, Western readers didn't know, but, that's really it. So, aside from brief articles and brief Shoshinkai and Space World appearances, there was never even a playable demo, and not much was heard of the game at all after the short video and the announcement itself. Nothing was really heard until E3 1998 when Miyamoto was asked about the project. And upon being asked about this game, he unfortunately said that the game ran into some trouble during development and claimed that it would be out later than expected due to inexperience. What Miyamoto meant by inexperience is not entirely clear, though the IGN article says the producer had no experience in making video games. Unseen 64 goes into more detail and states that Makoto Tezuka was too busy with other projects and was inexperienced in making video games. Miyamoto also wanted Makoto to direct the project, which also didn't end up working out. The game was silently cancelled shortly after this interview, and it's not clear how long the game was in development. It is my personal opinion that there is likely a lot more to this game that we just haven't seen. Maybe something even playable. It would be really cool to see Nintendo attempt to make this game on a modern hardware peripheral thing, like the Switch. While unlikely, it would be very impressive and more people would be familiar with the source material considering how many Western manga and anime fans there are today compared to the 90s. In the end, Emperor of the Jungle is a really cool and obscure and not really well known or talked about piece of 64DD history that I think deserves more attention for how advanced it looks. Zelda is an interesting case because this one may either be found, available, etc., or may still remain lost in its original form. I'll go ahead and let you guys come to your own conclusion regarding that. After hearing all the info I'm bringing forward to you guys today, let me know if you think this game still remains lost in the comments below and stuff. I'm really bad at asking people to comment and subscribe. So, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It's a pretty advanced and groundbreaking game from the N64 era that I'm sure many of you already are well aware of. I know I've been saying this a lot with the other N64 and DD games, but this game was really before its time if you look at the predecessor, Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo, and just look what a big step it took with the open world exploration and Epona and all that stuff. Like, the targeting system, the way you sword fight with the villains and stuff, none of that existed before Ocarina, and it's probably why it's one of the best games of all time. But, fun fact for you, Ocarina was actually originally meant to be a 64DD title, back when it was being developed and under the tentative title Zelda 64. Probably around the time when they had that little video thing and Link looked like old Link. I don't know how to describe it, I'll just put it on the screen. Though, after moving the game over to the cart format, there was an expansion in the works that was intended to make use of the 64DD technology and expanded memory. Much like the F-Zero X expansion kit and how they had all that cool additional stuff. Though, unfortunately, there were no plans to add a cool dungeon creator to Ura Zelda. I mean, we did get one in Link's Awakening remake, and I think it's pretty alright. So, Ura Zelda, also known as Another Zelda, as this expansion has been called and known by, originally came about during the development of Ocarina of Time. While the game was originally going to be much smaller in scale, so much so that the Castle Hub World in Mario 64 was originally meant to be the Ocarina Hub World early on in development, this did not happen in Mario 64. There's another fun fact that roughly ties into what I'm saying. Though this whole castle thing came about due to Miyamoto underestimating what the N64 was capable of. After becoming more familiar with the hardware, the game became more open and elaborate, as we know it today. So, from my understanding and research, Ura Zelda was meant to be a post-game expansion that added more dungeons, bosses, items, and even NPCs to the world of Hyrule. And this wasn't meant to be a brief DLC type add-on either. Ura Zelda was supposedly going to be a whole new game that simply reused the same properties as Ocarina, but in a new way. Does that sound familiar? Additions speculated to be included in the Ura expansion include ice and wind temples. This content is thought to have been scrapped ideas from the original game. Other speculated elements of Ura Zelda include, well, let me just list them off because there's actually a lot. New temples and quests. New items. Cool sword beam attack thing. Shonetsu Shinkai. The ability to have the Triforce as a physical item. A unicorn fountain. New enemies. New bosses. New cutscenes and graphics. And also, while I don't really know how to say this one in a perky announcer voice, there was also this element of things getting cut and damaged throughout the game and just staying cut and damaged. Proof of this one is actually found in the Code of Ocarina, as it's possible to find a cuttable bush when using a Game Shark. So, if you cut bushes and signs, they would say cut. There are also other speculated features, but these are the most prominent ones that are the most speculated and thought to actually have been a thing in Ura Zelda in development. Again, they're mostly speculated by fans and not confirmed in any way to be present in the actual add-on, though I will say that all of these are very plausible and have very valid reasoning. The new areas and dungeons element was specifically mentioned in an IGN interview in 1998. And in addition to that, there's also remnants of Ura Zelda in Ocarina's code. This includes the title screen for Ura Zelda, or at least the possible title screen. Look at it. It's beautiful. According to Miyamoto, and gosh, we sure use that phrase a lot when talking about 64DD stuff, don't we? Ura Zelda was completely finished. It wasn't just a scrap project that didn't work out or just became too advanced to develop. Nope, Ura Zelda was apparently a finished product that just never saw a release. Or did it? This brings us to Exhibit A, which is the Nintendo GameCube release of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. That included a little bonus titled Master Quest. This 2003 release was a bonus with pre-ordered copies of the Wind Waker. According to Nintendo, Master Quest is apparently Ura Zelda in its released form. While this could possibly be the case, fans don't see how this adds up. As in, they literally don't see how it adds up. You see, Ura Zelda was meant to be a patch that provided additional game features and data that could fit into an N64 cart. Now, when looking at Master Quest and Ocarina's ROM file sizes, it does become apparent that both files are roughly the same size in megabits. So yeah, quite literally does not add up. There's also the whole thing where Master Quest doesn't include a lot of features said to be in Ura Zelda. This includes the additional enemies that were teased back when it was being developed on the 64DD, and all pretty much the things I named earlier are just not in the game. I have personally heard people describe Master Quest as more of a remix of Ocarina and not at all what people envisioned Ura Zelda to actually be. And just to clarify, I have never played Master Quest myself. I personally don't know how it differs from Ocarina, and those prices on eBay really prevent me from going out of my way to really find out for myself. But as far as hearsay and what I have heard from Zelda fans, it's nothing like what they expected from Ura Zelda. Now, this information by no means proves that Master Quest isn't Ura Zelda. While we do know the add-on was pretty much completed, or at the very least very close to completion, at the very least, it is likely that some elements were just cut from the final product or not completely ready when they decided to put Master Quest with the Ocarina add-on thing. So, I mean, maybe it was on short notice, maybe they just didn't have time to get everything together. It's really all up in the air and we really have no idea whatsoever. But that does not stop the internet from theorizing and doing other stuff. Like that kind of sort of huge leak last year in 2020 that just kind of sort of leaked a ton of stuff we've never seen before that was supposed to be in Ocarina, various assets that never made it to the final game. It is very likely that some of this stuff that we did see was meant to be in Ura Zelda. Like, at least a little teeny bit, like one little thing at least, that would be pretty likely, I think. There is also the very likely possibility that a lot of the unseen elements that weren't leaked or shown in any way just made it to future Zelda games. Eiji Aonuma himself even confirms that specific area of speculation in this statement. Oh, and this was an interview about Breath of the Wild, by the way. In order to create a more cohesive storyline, we added this element in there that will make it a bit more streamlined for every player. This is something I can't reveal right now, but when you play it, you will find out. This idea that I am talking about is actually something I came up with when I first started developing the games. I have been harvesting this idea for 20 plus years. I want to say this is the Wind Glider, maybe, or teleportation, or even the Sheikah Slate in itself, but I'm probably wrong. So, unfortunately, we really don't know what the pure, unadulterated 64DD form of Uda Zelda looks like. We may never see it. Ultimately, Uda Zelda was cancelled quietly in 1999, which was likely due to the constant delays of the 64DD itself, as well as the unreliability of the product due to its very, very late release. This information can be somewhat inferred from that 1998 IGN article. And while we may never see the original Uda Zelda, there is hope to play and see something similar. Something impressively similar. While not the true Uda Zelda, this brings us to the Uda Zelda Restoration Project, or technically projects. It all started in 2013 when someone known as ZethN64 got a group together to restore and rebuild Uda Zelda with all the information they knew regarding the original project. One interesting detail is that the project would have had a different protagonist, one who was not Link. No, not like that. And this whole new protagonist deal was not an element, at least to my knowledge, that was in the Uda Zelda development process or any information given, so it's an interesting touch given by the developers during the recreation. The first attempt at restoring and creating Uda Zelda was eventually cancelled by ZethN64, the one who created it, though the project has been recently picked back up. And by recently, I mean 5 years ago, but hey, it's kind of recent. The Uda Zelda Restoration Project was picked back up in 2016 by someone by the name of Alex S. They plan to get a team together and pick up where the original restoration left off. This specific restoration project is titled Another Restoration of Uda Zelda. So, best of luck to Alex S. and his team, and I really do hope they can get the project completed this time around. There are some videos on YouTube showing what had been finished and established during development of the first original restoration, and it's very impressive. It would really be so awesome if they could get this project finished and appreciated by Zelda fans. Many fans who may not have heard of Uda Zelda or would really love to play something similar to it. It may be the best interpretation and the best thing we may ever get of this decades-long mystery. Or, Master Quest could be Uda Zelda and that's just what they had finished. We honestly, again, will never know, and that's just part of the mystery. Super Mario 64. If you had a Nintendo 64 growing up, or at all, chances are you owned or at least played this game. I mean, it basically did write the book on 3D platformers, after all. What you haven't played, unless you are a very lucky Nintendo employee in the 1990s, or know the even luckier person who found this prototype by chance, is Super Mario Disc version. And among all of the lost media I have covered on my channel thus far, this one and the way it was found is very interesting, so be sure to stick around and hear about it in just a second. So let's begin with L. Is L real? Yes he is. As a matter of fact, here he is now. Say hi to him. This is a rumor that had been going on for years. People had speculated that Luigi was an intended playable character since, well, practically since Mario 64 was officially known to the public. When the game was released with the Nintendo 64 console in 1996, Luigi was ultimately not in the game as a playable character. So, with the release of the actual game and no green pasta man to be found, was that really it? Well, to many it was. But what if it wasn't? What if Green Pasta Man, also known as Green Mario or Luigi, was meant to be included eventually in a special add-on with more memory, enhanced visuals, and other possible stuff? Really, this game was barely mentioned, let alone confirmed to exist at all in the West. The only real source confirming it in the English language was an IGN article, surprise surprise, that lists it as an upcoming release. The real kicker is that the game was not listed as Super Mario Disc version. It was listed at, and here's the wild plot twist coming your way, Super Mario 64 2. And I mean, I was thinking of making a separate thing for this one, being the Mario 64 2 thing, but upon further research, I believe them to be the very same game due to some confusion with reports during development. And so, this brings us to the Japanese coverage of this game. Famitsu, a popular Japanese gaming magazine that covers Nintendo-related content, claimed that sources working on this game had claimed that the game was intended to be a sequel to Mario 64 2. So basically, it's a claim of a claim. I don't know if it was a possible mistranslation or some confusion on IGN's part, or possibly that the game was originally meant to be a sequel and changed to an enhanced version of the original. It's all really completely unknown. Nope, we really don't know much about this, but the intended game did end up being an enhanced port. Maybe. And how do we know this? Well, viewer who likely didn't verbally ask me how, I am so glad you asked. Or didn't. Either way. So, years go by and Super Mario Disk System was never announced and it faded into obscurity. That is, until June of 2014 when a prototype of the game suddenly surfaced. And how did this surface? A massive gigaleak? Private collector? Surprisingly enough, the game was discovered by complete chance by a French collector. Of all places, this game, along with the 64DD itself, was discovered at a second-hand shop in Japan. That's right, person who asked the question but probably didn't ask any questions at all. It was just there, out in the open, at a second-hand store in Japan. And honestly, talk about an incredible find. While the store likely had no idea how rare this prototype was, or any idea of where it actually came from and how it ended up there, who donated it, you know, all that stuff, the collector who purchased it likely did. Actually, they definitely did. This collector, known online as Jimmy130 or AFONIJV or FONJIV, either one, posted about his find on his blog and later uploaded footage of the actual game he found on YouTube. So it's definitely a prototype. You can really tell that by how the label looks, the, whole not finalized looking of it and all, and a few details found within this prototype itself. For one, it's definitely not a sequel, as it's just Mario 64 with a few small differences as well as some bugs. These differences and bugs include improved textures, different music in Peach's castle, different title screen, surprisingly without the iconic Mario head, slower loading times, and some bugs, quite literally if I do say so myself, when encountering the Wiggler boss in Tiny Huge Island. Other than that, it's pretty much the same as the original Mario 64, just slower and a little prettier and a little more buggy with some different music. Now, while this does shed a whole lot of light on what this game was supposed to be, there is a lot of information that is still unknown. For one, we know nothing about the prototypes that were possibly created before this one, or if any other prototypes were created after with more improvements and features. I mean, the whole L is real thing did end up being, well, real. And while it's only speculation whether this was a feature in this version, it's certainly a possibility considering that the possibility of Luigi in Mario 64 was definitely a possibility. Though the possibility that Super Mario Disk System not being intended for a release is also a possibility of being a possibility and probably possible to be possible. Now you may have yet another question for me, and that question may be, what would this game be other than intended for release, you may be asking? Well, other likely reasoning for the existence of this disc would be that it's simply just a tech demo. Being that it's so undeniably similar to the original Mario 64, the purpose of this disc could just be to show off what the 64DD could do graphically. This could have been something intended to show off to other media outlets or at a Space World one year. Though the purpose of Super Mario Disk System is truly still unknown. Either way, this thing seems incomplete and definitely not meant to be seen by the public in the state it's in. Despite that, it's a pretty cool find that could have been easily lost if not being found by the right person. And in case anyone is interested in seeing this game in all its glory, code and all, it has been made available on 64dd.org. The Cutting Room Floor has also compiled an interesting article for this prototype as well. While this prototype is still a mystery as far as intentions of where it could have gone, it's definitely a very interesting and cool piece of Nintendo history and an excellent find. Anyone listening ever play Mario Paint? If you did, I bet you used that music editor with the cat and the Game Boy and the dog noises a whole lot like I did, or at least I hope so, because the SNES cat music is a beautiful gift that should be used properly and very much so often and stuff. On stuff like this. Those are dogs, but you see my point. So, back when I first discovered Mario Paint personally, home computers were already a thing. But even so, MS Paint had nothing on what Mario Paint could do. I mean, it had Mario stamps! It was a fun and interesting little game with a lot of features and polish. Specifically, Nintendo polish. It was a cool little part of my childhood, and I think it's really nifty. But yeah, Mario Paint, it's an SNES game, so why are we talking about it? This is about 64DD stuff, right? I mean, that's what you thought when you clicked on it, right? Well, in Japan, on our very obscure and unsuccessful friend the 64DD, who is trying their darndest, there was a partially released sequel to Mario Paint. Or rather, multiple sequels. Some released, some not released. As in plural sequels of the released and not released variety. And let me tell you that they had a lot of potential to do a lot of cool stuff for the time period. This included drawing, 3D animation, an early incarnation of Mii's, though not the first incarnation of Mii's, and the ability to upload your creations online via RANDnet. So, like DeviantArt. But not. DeviantArt does have some amazing art though, so don't stereotype it based on the other stuff. But yeah, getting back to finishing my thought here, these games are part of the Mario Artist series, released throughout 1999 and 2000. A lot of the stuff in these games is pretty cool and goes into more than just the simple painting tools you'd see in MS Paint. Okay, so let's go into the features of each game a bit and then discuss the unreleased ones. There were 4 released Mario Artist titles and 4 unreleased. The first entry being the standard Mario Artist Paint Studio, released in December of 1999. And it's very much what you would expect from Mario Paint. The interface is updated and there's a little more flexibility with your tools and what you can do in it. IGN personally describes it as Photoshop for kids. And like the original Mario Paint, there is the option to stamp on various video game characters, including rare ones like Banjo, and all of the first-generation Kanto Pokemon. Images could also be imported from a capture cartridge, another add-on that connected through the RCA source of the console, or the Game Boy camera was also another option. The Game Boy camera data was transferred via the transfer pack you plugged into the controller. You know, that thing used for Pokemon Stadium that I personally thought only had that one singular use of transferring Pokemon until researching for this video. Like the RANDnet kit, the Mario Artist Paint Studio had a bundle little kit variant available with the Nintendo 64 mouse controller. And there was also co-op drawing. That's right folks, your possible niche dream of collaborating with 3 other people on Mario Paint on a Nintendo 64 console add-on was now made possible. Much like the original Mario Paint, the animation feature was brought back as well. In Paint Studio, it allowed for animations up to 35 frames long. There was also a 3D world that the player could explore and take photos of. This feature has been described to be very similar to Pokemon Snap, except, you know, no Pokemon. Like I said, this release was well released. There was, however, a prototype that was discovered on a blue disc. This prototype had the Fly Swatter game that SNES Mario Paint had. It's a little updated though, and the room looks like Mickey Mouse's house in Toontown, and it's kinda weird. Like a cool weird. And if you'd like more info on the prototype, please check out these videos by Hard4Games and Luigi Blood. And there's also some other pre-release screens available for your viewing pleasure. Here they are. So there's your little tour of Paint Studio. Next, we're gonna go ahead and look at Talent Studio. Also unrelated, but look at these descriptions on the 64DD wiki. Who wrote this? Who hurt you, 64DD wiki? Also, here's a micro-Japanese kind of culture lesson for you guys. While the word talent in the Talent Studio title does in fact refer to the textbook definition of the word talent, this game is mainly revolving around the Japanese tarento industry, which is like a TV personality. Like someone who specializes in being a television tarento rather than an actor, idol, singer, etc. Much like idols are prepped to be idols, tarento are kinda prepped for a specific type of work as well. That certainly doesn't mean that they can't double dip in other realms of entertainment though, and many people have in the past. And there are a lot of examples of this that I can name, but the one I can think of right off the top of my head as I'm talking right now is Tetsuko Kuroyanagi. She's a prominent figure in Japanese media, especially television, for almost 7 decades now. Not a household name here in the West or wherever you may be, but if you're in Japan, then she pretty much is. And there's your mini lesson. So the game is an animation program, but goes even more in depth than Paint Studio did. As I said earlier with the Miis and whatnot, Talent Studio had an early variant of Miis in that you can put people's faces on 3D models. Talent Studio has a variety of scenarios you can insert your character into, and they all have the same amount of silliness and cheesiness that one would expect from Miitopia or Tomodachi Life. There was also this oddly specific feature that let the player import their avatar from the game SimCity 64 in order to have it live in the in-game city as a background character. So, kind of like your Miis, how they show up in Mario Kart Wii, I guess. That's really it with Talent Studio. This game was also bundled in a kit that included that capture cassette we discussed. This lets you import or export content like photos and videos. You could also import audio with the microphone the game was also bundled with. Going back to the Mii stuff, there was also later an unreleased GameCube prototype that resembled Talent Studio. It was titled Stage Debut and was yet another precursor to Mii's. Next we got Polygon Studio. So, can I just start by saying that the 3D animation in this one is especially awesome. I mean, sure, it is definitely limited, but I don't think people had access to this kind of software regularly unless they bought one of those big chonkers like Lightwave or Maya. And don't quote me on that, by the way, I'm not really sure if that's the case, but you know, for a game console, it's pretty cool. And aside from the 3D animation thing, there was also mini-games. As a matter of fact, a few mini-games found in Polygon Studio were later reused in the WarioWare games. So, what does Polygon Studio do aside from this? It also had the feature of sharing and receiving 3D models. You could have your models made into a papercraft figure by using a feature in RanNet, and honestly, that sounds really cool. I can't find any photos of how that worked and what the product looked like if it printed out and what it looked like finished, but I would love to see one if one exists online in the wild. The feature of sending and receiving models was also a feature made possible by purchasing the 4th and final released entry in the Mario Artist series. This was the Communication Kit. And as the name suggests, it was a communication kit to communicate. And as I defined the word talent previously, the word communication is defined as... I'm kidding, could you imagine if I did that? But yeah, long story short, the communication kit is just a kit to connect the Mario Artist releases to RanNet. This kit would have been used in the 4 other Mario Artist titles, probably. That is, if they weren't cancelled. And with that awesome segue comes the unreleased titles. Now, because these games were unreleased, there's not much known about them. We do have titles though. The 4 unreleased games are Mario Artist Game Maker, Mario Artist Graphical Message Maker, Mario Artist Sound Maker, and Luigi Artist. No, I'm kidding. It's Mario Artist Video Jockey Maker. Now, some of these may sound pretty self-explanatory, while others not so much. Like Graphical Message Maker. What is that? Polygono PictoChat? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it was, but we have no idea what it is pretty much. But like most, or pretty much all of the unreleased 64DD games, there's a late 90s IGN article to accompany them. Which is good, because that's pretty much all we have for these. But they're mostly just announcements of the unreleased games, particularly Video Jockey, Graphical Message, and Game Maker. The information that accompanies these announcements is pretty much just speculation and wondering what these games could be, and, kind of throwing a little shade at them in the meantime. That's really it. Much like mysterious titles like Cabbage, the titles of these unreleased games really just show up on lists of upcoming titles and not much else. These lists actually make me kinda sad. While the games like Wall Street on this list don't exactly get me pumped, it's kind of a bummer to see a lot of the other cool stuff that we eventually never saw. In conclusion, it's at least cool we were able to see some games released, specifically the first 4 Mario Artist titles. So, we've mentioned Metroid fans, Earthbound fans, and even F-Zero fans. But there's a certain area of the Mario fanbase that doesn't get much attention either. That being the Mario RPG fanbase, as in Mario RPG The Legend of the Seven Stars. And while some people may have strong opinions on the current state of Paper Mario games, and it's not known if we'll ever see another Mario and Luigi title, the first role-playing game of the Mario variety definitely had the shortest time in the limelight. Being a very late release in the SNES's life cycle and a collaboration between Nintendo and Squaresoft are both contributing factors in this. But yeah, no Geno in Smash, currently no Mario RPG on NSO. Despite being a very short-lived thing, Mario RPG definitely has a fan base, and for good reason. It's actually a really great game. And yes, while again short-lived, it wasn't meant to be that way. As a matter of fact, a sequel was kind of in the works for the 64DD. And this sequel was called, wait for it, Mario RPG 2. Though the game was also referred to as Mario RPG 64 and Super Mario Adventure during development. The game was first announced at Space World 1997, and early concept art of it used one-dimensional Super Mario World sprites, very similar to Paper Mario. You probably see where this is going based on that one statement. The game was mentioned in various magazines, including Nintendo Power, where a reader actually asked the question regarding its development, as well as the development of other familiar series that you may be familiar with. Some of these magazines actually provide really interesting concept art that show what the game looked like throughout various stages of development. While very similar to Paper Mario at all points of its creations, the changes in art style, specifically Mario's design, are pretty distinct and similar to Mario's traditional design. There's a reason for this, probably. While the game was intended for release on the 64DD, as many eventual N64 games were, this game eventually did make it out, but in a different form from how it was initially portrayed. And now you must really see where I'm going with this. See, that very first Mario RPG game, as previously mentioned, was worked on by both Nintendo and Squaresoft, now known as Square Enix. I don't know if I mentioned that previously, but yes, Square Enix, Squaresoft, you get it. While not completely known if Square was involved at any point in RPG 2's development, this early screen of the title screen credits Nintendo and Intelligent Systems for the game. So it is possible that another collab was thought of, maybe mentioned in passing or something, but never actually came about. So, in short, there's not really any information indicating whether or not Square was involved at any point in time, and if so, how involved were they? It's likely they weren't involved at all. Though, we do know some legal issues were involved with Square, and that is what ultimately contributed to the shift in development to the Paper Mario format we know and love today. So we do have photos and screenshots of the artist formerly known as Mario RPG 2, but no actual gameplay or prototypes have been seen by the public. It's unknown how far the early version of Mario RPG 2 got before the change, and if any content was planned and not included when the game was moved from 64DD disc to 64 cart. Though I must say, it is pretty interesting to look at these screenshots and see how a game comes about and how different it can be from the final product. So at least there's that. And just when you thought I was done with all the Nintendo 64 dynamic drive stuff, see, it's not disk drive, it's dynamic drive, and I corrected myself this time. Just when you thought I was done with that, well, guess what? We have just scratched the surface of all the wonderful games there is to offer on this console, or rather, weren't offered. But we'll get to that. Yes, I could go on even longer about the 64DD content and all of that, though this segment is going to be rather short as the titles I'm going to go over have either been made out in another form or are just smaller release titles. Actually, this may not be a very short segment because there's a lot of unreleased titles or titles that didn't make it out. I mean, none of these titles will likely warrant their own video or segment, and I might as well give them a mention during my big old 64DD extravaganza, so here we go. Let's start with the released games. Released on 64DD, that is, because there's some that were released. We'll get to that. So yeah, released games, here we go. Doshin the Giant, released on 64DD and GameCube. SimCity 64. Japan Pro Golf Tour 64. Doshin the Giant Tinkling Toddler Liberation Front Assemble. What did I just say? And that's literally it for the released games that I have yet to mention that haven't had their own segments. So let's get to unreleased. Let's go! 7th Legion. Automobile Lamborghini Add-on. Communication game. DD Sequencer. Derby Stallion 64. Desert Island No Man's Land. Desaimon 3D Expansion Kit. Diablo. Interesting. Digital Horse Racing Newspaper. Digital Sports Newspaper. Doubutsu Bancho. Later released as this. Doubutsu no Mori. I think we all know what happened to this one. Dragon Quest VII. Later released to the PS1. DT Bloodmaster. Far East of Eden, Oriental Blue, released as a GBA title later on. Gendai Dai Senryaku, Ultimate War, converted to cartridge in 2000 and then cancelled. Hybrid Haven, released on cartridge. Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards, released on cartridge. Mario Party 2, released on cartridge of course. Mario no Fotopi, cartridge released without 64DD storage option. Mission Impossible, released on cartridge. Mission Impossible 64DD, I'm assuming that's the same game. Morita Shogi 64, released on cartridge. Mother 3.5, should have put this in my Mother 3 segment, but it's an expansion of Mother 3, presumably. Mysterious Dungeon, converted to cartridge in 2000, released on Nintendo DS, of all things. Namco RPG, no idea what that could be, but likely a Tales game or, Taiko no Tatsujin RPG, of course. Ogre Battle Saga, released on cartridge. Oriental Blue Ao no Tengai, redeveloped and released for Game Boy Advance. Project Cairo, and I really want to put a JoJo reference here because a Stardust Crusaders RPG, wouldn't that be cool? Resident Evil 0, released on GameCube. Rev Limit, cancelled. Seaman, released on Dreamcast and terrifying. Simcopter 64, cancelled. Snowspeeder, released on cartridge. Street Fighter 3, Tolkien Road Brave Spirits add-on. Unreal, cancelled. Wall Street, cancelled I guess. Ultra Donkey Kong, released on cartridge as Donkey Kong 64. Yoshi's Island 64, released on cartridge as Yoshi's Story. Yosuke Ide's Mahjong School, converted to dual disc cartridge, then cancelled. Zelda 64, released on cartridge as Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Zelda Gaiden, released on cartridge as The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. And ladies and gentlemen, buddies and brosifs, that is really it for, as far as my knowledge is concerned, to my knowledge, all the Nintendo 64 DD games that were released or planned to be released or cancelled or moved to something else. And of course there's probably some we don't have any idea of that maybe just didn't make it that far in development or just hidden to the world, but to my knowledge, these are the ones I am aware of. So bask in that knowledge, my friends, bask in all those titles I just threw at you. And with all of that said and considered, I believe I have covered pretty much the most prominent and possible releases for the 64DD. I've wanted to do a series compiling information on obscure Nintendo stuff for a while now, and I hope you all find it informative, entertaining, and/or educational.
皆さんこんにちは。俺の名前はユウスケですよ。俺の新しいビデオにようこそ。So, despite the fact that this last video in this series didn't do too well with the views and the watches and the stuff, it is a pretty interesting topic, and there's a lot of lost pieces in it.
Seriously, when I say a lot, I mean a lot. I literally have a 5-page document of literally nothing but dub names. As in just the title.
With all of that said, please like, comment, and subscribe bell. じゃあ始まるぞ.
Out of all the lost dubs I have encountered in my time researching lost anime dubs, this one is the first I have covered that also has the original Japanese version lost as well. I feel this makes it especially enigmatic and fascinating. What is also fascinating is the art style. It's very unique and very unlike anything I've really seen at all in anime as a whole. The art of this series was done by Susumu Matsushita, who is an artist well known for a lot of things in Japan and has a very American comic kind of style. If you are familiar with Famitsu magazine and the mascot, the little cat guy, that is actually his art. Bit the Cupid was also among the first anime to feature computer-generated graphics, which allow the characters to accurately reflect Matsushita's distinct art. By the way, the Cupid's name is Bit. It's not an anime about literally biting a cupid, as my dumbass assumed throughout the first half of researching this one. In case anyone needs that clarification, probably not. So, the synopsis of Bit the Cupid is pretty self-explanatory. It's about a cupid who makes people fall in love and have all those happy love emotions and shit. You know the ones, right? And this one is lost media at its finest, my friends, as there hasn't been a single Japanese episode recovered. This is despite the show having an original air date of April of 1995 to March of 1996, well into the time that VHS recording was a thing. There's 48 13-minute episodes, and they all aired on TV Tokyo, a major Japanese network. With all of these factors combined, it's somewhat baffling that the whole Japanese version is lost. As it stands currently, only episodes of the Chinese dub have been found, and the uploads are pretty low quality. Moving back to the English dub, however, this guy is also quite lost. Quite lost as in completely lost. There is solid evidence that this one was definitely a thing though. Plenty of it as a matter of fact. So, Fox Kids. I should probably bring that up now because we're going to be talking about Fox Kids quite a bit in this episode. I mean, I could even go as far as dubbing this episode a Fox Kids special. But anyways, Fox Kids is a former children's programming block and was known for airing a lot of stuff. It was founded in 1990 as Fox Children's Network and ended its run as a children's programming block in 2002. The best known programming that aired on Fox Kids has definitely got to be Power Rangers, as it dominated a lot of the programming blocks, and a lot of Saban properties actually were brought over to Fox Kids. While on that note, Saban also has lost anime dubs. Another story for another day though, let's move on. The biggest confirmation comes from the 1998 Fox Family Upfront promo. A little presentation showcasing what Fox Kids would have to offer in the coming year. It's within the showcase that a short clip teasing Bit the Cupid is shown, and we even get to hear a little of the dub. On On top of this, multiple voice actors have listed Bit the Cupid on their resumes, and it's through these resumes that we see Saban as the company responsible for this dub. Now, did this dub actually air? I have found web pages stating that it did in fact air in 1998, though was cancelled early on due to lack in popularity. This makes sense to me, as this kind of show doesn't seem like it would do well in an American audience. Now, I have searched all over the net. I have surfed that net so hard and wicked gnarly that my skin is pruned and salty, and it's just a rough time all around, man. See, I was hoping I could at least find some kind of account of this dub airing. Just one person talking about this weird Cupid cartoon Japanese thing that likely aired in the early mornings, but no. Nope, not a gosh darn thing. And with that said, I cannot confirm if it aired or not. Who knows though, someone may have a VHS with at least one airing on it.
Detective Conan.
This is another one of those super crazy, insanely long-running anime that are a household name in Japan. This is also another one of those cases like Albert and Sydney, if you don't know what that is, check out my first episode, where existence of this dub does definitely make sense, but it is yet to be officially confirmed to actually exist. Though, if you ask me, I definitely think it exists. There are hints here and there online that combine to form a convincing argument to its existence, though the problem with this is that a lot of the links that once proved this existence of this dub no longer lead to a valid source. So let's fast forward to the year 1999. This was towards the end of Fox Kids' life cycle, and this is actually when it's speculated that they discussed dubbing Detective Conan. The original Detective Conan manga was written by Gosho Aoyama. It began serialization in 1994 and is also still running. It has over 100 volumes. The anime adaptation has been going since 1996. It has 1,025 episodes. What is known about this lost dub is that in 2000, Fox Kids had plans to have it on their fall programming block. It was apparently going to be 26 episodes in length. Beyond this point, we're really stepping into rumor territory, as there's a lot of information about this, but none of it is truly confirmed. The first of which being a lost pilot. It was shown to Fox Kids by TMS. This pilot was apparently titled Conan's Capers and was multiple episodes combined together. The combination of multiple episodes does make sense, as it allegedly cut out all the violent scenes from the first few episodes. Sources who claim to be familiar with this dub claim many changes were made to adapt this show for a Western children's audience. And see, with this show, that's kinda hard. Especially considering the show has a lot of murder, and death, and the Yakuza. And this, of course, would lead to the source material having to be edited extensively. And I don't mean replacing death with the Shadow Realm and literal handgun levels of edits. I mean editing the Japanese content so extensively that the story is Robotech levels of botched. Nothing against Robotech. Other possible changes include name changes. Changes to names like Peter Gray, Slick Lacey, and Rebecca Lacey. Some claim that this pilot was left in quote-unquote limbo due to issues with the network's broadcast standards practice department, also in quotes. This claim was supposedly made by a network representative. Aside from that, there is no publicly known information that clarifies how far this pilot made it before Fox Kids ultimately decided to not pick it up and air it. But what if they did air it? You see, there have been later claims that the pilot actually aired at least once. This is definitely not confirmed, as everything else with this isn't, though if you ask me, I feel like this would only be believable if this pilot only aired on a local Fox network and not nationally. If you're a fan of anime, you may be familiar with Case Closed, which is the Funimation dub. This dub aired on Adult Swim in 2004, and 104 episodes were dubbed. And while this dub isn't particularly loved by the fanbase, it's probably not as heavily localized as the Fox Kids dub would have been.
Miracle Girls.
While also unconfirmed, there is a great deal of speculation regarding this dub online. Miracle Girls was an early 90s magical girl shoujo series. Now, there's very little information about this one online, but it is written that this series was intended to be heavily marketed to be a competitor to Sailor Moon. Which, this series doesn't really have a lot of similarities to Sailor Moon if you ask me. It's more of a romantic slice-of-life coming-of-age kind of deal with magic elements, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess it does kind of have the aesthetic, but most anime at that time had that aesthetic. And let me tell you all, this is not the first time somebody attempted to do this. There's more. Next episode for that though, that will require a longer segment. Anyways, what do we know about Miracle Girls Fox Kids dub? Well, not much, and I'm gonna keep this segment pretty brief because we don't really know if this is real or some person making it up. This is because the only thing I can find on it is an article on a wiki. A wiki with no sources. But anyways, we have name changes. The names are Rebecca and Mecha, I believe, and that there were 51 episodes, and it apparently aired on Fox Kids in May of 1996. And see, here's where it kind of gets a little probably not territory, meaning it probably doesn't exist, because I feel like somebody would remember this. Nonetheless, when you do look up Miracle Girls and how it was dubbed and who dubbed it, there is a Spanish language dub, but there is no existence of an English dub. So this one has yet to be confirmed.
The Vision of Escaflowne.
So, remember how we talked about how Detective Conan isn't exactly a child-friendly series? Well, guess what? This one isn't either. Like, I legitimately wonder why they decided this series should be adapted for children out of all the anime out there at the time. Especially the ones, made for children. As you could imagine, this is another one of those cases where the original source material was edited extensively. Though it is also worth mentioning that Bandai Entertainment did do the dub, but it wasn't edited until it was brought over to Fox Kids. The person brought on board to do this dub was Haim Saban, who is known for, Saban stuff. The edits done edited the show, of course, so much that it went from 26 episodes to only 23, and it added a lot of quote-unquote flashback sequences that kind of reminded people what was actually going on. These edits pretty much changed the story and the influence of specific characters, and even changed the music to more techno beats and stuff. This child-friendly edit of the dub was actually released on VHS in the year 2000, though only 4 volumes of the series were released before it being discontinued. Now, the good news with this one is that the majority of the series has been recovered. The only missing episodes are 16, The Edge of the World, and 22, Zone of Absolute Fortune. Both of these are actually partially lost, and pieces of them do exist online. Also keep in mind that these are later episodes, and they did not have a VHS release. Honestly, this really looks like the kind of anime that would fit really well with an Adult Swim block of the early 2000s, with all that good stuff like Wolf's Rain, I think Gundam Seed was up in there at one point, Full Metal Alchemist, Evangelion, of course, Trigun, stuff like that has that distinct late 90s aesthetic, or early 2000s, whatever, and it's just cool looking, and it would match so well, and it confuses me so much that they chose Fox Kids for it, because this really is not the kind of story that would appeal to kids. It's more of a teen girl kind of young adult kind of deal. So the fact that this was dubbed for a children's audience really baffles me, and okay, let's move on.
Slayers.
And next is yet another example of an anime not intended for kids that Fox Kids wanted to adapt for kids anyways. It's like Fox Kids just assumed that literally all anime is for kids, bought the rights to air general anime that were popular in Japan, and didn't actually look into the plot synopsis to later either butcher the source material or sit on the rights to them. And the latter is unfortunately what happened to Slayers. Or at least the Fox Kids edit of Slayers. And let me tell you, this is a topic that kind of annoys people, as Fox Kids actually outbid Cartoon Network for the rights to air 2 anime at this time, that being Rayearth and Slayers, and then promptly sat on them and made no use of these properties whatsoever. This comes off as almost spiteful to Cartoon Network in a way, cause you know these anime would have definitely ended up on Toonami if Fox Kids didn't end up hoarding them instead. Though I can't exactly say without a doubt that Fox Kids made no attempt to localize Slayers. I also can't say what led them to abandon this project and their exact reasons. Though Slayers does kinda go to some dark places that aren't kid-friendly. There is proof around the internet that attempts to make this anime kid-friendly and airable had actually been made. To begin, this anime was already dubbed before Fox Kids got their hands on it. This dub was more faithful to the original Japanese dialogue and had some jokes and stuff that were a little mature. Because of the PG-13 subject matter of this anime, the voice cast, or at least one voice actor, was brought back to reduce some lines that had innuendos or violent intent. And while it is unknown at this time which characters have redubbed dialogue, it is confirmed that Lena's voice actor, Lisa Oritz, was brought back to dub over quote-unquote boob jokes, as she stated in a 2001 interview. She had also recalled redubbing a heavily repeated line of a spell in the series that refers to blood. This line, originally Crimson Blood That Flows, was changed to Crimson River That Flows, to make it sound less like blood, despite that still totally 100% sounding like blood. And so, despite these confirmed revisions, nothing was ever broadcasted or released of the Fox Kids edit. Later on in 2002, there was talk about this edit being aired on ABC Family, but this also never happened. The only remaining ancient relics that remain of this time, aside from that Lisa Oritz interview, are some old Anime News Network articles that reported on the Fox Kids acquisition and some clarification as well as speculation on the edit itself. These articles are 20 years old at this point. Wow, I'm getting old. The final article reporting on this Fox Kids edit of Slayers was one claiming that the production was in quote-unquote limbo, and that it would be unlikely that Slayers would air at all, considering Fox Kids was pretty much dead at this point. Rest in peace, childhood. So, while we can speculate all day about this thing, absolutely nothing of the Fox Kids audio or edits have surfaced in any caliber. And while yes, Lisa Oritz had confirmed that she recorded new lines for a quote-unquote Fox network, we have no idea if other voice actors were brought back or how early this program was ultimately scrapped. How much of this thing actually exists is really up for interpretation and completely unknown. As of right now, I myself have not been able to uncover any new details aside from those 2001, I think 2002 Anime News Network articles. This is after looking at the ancient scribes of Angel Fire fan sites and Yahoo GeoCities, all that stuff, everything. Slayers did go on to air unedited on channels like the Anime Network and the International Channel, the latter actually being where I first saw it for the first time as a kid in the early 2000s. This channel also aired Tenchi Muyo, which was my first experience with harem anime when I was like 9.
Mon Colle Knights.
The case of Mon Colle Knights is an interesting one to say the least. Say you want to watch the original Fox Kids dub of this one right now, like literally right now. Well, just Google it and it'll come up. It's technically not lost. So why is it in this video? Welp, this dub is actually lost despite not being lost. Even though it's not lost. This is due to the masters of the dub itself being lost and unlocatable. The rights to Mon Colle Knights are officially in the hands of Discotek, the same people who were rad enough to re-release one of the Lost Ray Earth dubs from my last Lost Dubs episode. Discotek has been attempting to locate the masters for Mon Colle Knights and has been very transparent with their search and why they specifically need those dub masters to re-release the dub of the anime. The sub does currently have an official release though. So, to abridge what I just said to the best of my own knowledge, the anime is found. The Japanese dub is also found and available. They were never lost. The English dub is also not lost, just unable to be released professionally in the best caliber due to those masters. Hopefully that makes sense. And so, what Discotek Media is essentially doing is pulling a Doctor Who and getting the public involved in the efforts of trying to find these masters and provide an official release. And really, that's it with this segment. We're basically playing the waiting game and hopefully Discotek Media is able to recover these masters. Hey guys, apologies for the subpar filming quality and probably audio quality. I have a cold, and I have an update and I don't feel like doing the professional stuff, I guess. So EAD and Jump, an anime I talked about, an anime dub I talked about in my first anime dubs episode. Somebody on Twitter was cool enough, their name's Be Shonen Knife on Twitter, definitely check them out. They were cool enough to find a VHS tape that had 2 episodes of the Lost EAD and Jump dub on it. And they were even cooler enough to go ahead and put that on archive.org and kind of shout me out in a tweet. So update there have been 2 episodes that are now found. And yeah, update over. And that is it. Let's cut, print, sell it on a record, make a master, do all those things. This is done. This is another one in the books, folks, or my YouTube channel. I don't know what I'm saying, but you have reached the end of the video, and for that I am happy. I am genuinely happy you like listening to me talk about this stuff, and you know, I just reached 10,000 subscribers, and that also makes me immensely happy. It's not a big number, but you know, it makes me so happy. Thank you so much, guys. I love you all. I really do. I'm gonna wrap up this video now, though. I'm exhausted, and I did not script an outro, and you know what? That's fine. I'm just gonna plug video subscribe button and the cards, or no, end slate, that's the word, and end cards, whatever. They're gonna be on the screen. There they are. See, they're beautiful. And yeah, see you guys in the next video. I got Lost Yu-Gi-Oh! Media coming up next, and I love me some Yu-Gi-Oh! So, you know what? Look forward to it. I don't know why I clap, but yeah, see you in the next video. Bye. The writing on the cassette tape, not the one scribbled out with that ADA logo, but one written as the title. Writing that read,